Good morning, good morning. Hi, I'm Wendy Gardner. Welcome to Sewing Street on April the 1st. But I promise you, we've got no fool's jokes for you at all. No tricks, just some really lovely goodies. So let's start the day with our early bird. Now this is quite unusual for us, but we've got a book. It's a really fabulous book, which I have here in front of me, Colour, Thread and Free Motion Quilting. This is absolutely brilliant for anybody that's new to free motion quilting. And if you haven't yet had a go at it, I really suggest that you do, because once you start, it's addictive. It really is. So this book here has got, I'm going to, why do we always start at the back? What we do, don't we? It's got everything. So lots of little designs for you to try out. So just to confirm what free motion is, it's basically you decide where you travel with your needle. So you lower the feed dogs, you use a darning foot, and off you go, and you move the fabric wherever you want to. So you basically draw with thread. And it can be a decorative finish. So what you can actually do is use lots of amazing colourful threads to create surface design. And this is really what this book's about. So not only has it got lots of ideas for designs that you can use, it's got a lot of information on how to choose thread, what the different types of threads are, what types of needles you should use. There's lots and lots of information. And of course, it also has colour. It's all about colour. So, you know, if you're wanting to use the free motion, not just to define the edges of quilts or keep the layers together, but actually to be part of the quilt, to be part of the decoration, this is the sort of thing that you need. And although some of these designs look quite complex, because obviously this has been written by an expert, the whole process is simplified to make it easy for you to follow. And you can see when you look through it. I mean, I've spent best part of 3/4 of an hour when I'm supposed to be preparing for all the shows for the day, just reading this book. There's so much. It's beautifully written, very, very easy to follow. And it has in here lots of different ideas, including choosing colour, and how just by adding onto one colour another vibrant pop of colour in different threads, you get a completely different look. Lots of inspiration. It's all about thread and colour. That's basically what it's about, but with all these hints on how to do the free motion, including things like, you know, using quilting gloves or other methods, the right needle to use, etc. So it has it all in there. And look at all these lovely colours. And it just shows, it's probably not as clear to you on the screen because of all the lights, but you've got all these different colours and all these little designs which are in the back of the book. So it really is lovely. Now the best thing is, our price today is £15.99, so it's saving £8 because it's our early bird offer. And of course, post and packaging is £3.95 as usual, but that's for the whole day. So if you buy this, £3.95 P&P, but when you buy some more things, we've got some lovely fabrics coming in a minute. We've got Emma coming along later with some quilting projects, which are must have. We've got Adaku, who's coming with her African wax print fabrics and her new book. Very simple designs to make in the book because it's all about the fabrics. So to save £8 on your very first item is fabulous, of course. So you've got the colour wheels, it's got how to choose the colours, how to choose complementary colours, how to use toning colours, how to use contrasting. So it's really, really good. It's great for anybody, as I say, not even just interested in free motion. Although it's about free motion, it's actually useful when you're thinking about colours, using colours together, how to combine them, what types of threads there are. I mean, it's not just quilting, it's top stitching too. So it's a very useful book. And although it's sort of going to learn through it, it's so nicely written. It's written so personally. It reads really simply and easily. So absolutely lovely, gorgeous book. So we do find that a lot of them are already in the baskets. So be aware of that. So this is, I'm just being asked to move it to my left, and I don't know my left from my right, which is why I have to shift it one way and the other until I can see where it is. So yes. So it's a really beautiful book, as you can see. And it's got 36 quilting designs. And as I say, those quilting designs are actually in the back, and it's just showing you different clever ways of doing them. And, you know, they're not they're not perfect. And this is one of the things she stresses throughout the book, that it's not about being perfect, it's about creating something that you love. And she says if you do it and you don't like it, use a seam ripper. So she's a quilter after my own heart. Obviously, if you're making a competition quilt, you might have to be a little bit more exact. But when you're doing something for the love of it, then you can just play, just thread paint. That's what it used to be called, thread painting. And you can see why when you look at some of these designs, they're just freehand, they're just moving around. So lots of ideas here and different motifs. Elliot has just done an April Fool on Cat in the gallery over there, and he got her, even though we've mentioned it. But we have no April Fools all the way through today. This is not an April Fool price. This is a price of saving of £8 for today. And we have got quite a lot in the baskets already, and I don't blame you. It's brilliant. I think it's a really fabulous book. Shall we go on to the menu for the rest of the day? Because we've got some great things. We really have. We've got some lovely things. Okay, so what we have got is, I'm going to grab my glasses. What we have got here is pop fabric. Sounds intriguing, doesn't it? So it's like popcorn fabric. We've got some really lovely vibrant fabrics. That's coming up in just a minute. Then we have Emma joining us. So that's Emma Bradford, who is quilting extraordinaire. She's doing her American hand piecing, and we have lots of lovely fat quarter packs, and we've got the patterns, of course. Then we have at 10 o'clock top tools for under £30. So lots of really useful tools and storage items, things that are really useful to have in your workroom. At 11 a.m. we've got Let's Get Going Quilt. Let's Get Going. Quilt with Emma Bradford. So again, we've got, in fact, we're looking at the quilt behind me here. So Emma's going to show us some ideas on how it's done. And I mean, isn't it amazing? Look at that. And we've got fabric, and we've got that as packs. And then at 12 o'clock, we are going to welcome Adaku Parker, who has been getting more and more famous with her fabulous African wax fabrics. These are really beautiful fabrics. They're getting more and more popular. We've seen the sort of resurgence of these coming up. She has also written a book. So we're going to talk to her about, look at that, just look at that one. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? You know, bless her, she said I could wear one if I wanted to, but sadly, they're not made to fit my size, so I can't. But I would be if I could, but they're really, really, really gorgeous fabrics. And of course, that means that the dressmaking patterns that you can use can be simple, because you want the fabric to do the talking. If you're not into dressmaking, she's also got bags. She's got a number of different bags. So we're going to find out about Adaku, her journey, and how she's developed this and how she's done her book. And we have got the fabrics as half-metre pieces, which of course, as usual, means you can buy multiples if you wish to get a bigger meterage. So that's really lovely. I'm really looking forward to that. So if you want to find anything on pre-order, and I think, is it all on pre-order at the moment? Also, it's all there on pre-order. So do look on the website. And then you can see where it says go live, click on go live, and then you scroll down and everything there is below. So you can just click on each one. And sometimes you might find that's a really good way of seeing the fabric colours. So it's really good. So we've got lots of pieces of fabric today, but we've also got one lovely bundle of a new set of fabrics. And when we've got Emma's bundle of her instructions, so we've got 3 pattern instructions in a bundle there, which are really good. And of course, we've got a few tools that you could use and find useful. And then with all these tools, oh, we've got them all. Yes, look, oh, the thread, I love that one. And I've been trying the stitch remover, that's really good. Oh, and the weights, I love the weights, they're really good as well. So lots and lots of lovely tools. Look at that sewing box, oh my God, love it. So lots and lots of lovely things. And then we're back with some more beautiful fabrics, of course. And then look at these lovely African wax print fabrics. So they're really lovely, crisp fabrics, really beautiful to work with, lovely to sew. And we will have the expert Adaku herself to talk us through it all, which is lovely. So that's what we've all got. Very nice. So all that's ready for you now. You can actually buy online at the moment. And so please do. And don't forget also, when we do have demos with Emma, she's going to be demoing both the 2 hours she's with us. You will be able to watch those back at a later date as well. So if you can't stay with us all morning, you can watch later. And I know some of my friends do that. So Sue, if you're watching, hiya! She's always telling me she watches later. So that's really good. So let's start. So we're going to start with a new bundle that we have here. So look at this, isn't this cute? This is the cutest fabric. So we have popcorn in little buckets, and we have popcorn, which just says pop. So what we have in this bundle are 6 half-metre pieces. So that's £39.99 for 6, that's 3 metres. So 3 metres, and you've got this sort of whole selection here, which is really lovely. Shall I go through them and show you some of them? So you get the bundle, as I say, it's £39.99, which is 3 metres, half a metre per. So look at this. This is really cute. Now we also do have a couple of books on this hour, and we've got some soft toys and in one, and we've got little children's clothes in another. So these fabrics will be lovely little kids' clothes. If you want them by the half metre, you can also buy that. So that's £6.99 for that. But do remember, that means you can buy a metre or metre and a half, etc. You just multi-buy. So that's the first one, look, with these lovely popcorns. And oh, this makes me want to go to the cinema, doesn't it, you? Got these popcorn there. And then we've got the same design in the yellow. And it's a lovely feel to this cotton. As I say, I think this would make quite a cute little pair of shorts, or and if you look at the books that we've got on, you'll see those on the website. These would be really lovely. So this one again, it's the same thing. It's got a little bit of popcorn floating around on the background, and then you've got the pots of popcorn. So it's really nice. That's a yellow. I think it would make quite a fun quilt as well. Or a bag, you could make a bag out of this, like a little drawstring bag, a little rucksack bag. And then the black background, so the colours really sort of pop out of this one. This is cute. You could, of course, I mean, if you think we are now allowed to go and picnic outdoors, just think you could make some things out of this. You can make some nice placemats, so al fresco quilted mat to sit on, like a picnic mat. This is really cute. So really sort of fun things you can do. It's just fun. And it is nice. It's a nice fabric. Nice feel to it. It's quite soft. It's quite a soft cotton, but a good weight to it. So it's really nice. So that's a nice one. So then we go on to the corn. The popcorn on its little lonesome. It's been thrown about with gay abandon. And they popped. So let's start with the red on this one. And the other thing I think, because you can get this as a bundle, we're looking at them now as individuals. But when you think of it as a bundle, look how you could put those colours together. So you can have any of these as well, which is why they've been chosen to go together, of course. They all go together really, really well. So you could have a bag, you could have a pocket in one bit, you can have the main bag in another. Oh, I have to tell you, we've got less than 10 of the bundle. So this is the red, so this is really sweet. Little sweetie bags, or it's too late for Easter, obviously, we can't get it to you in time for tomorrow. But yeah, things like that, little bags that you could make, I mean, little shoe bags, little overnight bags, it would be really nice to have that. Or some funky little cushions. Can you imagine if you get cushion pattern, I don't know if it's still in the range, but you can get patterns that are letters. So you make cushions which are letters, so you can spell out your child's name. You could probably do that without, I shouldn't say that, should you? But you can do it without a pattern. You could create that. Oh, so Elliot's just saying he'd make cushions. He would make cushions. So I'm going to emphasise that. He would make cushions for his sofa to have a film night. So a real movie night indoors. Oh yeah, a really big bean bag. Excellent idea, Elliot. So you get it by the half metre. I mean, how many metres would you need? And you could probably do it out of this selection, If you did this kit, you could really do a nice one. Each panel could be one of the different ones as you come up. You really could. Look at that. So here we have the white. and again, it's got little pop, 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 pop all over. I just think it's really cute. Little shirt would be very sweet. Little dress, little pinafore dress for summer. As I say, there's some nice pattern ideas in one of the books that we've got. So that's that one. And then the final one in this range and in this bundle, if you want it as a bundle or separately if you prefer, is the yellow. So the yellow with, I suppose it's sort of white, off-white popcorn this time. So there it's that popcorn colour. Yeah. It's sweet. What's they call it? Sweet and salty popcorn. Yeah, I must admit I do like Butterkiss, you know, and other makes available. I like the one that's really sugary, really sugary. But popcorn itself isn't bad. It's the stuff that's on it that's bad, isn't it? Yeah, popcorn itself is quite low calorie. I think it's... So if you want the entire bundle, you get 3 meters for £39.99. So it's 6 pieces, 6 half-metre pieces for £39.99. This is the... You can see when I like these fabrics because I start stroking them. I'm going to stroke these fabrics. They really do feel lovely. Absolutely lovely, yes. Go careful because I stroke them if I like them, you can tell. They're lovely. It's lovely to work with, yeah. You could just use a normal 80/12 needle with these, and they'd be great for children's clothing, for crafty ideas, beanbag, as Elliot suggested, cushion covers, bags, picnic rug, anything at all. Just a bit of fun. Please do, when you make something, I mean, we all love to see them on the fan pages. And we just think, you know, it's so lovely. I'm just so, I was going to say gobsmacked, but I'm trying to think of a better way of saying that. The talent, flabbergasted at the talent and the makes that people put on there. They're absolutely fabulous. They really are brilliant. And it's great to share. So we have less than 10 of these, but let's take a look at, who are we wishing a happy birthday? Donald. So happy birthday, Donald. I hope you have a lovely day, I really do. And I don't know what the weather's like out there today, I hope you manage to have some people around in the garden and enjoy a little bit of celebration. I mean, it's so nice that we can do that. That's what I did yesterday. On my way here, I stopped off at, I will see my oldest friends, I don't mean that, I mean friends I've had for a very long time. And we had cake, one of them made a cake. Oh, it was so much fun. It was so nice to just sit outside and enjoy. So thank you, June, Mick and Claire. Just a quick mention. Right, which book? I'm going to do, the first one I'd like to do is the So Chic Kids. Because this, I think this got some fun designs in here which go quite nicely with those popcorn fabrics. And indeed some of the other fabrics we've got on the show here. But it's got, what it has in here is it has some sort of funky designs for girls and boys. It does also include, so you've got very simple designs here, like little shorts, little sort of smocky tops and dresses. So you've got all these little designs here. So can you imagine, yes, you could, this one they've got like little dots, and then it almost cries out to have that popcorn fabric. So they're really sweet, sweet little clothes. Now, these are, and very important, patterns in the back. So the patterns are in the back. Now, the patterns are printed double-sided, so you have to be careful when you cut out because you could be cutting out half of something else before. So this is when it's a good idea to trace it out onto pattern paper or tracing paper using your light box. And I received mine today. So, yeah, absolutely guarantee those are brilliant things to have. So those lovely A3 light boxes, so that you will use that. The other thing I want to mention about this is it's a really lovely book, and I love the way that you put the patterns back in there, keep them with the book and the instructions. The instructions are, I'd say, limited. It's all pictorial, really. So you've got the how to lay out the pattern, and then you've got your different steps numbered, and it tells you how to put it together, but there's very few words, mostly pictorial. So if you're good at following with your eyes and following visually, this is really good for you. You can see it. It still says everything you need to do, but it's just very sort of pictorial way of doing it. So all of the instructions, one after the other, are towards the back, and then the pictures are towards the front. So it's all very clear to see. And they're sort of variations on a theme really, but they just look like they're really comfortable to wear. These are clothes that kids will love having and love wearing, and they cry out to be made in these really funky fabrics. So they're really lovely. Cute as kids as well, they really are. So let's do another one of our fabrics, and we put that book back there. Now these, we're not selling these as a bundle. We're selling them as by the half metre, but Kat's put them together in a strip like this just to show how they work so well together. So we're going to start with the yellow. So these are half metre pieces. And now this is a sort of a lighter weight cotton. It's quite a crisp cotton. It's cotton poplin. So it's just £3.99 for half a metre. And it's a really lovely, it is really lovely. Cotton poplin, you can wash and wash and wash, so it's really lovely. And again, it's lovely lightweight, so it'd be great for summer wear, summer clothes. But also, you can put it with your quilting weight cottons. You can combine them just as easily. But it's just sort of, again, sort of nice, sort of funky design here that you can add and mix and match. Even if you only get one of the popcorn fabrics, the pop fabrics, you could then mix it with one of these. Let me find that other one. I like that one. So they go together. Just bringing some colour and some fun into your wardrobe or into your bag making or quilt or cushions and quilts. I mean, this is just lovely. Even like little lightweight curtains, this would be nice for. So these are in half metre pieces. So that is the yellow. Then we have, oh, look at this lovely red. Oh, I love it, love it, love it, love it. So this, yes, I could see this as, yeah, forget the kids. I can see this as a dress for me. Wow, amazing. This, just imagine, just big full skirted dress. Wouldn't it be fabulous? I think that would be lovely. It's not spots, it's stars. So I think it's really gorgeous. So it's lovely. Again, it feels cool. It's cotton poplin, so it feels cool. But again, we can bring in the popcorn if we wanted to, just to make something a bit fun. We should put that up the other way so the popcorn's written up the right way. It just goes nicely, doesn't it? It's really just a bit of fun. And we should be having fun when we're going out in the summer this year. We need to be out and enjoying ourselves. Not yet. We can go in the garden, but that's all. But when we can, something lovely and fun. There's some more colours. You'll know, as soon as I get to it, you'll know exactly which one I'm going to say is probably my favourite. But look at this. So this is silver stars. So this is lovely too. And this is much more subtle, but again, you can add, and of course you can mix your stars as well. You know, you don't have to just stay with one of them because you can buy these by the half metre, or of course you can buy them in multiples to get a bigger piece. So these are really, don't they look lovely together? They combine beautifully. They're cut especially for you from the bolt. So if you wanted 2 metres, you just buy 4 units. If you wanted 10 metres, you'd have to buy 20 units. But if you're thinking you're only paying $3.99, so $3.99 for half, oh, $3.95. Oh no, sorry, no, it is $3.99. So it's $3.99 for half a metre. So that makes up for just under £8 for a metre. So if you do need to, a full skirted dress, you need 3.5 metres, say. It's still a really cheap dress, and it's bespoke, and it's made for you, and it fits you. So that's really lovely. And the fabric feels very cool. So lovely cool cotton for when we can go on holiday. So pink stars. Again, so this is a softer colour. Can you see the one that's coming up? Look at this one. So this is pink stars. This is quite, oh yes, bunting. Bunting for the garden seating, garden tablecloths. Anything like that would look really lovely in this. You can make your whole set. You can make placemats and napkin rings. you could do a lovely set, a lovely picnic set, because if we're going to be holiday in England more, this is what we need to do. We need to think about how we can do this with style and panache, and we're going to go out, we're going to have picnics, and we're going to have proper picnics, and we're going to look really good, and we're going to be sitting there with our glass of fizzy lemonade or Prosecco. And I was trying not to say Prosecco at 25 past 8 in the morning, but yes, you can be outside and enjoy some nice time with the lovely stylish furnishings around you. So that's the soft pink. And now look at this one. See, so I can't tell really, is it this or is it the red? Look at this. Look at that. That is so gorgeous. I absolutely love it. And you know, pinks like this look good on every woman. Sorry, Elliot, I'm sure they look good on men too. But a pink like this, a really deep pink, looks brilliant. It makes women's face look really lively and fresh. This would look great. It would look great as the back of a waistcoat. I can see John wearing a shirt in this. You know, he loves his bold, bright shirts. So it's just a bit fun and it's light. It's, as I say, it's lovely lightweight. It's a Rose and Hubble fabric, which you'll have heard a few times with us. And Rose and Hubble is a well-known brand. Well, is it a brand when you make fabrics? Anyway, well-known fabric producer. So that's a really lovely one, with these lovely big stars on it. You can, of course, use these for your quilting projects as well. They could be pieces in between really highly patterned ones. They could be the borders, the bindings, the sashing. We do have them on the website all the time, but we don't often bring them to you like this. So that's the other thing to think of. Do look on the website when you're looking for fabrics, because there are always lots to choose from. And this look is this lovely soft sort of sky blue. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is when you're lying on the ground looking up at the stars, or looking up at the sky, and this lovely blue colour. Very soft, very nice. It would make a lovely outfit. It would make lovely garden furniture, coverings, cushions, picnic mats, except for it's really, really beautiful. Okay, so the most popular one is the red, that one. But possibly because they're putting it with these, look at that. You put those together, don't they look good? They really look lovely. They're really lovely. And then, we've got all of these other ones as well. I think they're all gorgeous, actually. You could actually if you just bought a 1/2 metre of each, and you could make a whole load of colourful cushions to go on your garden furniture, or in a child's bedroom or something. This would be really, really lovely. And at £3.99 per 1/2 metre, you can get a good sized cushion from each one. Beautiful, really lovely. So, but I also got my eye. It gives me my eyes a bit of a zzz when I look at this one. But look at this. This does cry out for being used outside. If it's strobing when you see it. You have to be careful with stripes on camera. Stripes and little spots, they can sort of strobe and go a bit fuzzy. But look at this. This is really lovely, isn't it? It's just a nice quality cotton, nice and lightweight. Cotton poplin again, and it will go lovely with the pop bundle again. Look at these. So it's really sweet. It is exactly like a popcorn box cat, isn't it? It really is, yes. So you could do it with this, or bring in the yellow. So it's just quite nice sort of complementary colour, and it's a bit of fun. Even if it was just the backing, the borders or anything, it'd be nice and easy to sew straight lines because you can follow the colours. So that would be lovely. So it's a really nice one. Again, 1/2 metre is £3.99, and if you want multiples of it, if you want to make something bigger, then of course you just buy multiples, and it would be cut to the length that you need. Oh, we've had a question. Right, yes. So Sheila has said she'd like to make pyjamas out of the lightweight cotton, and absolutely yes, you could. These cotton poplins are lovely. I'm just doing the crease test here. So they do crease. Okay, so because it's a cotton, so it will do. But they would be lovely and light and nice to wear, I think, definitely. And yeah, the stars, oh, the popcorn, you've got to have popcorn pyjamas. So you get into your pyjamas early in the evening, snuggle down on the settee, binge watch. I'm always talking about binge watching, but watch a nice film. Mind you, I think you'd end up eating popcorn because you'd have to, wouldn't you? You've got that. We're going to do, oh yes, we're going to do the other stars and rainbows next. So let me look at these. These are by the ½ metre again, and they do go really well together. We're going to start with just the stars. Oh, so this is just 100% cotton. This is a heavier weight. This is the same kind of weight as the popcorn one. So that's really nice. I like that. So it's just little gold stars, but it's got a fine stripe under there as well. I don't know if you can see that. So it's a bit different and it's really nice. And again, I'm going to bring this back in again because it kind of goes with that as well. So that looks like, you know, they go quite well together. So you could sort of mix them up a bit there if you wanted to. Or, of course, we've got the other piece. So they're not as a pair. You buy these individually. This is £6.99 for ½ metre. So say good quality. So if you're looking at your pyjamas, Sheila, I would go for the cotton poplins, I think. Or a pyjama bag, yes, you can make a cushion. Shoe bag, because, you know, those of us that like nice shoes. You take them when you take your shoes, you've got to put them in different bags for each pair of shoes. In fact, some of my shoes, I have different bags for each shoe because they're quite delicate and not for wearing. Okay, so this is the next one. Oh, this one. We've only got 3 metres left of this one. Let me put it up this way. So if somebody wanted to buy, I mean, this to me would make a lovely back of a quilt, a beautiful quilt for a little girl. I don't know if it's supposed to be rainbows, but it's sort of like rainbows, but it makes me think of unicorns. There's no unicorn on it, but it makes me think of unicorns. Oh, it does say rainbow unicorns on pig. How about that? I can't see any unicorns, but you've only got 3 metres left. But what you will see on it, it's got the little tiny stars which go with the other piece that we had just now. So that goes together really beautiful. And it's got a little soft pink spot. Look at this one, if I bring this in. So again, you've got those 3 pieces that all go well together. It is, and let me try this one. The grey goes well, as does the blue. It's not quite the same blue as in the rainbow, but it still goes well together. So it's always a way, I mean, we've got these nice choices for you. You can buy them individually, or you can buy different pieces to go together and then make something really special. So let's have a look at the next book. Now this next book was it the last time I was here or the time? I don't remember now. Now I'm sort of here more often. We've got this book which we had with Rachel, who made the pony out of the book. So this is super cute sewing this is. It's got 20 easy sewing patterns for soft toys and accessories. But what I really love about these, I mean, beautiful instructions. I just love the names of them. Fifi the Fairy. They're all so literal. It's alliteration, isn't it, when you do this? Yummy the Unicorn. Isn't that cute? So if you, yes, do that out of, I mean, this is done in beautiful bold, I love the bold colours, but just imagine making that out of these colours. Wouldn't that look nice? It would look really beautiful. I'm looking at the fabric quantities you need. So this is saying sort of 25 by 86.5. So you should be able to get, that's the main piece, you should be able to get that out of one of these ½ metre pieces because it will be that width. So that's really lovely. Instructions are nice and clear. I'm just going to check in the back. Have we got, yes we have, we've got the templates. So all these templates here. And they are looking to me, yeah, they are all as sized. So you don't have to worry about increasing the sizes, they are the size you need. And I like the way they're colour coded. I don't know if you can see that, but they've got colours, so it's nice and easy. So again, the light box that I got today would be really handy for this, because you could lay this on and you could then yeah, this light box is, yeah, it's my new toy. I got that, and I got the Belfray steam iron that we had on a show recently as well. But all the patterns are in here, and I like the colour coding of them, so it's easy to see which bits go for which of the soft toys. So they're really lovely, and I just love the names of them and the way they've been done in these beautiful colours. There's also lots of nice tips as well, stitching techniques at the back here: chain stitch, running stitch, blanket stitch, whip stitch. So it's really good. Shows you how to do those things. Oh, how to sink a knot. So we've got a bug in a rug. Look at that! Isn't that lovely? That's for a little baby, so that it can hang on. Yeah, they'd chew the what would you call those things? Antennae. They'd chew the antennae, or at least my son would have done. That's what he used to do. He used to chew labels. Oh, flat and bite. Oh, you little mobile. Look how sweet. This is lovely to use remnants. So it's all things for children. Really lovely. Sebastian the Snail. That could be a doorstop. Yeah, Kat's just saying that could be a doorstop. If you've put some lentils in it, or rice in there, you could actually use that as a doorstop. That'd be a really cute doorstop. So there's lots of different things here, and obviously the tips and techniques on how to make it. A ladybug bag. That's so sweet. And oh, look at that. See, that quilt, look at that, garden quilt. Those lovely bright colours we've just been looking at would look so nice in a quilt. And it's a very simple design. It's just such a simple design. Lots of sort of rectangles and squares. So it would be easy to make. And I think there's a applique on there too. So nice and easy and fun to do. And then, of course, you hang it over the washing line and you've got a tent. A few years ago, I did a tent pattern, actually. A teepee pattern. So Princess Penelope. Oh, Drake the Dragon. So there's something for both. I'm going to be sexist again, aren't I? I mustn't do this anymore. I was going to say something for boys and girls. Of course, girls might like the dragon just as much. But there is something for all tastes, is what I should be saying. Just be aware, though, I mean, I've noticed here, and we had this on the pony before, that they've got buttons for the limbs so that you can move the limbs. If you're giving it to a small child, I wouldn't put buttons on, because they could too easily be pulled off and potentially swallowed. So just think about that yourself. You can't have Elliot the dragon, Elliot, because it's not alliteration. Yeah, Elliot the elephant you could be. Super Scotty. These are just so fabulous, they really are. And lovely fun designs, and you can just see nice soft polyester toy stuffing, which we sell on the website, of course. You could make these a lovely little gift. What a great gift if you haven't seen your grandchildren lately, because we haven't been able to, and you're going to see them. Wouldn't this be something you could make and take as a gift for them? One of these funky little designs here. And it will be so special. And, you know, you can use some of the lovely fabrics we've got on today, but you might have some in your stash as well. So you can use those. It's $15.99 for this book. If you're making them into memory toys, Kat's just saying you could actually use some of the old clothes. So you could actually use some of their old clothes if you've got them. Or you could use Grandad's old shirts to make something for grandson. You know, I think reusing our clothes and our textiles is a really good idea. So you can always do that with these. But they're just fun. And the design, so you might be using old clothes, but the designs are fun and young and a bit different. So this is a really sweet book. Lots and lots of patterns. Oh, loads have gone today, so congratulations if you've got yours. I think you'll be making lots of these. If you do want to watch the demo that Rachel did, it was on the 14th of March. So if you, go to YouTube to do that? Yeah, go to Sewing Street's YouTube. And then you can put in the date and then up will come. Here we are, we've got the elephant family. This is for you, Elliot. It's Elliot. No, well, because of E for E, you see, E for elephant. That's all I meant. There was no other thing. So really lovely, 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 lovely book. Oh, we're going to do... I'm trying to find the fabric that I'm being referred to. Which one? Ah, this is a traffic fabric. Oh right, it's called Teddy's on the Go, which threw me. All right, so it's from a range, but look at this. This would be so lovely for a little pair of shorts, a little pair of dungarees, a book, or if you're making a quilt, and you're going to make a quilt, because what I'm doing I should be careful when I say this because I haven't done it yet, but maybe if I say it, I'll have to. I'm making a quilt for one of my best friend's new grandson, which is a road. So quite similar to what we've got behind, really, and this would be lovely on the back. So that would be a lovely backing for it. Even on the back of the quilt we've got later, this would look really nice. Because it's such a beautiful print in itself, it would almost make it double-sided, wouldn't it, really? So this is really lovely. And it's just $3.99 for half a metre. So if you were thinking of it to do something like a quilt back, you would obviously need to buy multiples. But if you're thinking about a little pair of shorts for a little lad, little shirt, some really sort of cute little shirt, summer trousers, you wouldn't need any more than half a metre. This would be fine. And it's really, look, all of the traffic symbols. It's really good. Helps with their reading too, because it's got wording on it. So educational as well. How's that? Oh, so these ones, these are for big kids. So what we have this time is we have, again, they're all individual. Although we put them here as a group, they are all being sold individually, but we've got sort of 2 dartboards and 2 snooker. Let's go with the black dartboard first. Oh, apparently they're pool balls, not snooker balls, but we've called them snooker balls on the graphics. Oopsie daisy. Wait, we must be correct. But so if it says snooker, but yes, if you make it for your chap, don't call them snooker balls. So this one is this is dartboards. So this is fun. If you ever watch the darts on TV, this is the time to put this shirt on. So you put your shirt on and you can watch the darts. But you could make some funky things out of this. As I say, what you can imagine if you wanted to make, say, a wash bag. You could do that out of something like this. It makes it nice and different, and then you can use that. What's it? I always forget the name of it. Odie coat that you then put on to make it sort of waterproof. But you could buy a darts case and you could wrap it. You could make a darts case actually. You could make a darts case for the darts to put them in. So it's just making it a bit of fun, a bit different. And of course, shirts. Now we've also got this same design. So this is on a sort of dark charcoaly grey. We've got the same design on white. So this is it on white. I think I prefer this one, actually. I think I prefer it on the white. Is that the right way? Does it matter? I've got it upside down. I've got the 20 at the bottom. Even I know the 20 goes at the top. I'm quite good at darts, but I'm no good at finishing because you have to finish on a double. So I can go through, and it's not because I'm good, really, I'm just lucky. I can go through quite well. I'm not so brilliant at adding up the numbers beautifully, but I'm quite good at it if I didn't have to do a double at the end. We always used to play. We had it in our family house. We had a dartboard, and we always used to play, particularly around Christmas, which is when the big dart championships are on TV. And it used to be quite good fun to do, especially when you've had a glass or two. So stand back, because who knows when you're throwing those darts. Anyway, neither here nor there. This is a lovely piece of fabric, nice, good quality fabric. $6.99 for a half metre piece. I think it would make a fun shirt for anybody going to the darts. And then we've got some pool balls, which we've called snooker balls, but they are pool balls. And Elliot's going to tell the person who named them off. We're going to start with this one. I love this one as well, actually. I think this is really good. So, okay, so you're telling me that they're pool balls. Is it because they've got numbers on them? So stripes and dots, yeah. So when you play pool and you break, the first one that goes down is the one you do, isn't it? So if you pop down what happens if you pop a stripe and a dot? You can then choose. Okay. Just having a quick lesson. Oh yeah, these. So why do they? Oh, okay. So they have numbers on, so you can do them in order. Ah, so you have to pop them in order of number as well. But anyway, we're just having a quick lesson in pool. So this is, I love this. I like the white because it's quite fun colours, I think. Oh, look. Oh, yes, the green. Yes, indeed. Look at this. This almost like, it's like the table, isn't it? This green. It's the green of the table. So that's nice. Again, you can make some really fun things out of that. And just sort of have it as, it can be bags, it could be a shirt, it could be cushions, it could be anything you like really. It's a nice quality cotton, it's a bit of fun. Father's Day's coming up, maybe it's something we should think about for Father's Day. Something that's personally made for them. A lot of people like that. So we've got a lot in the basket. We've only got 15 metres left, so if you're thinking of this and you need to buy a sort of meterage of it, do think about that. We don't know when it'll come back in again, but as I say, great for Father's Day. So, and on that note, this is another one. Now this is a different fabric entirely. This would be quite nice. It's quite a sort of sturdy weight cotton. It's printed, so you can see the reverse. The pattern is printed, not woven into it, but it would make quite a nice robust backing. So I'm thinking picnic mat or something like that, and that would make a lovely backing. And wouldn't that be fun to go with that? Or that. Had that on the back. That would be nice. This fabric here, I don't think it would make a particularly good shirt because it's sort of quite crisp. And it wouldn't be necessarily soft against the skin. But if you like a crisp shirt, you can have a crisp shirt. But it would make quite a nice lining for a waistcoat or the back of a waistcoat or something like that, definitely. It would make that really nicely. If you're making a shirt out of this, say, you could make a pocket out of that, just to bring in some sort of checks to go with your things. So, this is another lovely piece, and again you can buy this as it is, as a ½ metre, or you can buy it in multiples in order to get a bigger piece. Let's look at these ones. So we've got Seaside and Brights. Let's go to the Seaside to start with. They're very limited. Now these are just little packs of fat quarters. Shall I open? We don't have. Oh right, we don't. I can't because these will be sold. This isn't a sample. This will be somebody. And you don't want it. I will have folded it up very beautifully. I promise you. But even so, you want it unfolded. So untouched. So you can just see what we have here is 5 different colours of blue. Fat quarters. So everybody knows, but I'll say it anyway. That's basically 1/4 metre, which is cut fat rather than from selvage to selvage. So it's more sort of squarish, it's a rectangle. So really nice, nice quite crisp cotton, sort of crafty cotton. And this is just £7.99 for the 5. And then we have the Brights. So these are always really useful to have in your stash because they make a lovely fabric to add for linings, for pockets, for edges, for borders, just to coordinate with some of the other fabrics. If you wanted to coordinate, let's say, with that, look at that. So you could have the main in that and then you can have linings in this. You can use this, if you had that as shorts, you could use one of these colours to make pockets, hems, waistbands. So they're great fabrics to have because they work so well. My hands are looking, I've got to shape my hands. My hands are looking, I'll have to put some hand cream on in a minute. Look at these, beautiful, love them. And always useful to have, £7.99 for a pack of 5 fat quarters. Then we're going to have a look at this funky fabric here. Oh, and we've got a special fabric coming up at the end of the hour. It's very special price. I don't know what it is yet, so I'll tell you when. I know what the fabric is, but I don't know what the price is. So look at this. This is Union Jacks. So when we're being patriotic, this is bunting. Or or the waistcoat. If you're going to go to last night of the proms, if we can do that this year, this is what you need to make your dress, your waistcoat, the back of the waistcoat out of. Hat, if you're going to be funky and wear a big hat, you could make it out of this. It's just fun. It's the Union Jack. Now I hope I've got it up the right way, because there is a right and wrong, isn't there, with the Union Jack? Is this the Union Jack or is this the Union flag? I never remember which one's the Union Jack and which one's the Union flag. Anyway, lovely. Definitely, Elliot's saying it's definitely the Union Jack. So this is nice. Nice quality fabric again. Feels good, feels nice. But you have the different blues, and it's almost like painted. It's not it is printed, obviously, but it sort of feels that it's been hand painted, because the way it's not rigid lines. So I think that's really lovely. It's a painted print. That's Elliot's wording, painted print. It is nice, it's nice, and you can, lots of fun things you can make out of that. So this was ½ meters. So again, if you wanted to buy multiples, don't forget that's easy to do. And then we're going to look at we've got some more fat quarters. These are tartan fat quarters. They're 100% polyester. I'm going to just squeeze one out of here carefully. So I'm getting permission. So you get 4 this time for £5.49. So this is where Elliot said this is more Scottish, because it's tartan. So this is £1.37 for a fabric quarter. This is a this is a crafting weight fabric. Sort of quite crisp. It feels almost linen-y. It's polyester, but it feels sort of it's got that feel to it. You know, that sort of harder feel. It's linen-y. But yeah, very good. Lovely piece there. That's one of the colourways. I'm doing it really carefully now, because I've got to put them away again. And then this one. So they're all tartans. Oh, the next one's nice. It's brushed. So this one is same sort of weight, same kind of feel to it as the previous one, but it's just a lighter blue. Sorry, just look at a mark on the back. So that's a nice one again. Again, it's easy to sew straight lines when you've got straight lines to follow. So this is really nice. And you can make, I mean, again, this can make some really sort of fun things. You could make pockets with it, and you can make nice square pockets easily. This one here, now this one is like a brushed cotton, but it's still polyester. Are they all polyester? But on one side it's very soft, and on the other side, so one side is sort of brushed and the other isn't. I don't know if you can see that particularly, but you can see on the other side it's sort of just fabric, but this side it's brushed. Too good for your gym jazz, yeah, but you'd have to buy quite a few packs. But it would make a lovely lining or backing on a picnic mat, because it's nice and soft. So that's a nice one. You can see I'm talking about picnics at the moment, because we're all looking forward to this, aren't we? Oh, have you got nice picnic spots? Have you really? Up here? Oh, okay. So I'll have to look at those when I'm up here in the summer. So look at this. I mean, I've got some lovely picnic spots where I live on the south coast, of course, including the beach. So here's another tartan. So this is like the first 3 that I was looking at. So this is another tartan, sort of similar. But you can mix them, you know. I mean, don't feel you should never mix them. And of course you can mix them with some of the plains. So you can sort of mix these, be bold. So you've got 4 in your pack at £5.49. So it's 4 in the pack for £5.49. So £1.37 a fat quarter. That's a very low price for those. Oh, we got final fabric of the, oh yes, Can I? Da-da-da-da-da. Look at this. Isn't this fun? I like this. We're going to have a good look. Look at it. Let me open it up. Again, lovely feel to it, this. This has got a nice feel to this fabric. So it's like, again, it's like a spot, but it's not a spot because it's little crosses. And it's got lots of colours in there. So it will team really well with all sorts of things, with plains, with some of the star fabrics we were looking at earlier. It goes well with that. So you can think about putting these together. You could put it with the popcorns. You can bring in the popcorn. You know, mixing prints now is good. It's a good thing to do. Great for kids, great for adults, great for crafts. It doesn't really matter. It's a really lovely piece. And the price today is just $2.99 a half metre. $2.99 for half a metre. So this is, I mean, that is a very, I mean, and it's good fabric too. It's a lovely weight of fabric. It's soft. It's cotton. Let me see, it's 100% cotton. And it's Treasure Island, X marks the spot, it says on the side. I like that. Isn't that nice? So it's lovely. So it's just this one colourway. It's 112 centimetres wide, which is probably 45 inches, something like that, 44, 45 inches. So it's a good width of fabric. Lovely for some, you know, you could make it for yourself, you could make it for a child, you could make it in cushion covers, you can use it for bindings, for sashing, for backing. There's so many things you could use this for. At that kind of price, I think I'd be tempted to get 3 or 4 metres and have plenty in your stash, because you could use it for the backs of cushions. You could have on the front, you could have stars, and then on the back you could have this. You could do envelope backs or zipped backs. So it's really good. It's a very good price. I promise you that's not a spider crawling across the table. If it was a spider, I'd be running. So that's really good. If you want to buy more than half a metre, go to the website, click add to basket, and then you see it appears in the basket, and then you just click the arrow for the multiples. So say you want 5, is it by metres on that thing? Because I can't, by half metre. So 5 half metres would get you 2.5 metres. So that's how you do it. So the numbers that you're pulling down on the screen there is by the half metre. So it's how many pieces but what you will get is a one piece. So you won't get lots of little pieces, which means it's great for anything if you want to do a big project with it. But as I say, at that kind of price, I'd be very tempted to just, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm going to put it in my basket anyway, because it's a sort of thing. It's a good quality cotton, and it will go with so many other fabrics, with plains, with spots, with stripes, with popcorn. It would go really beautifully with them. Look at that, you see? You can just put them with a stripe, so that's really good. So there's lots of things it goes with. Now, if you do want it, is it going to be the last day, did you say? All right. Half the stock has gone, and it is at $2.99, and this might be the last day. So if you've not tried Sewing Street before, if you're new to us today, this is certainly something that you might want to give a go. Good quality cotton fabric, half a metre for just $2.99. Amazing. A metre. So do check out your baskets. Don't forget the $3.95 post and package lasts all day. So if you want to then come back and see me with Emma in just a few minutes and buy something that she's made, she's got amazing patterns for quilters, then you check out again, but you don't pay P&P again. So that's really, really good. So I shall see you in just a few minutes. Get yourself a cup of tea, get ready, and we will start again with Emma. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi, welcome back. So for this amazing hour, it's amazing because we are joined by Emma. And I think you've been on quite a few times, haven't you?
Yes.
So I don't have to worry about introducing you because people will know who you are.
Yes.
You do look so lovely without your mask on. I mean, you look lovely with your mask on, but now I can see your whole face. We are a nice distance away, by the way, everybody.
Yeah.
But you do look beautiful.
Oh,
you look
thank
really
you. Scrub up well.
You scrub up very well. So for this hour, what we're going to do is we're going to bring you Emma's instructions. And you've got a bundle of 3 patterns. And you're going to show how to do one of the 3, aren't you?
Yes.
But what you've suggested is, so these are the 3 we've got here. If I move that out of the way. American hand piecing, which is the instructions, and they're very clear, all with lovely picture diagrams to show you how to do it. And this one you said is best for the beginners.
Yes, start with that one.
Start with that one, and then you can move on. Does it matter which one of these you'd move on to?
No, either one.
Either one.
Yep.
So you get all 3. So if you're a beginner, start with this one, and then you can move on to this one. If you're already quite competent, you can, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing this one anyway because it's a beautiful design, but you can move on to one of these 2. And the blocks I've got on the table in front of me are these 2 blocks. We've got the windmill and the weather vane block in front of me. The weather vane is
the blue one.
It's special.
Oh yeah, it is. Pardon me. So American, well, I'll call it American hand piecing, but in America it's like Chinese food, they just call it hand piecing.
Yes.
That's how I learnt to start quilting to begin with, is by doing it by hand. And the weather vane block was the very first block that I ever did. So it has a special place in my heart.
So it's got a special place in your heart.
Yeah, it does.
That's amazing that it was the first one you did. And that's this one, isn't it?
Yes.
This one here.
And the 2 blue ones, they're exactly the same pattern, only the fabric placement has changed.
Yes.
So you can see how much different you can make a block, how you can make it look totally different.
Just by where you use it, what you use. Yes. That, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it, with this? And we were talking earlier and you said you can use fat quarters for this. And we have got some fat quarters on the show in a minute. So you can actually use fat quarters, which makes brilliant use of fat quarters. If you want to get Emma's instructions, and we've never done this before, it is lovely that we're doing them today, because the thing is with these is once you've got the instructions, you can use them again and again and again, can't you?
Yes, and so the American hand piecing, what you show with all the different pictures, that is your fundamental instructions for how to actually do hand piecing. So it gives you all the instructions that you need to actually start with American hand piecing. And then the block ones are more of a, once you know that technique, this is the order of construction, basically, using that technique.
And that's what you're going to actually show us as well today, isn't it? Although you're actually going on the windmill one.
Yes.
So if you want these, so it's just $12.99 for all three of these. And what Emma's going to do is she's actually going to show us how she sort of put this all together. And we're going to use the windmill one. But let's quickly do the fat quarters first. Excuse me, I'm now going to cough as well. Excuse me 1 minute. Dust of the fabric, isn't it?
It is. I always find when I'm in the studio, it always gets
Then we just start. Sorry, I'm going to need to dry my hands as well. So quick, just talk amongst yourselves a minute. Right, which one shall we do first? So this is this one, isn't it? No, it's not. Oh, but it could be because it's very similar. Okay, but it's not. Right. These are the ochre fat quarters. You get 5. So these have been put together, $24.99 for all 5. So there's a mixture of sort of designer prints with solids, and they just go so beautifully together. Can you see? I mean, I can just mix them around. So you can imagine them in that windmill design. Move those out of the way. So that's the ochre. So that's $24.99, and you get 5 fat quarters. So that's 1.25 meters altogether. Then we have this one. So are these Liberty? So these are Liberty. You can tell, can't you, when you look at the designs? Look at these. And what's nice is you've got this plain in there as well, just to sort of break them up. So that if you wanted to put them all together, you can, but you can break them up with the cream just to make each one stand out beautifully. And in fact, you've used on your sample here, is this the one you've used? It is, isn't it, actually? On the sample in front of me here, the one we've got on the screen now, that's this pack that you've used. Yep. So that's really nice. You can see. Yeah. And I mean, obviously you get more than one block out of all of this, don't you?
So you probably, from a fat quarter pack, you probably get about 4 blocks. You might need to change where your fabric placement is. A little bit. But yeah, definitely at least 4 blocks from
So you could have 4 matching cushions, you could have 4 panels on a quilt, you could have a bag with one either side of it or something like that.
That would be nice. Yeah, that's so versatile. I mean, what I've done with the samples is I've got the cushion made, and then also just bound, and you can actually just put it up on the wall. You could have a nice little display of maybe 4 different blocks. Or
that would be nice,
whatever.
Wouldn't it? Oh, and you can just maybe sort of anchor them together with like rings or something, and so you kind of make a big one, but they're 4 different ones.
Yeah.
Of course, just a table centre.
Yeah.
Look, it's quite simple, isn't it? So that's really lovely. Let's get the next one so you can get on with your demo. Which one are we after? This one. Oh, I've just lost my cushion off my back. Again. Oh, this has only got 4. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh.
There should also this pack comes with a dark teal colour as well. So there should be 5 pieces, but somebody's nabbed it, and so we haven't got it here.
Oops.
Not me, honest.
Those are pretty.
So these aren't they pretty?
Yeah.
Look at that lovely floral one there.
Yeah.
That's really nice. But again, what's nice, look, is the plains go so well, don't they? All right, we've got the colours on the screen now, so you can see the
that would be
missing
nice.
one.
I see what you mean with dark teal. It's like a
Yes,
dark kingfisher, isn't it?
yes. So that would go nicely with these. So that's that one. So don't forget there is 5 pieces, even though I've only got 4 here. Next we have this one. So this is Liberty again. This is in the pinks. So you've got the 4 prints, and then as well as the 4 prints, you've got a plain so that you can mix it up and you can divide them if you wanted to, which looks quite nice like that if you just put it in between. It just makes the prints really stand out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do like a variety of, plain little
Yes,
prints.
exactly.
Big prints.
Exactly. So the smaller bits you can do with the smaller prints, bigger bits with the bigger prints. So that's really nice. Nice little cut. So again, you've got five pieces. So 4 of them are Liberty fat quarters, and then you've got the solid just to tie it all in. And then our final pack is the Moda. So again, we have 5 pieces. So this is from the Moda Folk Tales range. And this is the one, this is this one.
Yeah. That's the one I'll be demonstrating on as well.
So this is the one that will be demonstrated. Oh, you've got the finished sample to show, have you? Brilliant. So this is the finished sample. This is the one that you'll be demonstrating. This is the colourway you're using.
Yeah.
And again, you've got the 4 prints, and then we've got the plain that nicely goes with all of those, so that makes all of those colours really pop. So it's a really lovely range. Moda fabrics, as we know, really good quality fabrics. Fat quarters, 5 fat quarters for, seriously, £16.49? £16.49 for 5 fat quarters. Really lovely. So, American hand piecing.
Yes.
I know you're teaching that at Festival of Quilts.
I am.
But I want a preview.
Okay. Yeah, you can get that. Yeah, I will be doing it in person. So if you want to come see me do it in person and learn in person, but it is. So I know you said earlier, I don't want to say this about it, but you're like, hand sewing. And I get that so much, actually. I'm like, why? Why would you ever? And
Why would you do that?
I know. But I've had quite a few converts. I've had quite a few converts from people who also do EPP, so English paper piecing, do this method and say they prefer this method over the English paper piecing. Now, I have to admit, I haven't done English paper piecing myself, only because I looked at it and I probably feel the same way you do about hand sewing in general. It looks like a lot of faff. But this way, I find, is a lot simpler. Then you don't have any paper cards that you have to have inserted. There's less waste. So actually from those fat quarter bundles, you'd be surprised how much you can actually get made using this method, because there's very little waste.
That's an exciting thought. To be fair, I have actually started doing more hand sewing.
Okay.
But combining it with machine sewing.
Yeah, I do both. I have to admit, I do both. What I love about hand sewing, this is the last thing I'll moan, well, not say moan, but gush about. I love how portable it is.
Yes,
so
indeed.
I actually have my little tin. So this is one of my projects that I've got ongoing. I've actually just got hexes hand sewn. So I get all of my fabric marked and prepared, and I've got quite a few hexes in here that I can get done. And I just take it with me. So I actually do it in the car if my hubby's driving.
I was going to say, please not while you're driving.
No, not while I'm driving.
Got one of those cars that drives itself when you're sitting.
That would be, that's my dream of the future. But I've done it in airports, waiting for planes. Yeah, I just take it with me.
I know, this is...
Sit in front of the telly.
Definitely, definitely.
And also, when we did used to be able to get together with groups of quilts, it was so nice to have a hand-piece project to take to a quilting group. You don't have a big sewing machine sit in front of you and the person, so you can have a nice chat and it's nice and relaxing. So I love that.
Yes, I love the box it's in.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, this was a gift.
Was it?
Yeah.
I was thinking, you could
Very
make
useful.
that. Some of the fabrics we've been looking at this morning, you could make that.
Yeah, I love that box. Yeah.
Anyway,
give it to me.
so you're using these template plastic
I am. So
as well, which we've got on the website.
yes, if I talk about tools quickly, all you need for hand piecing are, well, a couple of pairs of scissors, so a fabric pair of scissors and a non-fabric. So you want something that you can cut your plastic with, or paper or card with, that you don't want to cut your fabric with. Thimble is crucial, and I do recommend a thimble Find one that you like though. I have certain types I like. I also have one that's open for when I did used to have nails. It goes over the nails. But finding a comfortable thimble, hand sewing needles, thread, template plastic, definitely, pencil or fabric marker, so a friction pen would work.
Yes.
And then also this piece of kit I absolutely love.
Yeah, I love that too. We were saying that, and I was telling you that was the fabric I made my dress out,
Oh,
but
yeah, yeah,
shrunk
yeah.
because I didn't wash
This
the
one.
fabric
Yeah.
first. But these are fantastic, aren't they?
They are.
Particularly as you're saying, when you're going away to classes and things like that.
is
So it's a
handy.
portable size.
But what I love about it is the sandpaper in it.
Yes. Now,
And-
can I just interrupt quickly?
Yeah,
we
yeah,
don't
yeah,
have
go
it in
for
the
it.
colour that you've got there.
No, this is my, yeah. This
So
is my
what
own
we
one.
have it in is this colour here. Try and
Equally
take the dots
beautiful.
off, which is equally beautiful.
And useful.
And a bit of fabric in the middle of it. Just so please continue.
Perfect.
That's
So
the one
why
we've got.
I'm excited about the sandpaper in here is you've got templates in your instructions. So this is the weather vane one. So you can see there's the shapes. You need to trace off, oh, if I put it here, you'll be able to see. Maybe. Trace off your shapes that are in the pattern exactly onto the template plastic. So this is gridded, so it makes it really easy just to line up.
Now, because I'm on a mission today,
Yes.
if you used a light box, would that help?
Not really.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm trying to get a light box into every hour.
Okay, sorry, not for this one. I mean, I
'Cause
do
I've
love a
got
light
one.
box, but yeah. The reason no is because your template needs to be quite sturdy.
Yeah.
So what you can do is template plastic. When I first started, because I literally had no money, I actually used cereal box cardboard to make my templates from.
Yeah.
You do have to refresh them quite often because the ends get dog-eared and they're not as accurate. But I actually have a little baggie of templates that I've made from template plastic, probably some pieces in there like 20 years old,
Yeah.
because you can reuse them so often. But you definitely need that. Trace out your shapes exactly. Now the lines will actually be your sew lines, so you don't need to add anything to your templates, but trace them out exactly as they are,
Right.
the shape that they are. And then you actually use those to mark your fabric. So if I show you here, and this is where the sandpaper comes in.
Can you move it very slightly to the right, because it keeps going underneath the messages and things on the graphics on the left. So if you just shove it over to the right a bit. That's it,
There we
brilliant.
go. Okay. I'll shift.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. No problem. Okay. So I've got my fabric right side down, wrong side up. And then you'll need to first determine what fabrics you want to use where.
Right.
And it does say in the instructions how many shapes of that particular you need for, so if I show it on here, that you need for each one. So if I put it here, yeah, this way, we'll probably see. I don't know if you can see this bit. This actually shows your weather vane block, and then each template is labelled with a letter, and it tells you how many of each letter that you need. So you can work out how
So then
many.
you can decide which
Yeah.
fabric you use for which
For where.
one. Did you say earlier that, that for the next one, that you kind of like make a little key code?
Yes, yeah, that'll be the next one.
Okay,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
I think that's a really good idea actually.
Yeah.
So remembering which one's which.
Exactly, because I
You
don't.
watch it at 11 and you'll
Yeah,
find out what we're
I don't
talking
like
about.
to think. I like to think once and get it done, and then not have to think again after that.
Well, I always think
Definitely.
it's really good. It's like when you're doing dressmaking, I always suggest that you mark the layout you're following, with a
Oh.
star or something, because if you get interrupted, go and make
Yes.
tea, answer the door, come back and start following a different layout, you could end up with wrongly cut pieces.
Yes,
So it's the same
that's a
kind
good
of thing,
idea.
really,
Yeah, yeah,
isn't it?
definitely. Have a system. Develop a system.
Okay, so you haven't put that right on the edge because you're going to need seam allowances? Is that right?
Yes, thank you. So, because I'm drawing the sew line, you're going to need to leave at least 1/4 of an inch around the edge, 1/2 an inch between each shape.
Yes,
When
so
you're
you've got
marking
1/4
it.
of an inch for each shape,
Yeah. Now, when I do triangles, I try to nestle them as much as possible. This is where the very little waist comes in. So you'll see on the other bit that I've done. So I'm just going to put this on here because I need I think there's about 16 of these I need for this pattern. I'm not going to do all 16 because I've already done them. I just want to show you. And Doing it on the sandpaper helps for two reasons. One, the sandpaper actually grips the fabric so that when I get to the corners of my template, the fabric isn't shifting very much. It's quite accurate.
Which is important, of course.
Yeah, because I'm using a pencil, the little bit of grit that's here, because it is quite fine, is actually helping the lead come off the pencil. Because it's a little bit rough, it makes it easier. It's not as smooth.
Now, you're just using a regular pencil.
I'm just using a regular pencil.
And that's on the stitching line. Does that matter?
No. If you are
Will it wash
concerned, it does tend to wash out. You don't tend to see it because it's right in the seam anyway. If you are concerned because you're using mostly white or light fabrics, friction pens work well as well.
Because they will iron off.
They will iron off, and even if you do see a faint line, which sometimes it can happen on fabrics, it's in the sew line. You're not going to see it, so it's not a problem. For some dark fabrics, so if you're using like a navy blue solid, which is dark on both sides, I would use like a white or a yellow sort of quilting pencil, water-soluble quilting pencil, so that you can see it a little bit better. Because the dark fabrics can be a bit hard to see.
You can use very fine chalk pens as well, particularly ones with the serrated, you know, with the powder in them.
The only thing I'd wonder is how easy it rubs off, because you do want it to be fairly, not fairly permanent, but
the ones with the
substantial.
serrated blades, they're really good actually. They kind of best give you a dust line, but it is still there when you sort of blow the loose dust off. The only thing possibly is going around the actual sharp corners might be trickier.
So I'll leave that as it is. That's what you do with all your shapes. I've already got the pink one done, so you can see on the pink one how I've arranged all of my shapes. Maybe you can see that. It's a little bit faint. Oh, you can kind of see that.
You can see it, I think, yes.
Yeah. So at least half an inch. I do a little bit more. I kind of eyeball it, and I've been doing this for about, what?
Exactly.
Try to think.
2, 3 years?
25. So, you kind of get a system, but however you want to do it makes sense to you. And then what I do, rather than, when I've got all my block done, like my hexes, rather than cutting them all out individually and having them there, I tend to leave them on the fabric and cut them as I need them, basically.
Okay, right, yeah.
The only time I don't do that, and I will show you, is when I very first go to make a block. So for one of these blocks, for instance, what I always recommend is once you've got all your pieces drawn out that you want to make up the block, next thing is to actually recreate that block. One, to make sure that you actually like the colours where they are, and two, to make sure that you've got enough pieces cut out for all that you need of that particular fabric. So if I start, this is where also it helps to orientate yourself to how that block is going to be put together.
Yes. So I think if you've got a cutting board or something that you could put it on, because it'd be nice to keep it there all the time you're going to sew, so a tea tray or something, but so that if you have to move it off the dining table to serve dinner, you haven't got to recreate it each time.
What I recommend is a picture. Take a picture on your
take
phone.
a picture of it.
Yeah.
Modern times.
Yeah. So, would you take a picture?
What do you take a picture with? One of those newfangled cameras?
I take so many pictures on my phone of quilt layouts, and like once you set all your blocks out, like taking a picture. One, to make sure, do you like it? Because it's a lot easier to see on your phone when it's a small picture. Is that actually pleasing to you?
Yes,
rather than seeing it in person.
Because you can see the whole thing.
Yeah.
I know, I must admit, I do the same thing. And most of my photos on my phone are samples and stitch samples and technique samples. I don't do a lot of photographs of, not that we've been going out and doing much anyway, have we? But
no, we haven't. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking for I forgot.
So this is why you were saying earlier you don't use a rotary cutter, because of the way you've tried to be frugal with your fabric there.
Yeah.
You would find it difficult to cut round all the shapes, wouldn't you, in between them?
It would be, yeah. So I do tend to just use scissors, and like I said, I'm just roughly cutting, so I've got at least 1/4 of an inch around each shape. I will trim them up after I've sewn them anyway, so that all of my seam allowances are neat. but if you go wider rather than smaller,
Yes.
it is better. Although, having said that, my very first quilt, I think I had some fabrics given to me and I struggled to get the amount of pieces that I needed. So I think some of them have maybe an 1/8 of an inch seam
goodness.
allowance, but it's still holding together. And that was made in '93. So, and it's been washed to death. So it actually holds up.
Okay, so
better
you
than
youngsters
think.
in the gallery, be quiet.
They were born.
One of them was just born that year, one of them wasn't born.
Oh my God, so I have a quilt older than them. Okay, yes.
You still have it, you're saying? You still have the quilt?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is proper work. So did you make it in the States?
Yeah.
So are you from the States?
No, I'm actually from Peterborough.
Peterborough.
Yeah. I know, my accent, yeah, John
It's a bit
teases me.
strange.
Yeah, it is a bit strange. I've
It's
lived a bit
nice,
all
though.
over. Oh, thanks.
I like it. It's it is a bit of a mixture accent, isn't it?
So I
See,
grew
I
up-
think I haven't got one until I hear myself speaking and I hate it.
Aw.
I sound too London and I've never lived in London.
Here we go. That's how we
Yeah,
start.
you do, Elliot. You sound from your Birmingham. I like the
Yes.
Birmingham accent.
Yeah.
actually.
No, he definitely does sound Birmingham. Sorry, I'm trying to find all my bits I had.
So having cut them out, you'll just sort of place them as the design, and the design is in front of you on your instructions, isn't it?
Yes,
So you can do that fairly easily. Which one are we doing? Are we doing the weather vane?
the weather vane.
Right, that's that one.
Yeah.
So in fact, if I turn it over, you can see the sort of finished design on the back there, or you can see it on the sample on the screen there. Now, just also being pedantic, you're using a plane,
Yes.
and therefore you could inadvertently sew the wrong sides together. Do you mark the wrong and the right side, or not bother too much?
I don't find there's much difference between the plane.
I'm just thinking when you're putting triangles together, you could put them together wrongly if you don't pick up each piece bit by bit, sort of thing.
I don't think I. But they're all marked on the
On the front, because they've got the
on the back.
stitching
Yeah.
line.
Okay.
On the back, yes. Don't worry about it. That's,
Okay.
You don't need to do that then, because they are all marked.
So I'm already seeing, not saying a mistake, but I'm already seeing something that I've missed. So you'll see.
This is why it's good, obviously, to lay it all out.
Yes. I'm also doing a slightly different colourway to, well, not say colourway, same colourway.
But you're using the pieces in a different way.
Yes, different fabrics. And it will be bigger, don't worry, it will, because it's roughly put together, it will be bigger than,
Than the finished piece,
Finished
because obviously
piece.
you've got to take your 1/4 inches off everything, haven't
yes. And then
you? But if you
these.
look at the back of your pattern instructions, so for this
Oh,
one,
here they
is there just 3 shapes then?
Yeah,
Just 3
yes,
simple
just the
shapes?
3. So,
And are these 100%?
yes,
size?
they are to scale, so they
Yeah.
are exactly what you need. They don't need to make them bigger or smaller, they're exactly as is, so you can just trace them off.
That's really good. Oh, we've had a message for Emma.
Oh,
What does it say? Emma, you're the best quilter ever.
oh,
You totally inspire me. And did you make your dress?
oh.
If yes, what pattern?
Gotcha. Oh, bless you. Thank you. I wouldn't go to that extreme, but thank you very much. No, actually, this top, it's a bought one. I've had it for a little while. Actually, yeah, I have had it. It has I don't know, it's my go-to top when I don't know what else to wear.
It's very nice, and I like the hemming on it. It's like rolled hem.
It is. I think I got it from Debenhams in the sale.
Elliot wants you to do a twirl.
Oh, there you go.
He's very pleased, thank you.
I bought it in Debenhams in Edinburgh on our 10th wedding anniversary because I didn't have anything to wear for that night for dinner. So it was a last minute, but very well made purchase.
It is, and it is one of those, as you say, you can dress up or dress down, and it's a go anywhere top,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's very nice. So you do look lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, so at the moment we've put the graphics back on for the
Oh,
pattern
good.
pack.
Okay.
So don't forget you get all 3 of these patterns in there. Lovely clear instructions and the templates. So the American hand piecing is how to do it, and that gives you the star. And then having learned all the techniques, so that's obviously a bigger little booklet here because it's got all of the instructions on how to do it all. And then you then get the other 2 patterns, which is more about the layout and the templates and the sewing order. So these are, for beginners, start with the first one. Or if actually, even if you're not a beginner, but you're new to American hand piecing.
Yes, and it's like I said, in America they just call it hand piecing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like we call up chips French fries.
Oh yeah.
They don't call them French fries in France, do they?
No, they
I
just
think
call
why.
frites. They're very delicious in France.
They are actually, yes, they are.
So that is my block recreated. It's like a little jigsaw. Well, fairly big jigsaw.
So that's when you take a photograph.
Yeah, take a photograph.
And then having done that, you don't have to leave it. I mean, I would still be tempted to try and leave it like that and then pick up the bits I'm sewing and then put,
Yeah, you can do that, and because it can be done. I mean, I think I did my first block in a day, but then I was a bit obsessed at that point. I'm like, I just want to get it done. But yeah, it's always good to take a picture, but also, like I said, if there's any placement here that you don't like, now's the time to change it. So if you didn't like one of the fabrics and where they are, it's easy to just take them out and do 3 more or 4 more of that particular shape.
So is that shape the same as the outside shapes? So could you swap them over?
Okay.
Or are they different shapes?
You can swap them over. So you could swap these and these. These are the same. But then you'd end up with...
Yeah, so you end up with, yes.
So basically a rectangle. Or,
yeah. But you can have a little play around, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. But this, like I said, you can see what it's going to look like and make sure you've got everything that you need. So I am now going to
Okay, so I know this is not the idea, but we have been asked a question.
Oh.
If you've cut with 1/4 of an inch, as you have done, you've cut with 1/4 of an inch, could you do it on a machine?
You could.
I said, not me asking.
Yeah. No, you could if you absolutely really wanted to, you could. And I actually have done them, cut them with a rotary cutter. If you can work out the shapes, how to cut them with a rotary cutter, you can also do it that way. But yeah, if you've marked out the template, you just got to make sure that you line up your seam lines. And yeah, I think I probably have done it actually on the machine when I've been either under the gun or needed something quickly. All right, so now you've done that, there is a certain order of doing everything. So basically, all you need to sew there's flying geese units, which is the big triangles. So the bit where you start is in the middle. There we go. So it's this unit right here. This unit right here. That's the one that you start with.
Okay.
In the middle. And to do that, I've got one big triangle, one small triangle. I'm going to sew this side. Now, this is where you might need to come in a little bit close. I'll move that out of the way so that, you can see. So what I'm doing, I want to match up my corners. So I am putting my pin directly in the corner of my small triangle, right through there. And I'm going to put the pin through the corner of my big triangle so that my corners are now all lined up. Now what I want to do is try and lay this seam line, this sew line, on top of that sew line, because you want them to match up directly on top of each other. So what I do is, I'm pushing my pin through maybe about 1/2 inch, and I'm going back into my seam line on this side, and I want it to poke up through my seam line on this side, so that I've got about 1/2 inch there, where I know my corner and my seam line is completely lined up on both sides. And that's how I pin that. Now I just need to get some thread. Now with your thread, because it can be, although I think cats put the big-eyed needles in. Try and cut your thread at an angle, so you'll have a slightly pointed end. And then when you thread it, if you have trouble threading your needle going one way, just flip it around so that the eye is facing the other way, and try it from that side, because one side of the eye is slightly bigger than the other just because of the way they're made. So if you have trouble threading your needle,
the other thing which you should do, if you know the old thing, you wet the thread and put, you shouldn't actually, because it makes the thread expand, so you wet the needle, but not by putting it in your mouth. Like that. So yeah, you just wet the needle. Yes, don't put it in your mouth. Or if you're saying for somebody else, use a sponge.
Yeah. You wet the eye.
Yes, wet the eye of the needle. And that's
wicks
the same
it
on
through.
sewing machine needles. If you can't use your auto needle threader, again, don't put your tongue down to the sewing machine needle.
Now, to get started sewing, so I've got my thread on there. I'm going to do the same thing on this end to get started as I kind of did with my pin. So I've got my needle, I've poked it through the corner on this triangle, and I've poked it through directly on the corner on this triangle. Now this is a little bit where it might take you might have a better way of doing it, or it might take you a little bit of practice to do it the way I do, but this is basically how I make sure everything is lined up before I start sewing. So I'm going to do the same thing, poke my needle through about 1/2 inch. I'm going to push it down through the sew line. I want it to come up through the sew line on this side, so about 1/2 inch from the corner. And then
just, if you can look every now and then, make sure it's not with the graphics. That's it, brilliant.
Perfect. So now I'm all set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this corner of the fabrics, both of them together, between my thumb and forefinger, not holding the needle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the needle through and the thread all the way through. So the only thing holding that fabric together is my finger and my thumb. Now, starting at about the place where my needle came out, I'm going to start sewing a running stitch in that direction. So into the corner, about 1/2 inch. And I'm going to do my very last stitch so my needle comes out at the corner.
So it's just a little running stitch,
Just
not a back stitch?
Just a tiny running stitch. I've got maybe about 3 stitches on there, 3 or 4 stitches on there. And then I'm going to pull that through, and I'm going to pull it through until my thread has a tail of about 1/2 inch. So I've got that bit done. Now I'm going to start sewing back the other way to sew my seam.
Oh, okay.
And what that does, I mean, you can do a back stitch. A lot of times the hand piecing will tell you just do a back stitch. I like this method because I find it holds it a bit more securely because you've got a few more stitches in there.
Yes.
I call that a running back stitch. I don't know if that's something I've made up or it's an actual thing, but that's what I call it. And then I just sew.
When I've done hand stitching in the past and it asks for a back stitch, I often do running stitch one way, running stitch the other to fill in the gaps.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Rather than do a back stitch.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing, not being an expert hand stitcher.
Some hand stitching. Now I want to make sure, just keep my eye on, that I'm going through the sew line on this side, so both lines. And if it is a little bit off center from each other, just rub the fabric between your fingers to align them up. But you want to keep an eye on it as you're sewing. So I tend to just move the fabric backwards and forwards. And then when you've got a needle full of stitches, then I just pull it through. And you want it to be kind of taut, especially there's no loops in the corner, but not super tight. You don't want it scrunched up. And then when I start off my next one, then I do just one little back stitch. So I just start my needle just maybe 1/8 of an inch behind where my thread came out. And again, just running stitch.
So
all the way along.
quilters, because we've got the sort of big-eyed needles, which is great for threading and things, but if you use quilters needles, they're often shorter, aren't they? And that's because you can go in and out more easily with them, isn't it?
Well, I find even hand quilting, I tend to use sharps because I don't like a short needle because I can't quite grip it, and I always quilt with a hoop. So the short needles, I can maybe get a stitch or two on it, and I find them difficult. So I tend to hand sew and hand quilt using sharps generally. But that's just my personal preference. It's finding the tools that work for you, basically.
Exactly. And there's so many choices. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah. Oop, more looped up. So you continue that way. So I'm going to do another little back stitch. And the little back stitch is what they do because you've got quite a long seam there. It just helps to anchor your stitching in. Because if you just did a running stitch all the way along, it could, the fabric could move along that thread.
And you're using a cream thread here, and obviously when you're using a mixture of fabric colours and prints, is there a thread colour you recommend?
I tend to use anything sort of neutral. I mean, this is quite a cream colour, or pale grey would work, or even a sort of a darker beige. Just anything that's going to blend generally with all your other fabrics. If you are doing mostly sort of a navy or a black fabric, you want something that's going to be a lot darker so that you don't see the white. If you use a white thread, it'll be obvious.
Yeah.
It's not super obvious because there won't be that much tension on your seams to really stretch it out. Not like if you're doing like foundation paper piecing or something. But yeah, it is a good idea to sort of match. So it generally blends. And I find white is the least blendy, if you want to use a word, of the threads. So
definitely an off-white or cream,
or even a pastel,
or beige, or
You'd be surprised. I do the machine quilting, and you'd be surprised how just a peach or a very pale green or a very pale grey or pale blue will blend so much better in a quilt than a cream or a white. It will just sort of disappear into the
much
colours.
more easily.
Yeah.
I notice you're not locking off the stitches.
No. Thanks. I missed that bit. So what I did, and I don't know if you can see here, so I did my running stitch all the way to the corner. We were talking, I got distracted.
Sorry.
And then once I got to the corner, I just did a little running stitch back. So what you end up with is a running stitch to the corner this way, and then you sew all the way along doing your back stitch, and then when you get to this corner you do another little running stitch back and then cut off maybe about 1/2 inch of thread there. But don't worry if you aren't catching it, because it is all in the hand piecing instructions, and it's all in there with illustrations and photos. And now I'm just sort of eyeballing 1/4 inch seam allowance, cutting it just like that. And then what I tend to do is finger press, or if you have a seam roller.
You don't have any in stock at the moment, but keep an eye on that.
You can just do a little seam roller. Eventually I will press them. Pardon me, you can press them properly with an iron once you've got the unit actually done. Or sometimes it's fiddlier, is once the block is done then I press it, but it's easier to do them as single units before you move on to the next step. So I'm going to do, so you would then, I'm just going to pin this on so we can get to the next bit, which is more important.
So this is the rest of your flying geese unit, isn't it?
Yes.
Or part of it. We've got another question.
Oops.
Oh, what's the size of the finished block?
They are 12 inches. 12 inches. So pretty standard. I'm getting coffee again.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a quick slurp of water. It is. It's the fibres, isn't it? It's the fabric fibres.
Yeah.
So a 12-inch block is, it's very versatile, isn't it? For quilts, for cushion covers, for bags. It's lots and lots of uses. It's quite a standard size, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's quite nice.
So is that? That's
I've added borders on.
You've added borders, because I was going to say that's that bit in the middle there, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's basically the 12-inch bit here. and then you've added borders. And have you done all that by hand as well?
No, I had to play on my long arm machine.
Oh, good.
With some patterns I haven't tried yet, so that was one of them that I tried.
I love the circles.
Yeah, I think that one came out really nice.
Yes.
So let me just get
So what long arm? And other brands are available. What long arm quilt have you
I have
got?
an Innova.
Do you know what make that is?
It's
Innova?
Innova.
Is the make of it?
Yeah.
And is it a huge one?
Yeah, it takes up, so I've got, it takes up a double bedroom, like the whole width of a double bedroom. So the frame is, I think, 10 feet wide, and the throat, I think it's 18 or 20, I think it's 20 inches wide. Yeah, it must be 20 inches at least, or 22.
New, did you say?
It's 22.
So you're having fun learning to use it?
Yeah, well, I've had it for about 4 years now. Yeah, it is. It's nice. It's one of those things where I'd always thought, oh, when I win the lottery, and then one day I'm like, well, that's not actually going to happen. Yeah. So let's just find another way of actually making it happen.
Yes.
And it was a decision, do I buy a new car or do I buy a sewing machine? So the sewing machine won.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy though? That's, they're kind of equal prices nowadays.
Yes.
But anyway, what are you doing? Because we're chatting.
I'm just repeating exactly what I did on the first side.
Oh, right, to add the other.
To add the other side.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I'm just doing it quickly so we've got time, because the next step I want to show you is how to go around seams, which is another way of anchoring, just to make everything a bit more sturdy.
Brilliant.
So
unfortunately, the plastic templates have sold out. So if you've got yours, congratulations, because they are useful.
They are useful. Like I said, I've got a baggie of, because you don't throw them out once you've got them.
Yes.
A lot of the shapes.
Do you write on them what size they are or anything like that?
I
suppose you could do.
You could do, yeah. And actually, once you've got the templates made for the weather vane, I think you only need to make one more for the windmill weather vane. There's only one slightly different one.
Yeah.
There we go.
So that's just fixing the second little triangle in place, isn't it?
Yep, to finish my flying
So all
geese
these
unit.
instructions are in the instruction pack, the
Yes.
bundle. So you've got the 3 patterns in the bundle.
There we go.
We started with hundreds and we haven't got 100 left anymore.
Oh, wow.
So which is really good, so it's good that
good.
people are
Yes.
going to get them.
And in the hand piecing instructions, you actually also get kind of a bonus block, a little 6-inch sawtooth star block, which is also very versatile, that you can do lots of things with. But it's a little addition. So to start off with, you cover all the techniques that you need in that little 6-inch sawtooth star, and then you can move on to the bigger blocks.
This is good, and all of the instructions are really clearly illustrated so you can see what you're doing.
Right.
I think it's a lovely way of showing off small bits of fabric and some of your stash, or to. I mean, if you're only going to make one, you've got so much left from your pack of fat quarters. You've got lots of other things you can do with those. So really handy.
Perfect for scrappy quilts as well. Right. So
we've got that.
Yes. The next thing you do is to add your 2 squares. You're going to sew your squares together, and then they're going to go together like that to make a unit that looks like that. So you're going to need 4 of these all together. So I'm going to sew this together, and now you see I've got some seams that are going to be joining. So I've got a seam line here, and then I've got all of these little seams. Oh, can't see. Sorry, I'm chasing it. Here. So I'm going to show you how to deal with all these seams here in the middle. So I'm going to pin this exactly the same way I did before.
Don't worry, Elliot will follow you.
Yay. So I'm going
So
from corner to corner.
pinning corner to corner through the stitch line.
Yeah, and then 1/2 inch through the stitch line. There we go. And then I'm going to do the same thing at this corner. So if you had a whole line, so eventually you'll have a whole line of seams that you need to join together. I put a pin at every point. So I'm going to put pins through the point of this triangle and pin it to here. So then your points are all pinned together.
Yes, I always match the seams before the outer edges, because you can tweak if you need then, can't you?
Yeah. But it all should, because it's all marked out very accurately. That's one thing I love about hand piecing, is how accurate it all comes out, because you literally sew on the sew line. There's no, like when you're sewing with a sewing machine, invariably some of the fabric shifts one way or another, and it's not always easy to get such accurate corners. But with this, I find you have a lot more control.
The other thing I learnt the other day actually was when you cut your thread, this is from my friend Jenny Raymond, when you cut the thread off the reel, you should thread through the eye of the needle the first end, not the cut end.
Oh yeah, I do it the opposite.
Because it stops it twisting.
Yeah, so what I do is I thread the needle with the cut end, and then I pull my needle all the way through to the other end. So same thing,
but doing it a different way round.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
yes.
didn't know that, because I use if I'm doing a lot of hand sewing, I actually use wax.
Oh yeah.
And I
love
put it through wax.
Yes,
and
I do
that
like that.
stops it from
Use wax.
tangling.
I like that for hand quilting.
Yeah.
Definitely. So I'm just going to start off. I'm going to stop when I get to this point to show you all the bits, but the starting off is exactly the same. So I'm pulling my thread through. I'm going to do my back running stitch.
So I'm interested that you don't actually do a knot or a stitch on the spot at any time. You just leave a little half-inch thread tail because you've gone back over the stitching. That's interesting.
Yeah, it saves a lot of time. It also saves, I mean, if you're going to be quilting over it, you don't want to be encountering a knot when you're hand quilting through your thread as well. I mean, through your piece, finished piece. So it just makes it nice.
I've just got 5 minutes left.
Oh, okay. I'll speed sew.
It is very relaxing, and that's why I keep going quiet, because I'm just actually fascinated myself. It is a very mindful way of sewing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've been saying that I do quite a lot of machine sewing, using decorative stitches and things like that. But then I add some hand sewing, and I quite like that, another dimension.
Yeah.
And it's my excuse for watching films on an afternoon,
Yes.
because I am still working.
Yes. Oh, I can't watch telly without doing something with my hands.
Yes.
Right, so I am at the middle now. I've done sewing there. Now, what you're going to basically do is sew a circle around all of those seams. So it's like if you imagine you're sewing through pages of a book. So I'm going to put my needle through here and come up into the corner on that side.
So have you refolded it?
No, it's the same. I've just opened it up a little bit. So my needle is going from here to here.
Okay.
So you put it through. Now do the same. So it's just traveling, sewing kind of. So I'm going from this corner to this corner. And you'll be making tiny little stitches because you're not going through the same hole. So it's just to anchor that point down. So nothing shifts. I'm going from corner to corner. Again, corner to corner, and eventually you'll end up where you started. That's my first seam. If I go back there, now I am where I started from. So I'm just going to go through these two once again, so I can get to the next seam. So there, and again, this is all the instructions, so don't panic if you're not following. Read the instructions when you get them. and maybe re-watch the video,
Yeah.
and it'll all make sense, I promise. Now I've done
I
that.
always suggest that you read the instructions through before starting,
Yeah.
just to kind of get your head into it and
Into it.
you know, sit and have a coffee. And if it's nice and sunny, do it outside. You know.
So now that's all done, I can just continue my seam as before. And you want to do that every single time that you come across a join like that. And what it does is it just makes that sewing a lot more sturdy. It keeps your point nice and connected and tight. So it just adds to the accuracy as well.
So when you've done that, that's your first unit. Do you then put that one down and do another one the same?
Yes. You don't have to do it that way. You can construct it however you want. Once you get the idea of how it's constructed and how to do it, it'll sort of come to you intuitively. Like, oh, okay, I need to sew these bits together. I don't want it to be repetitive and boring by any means. So if you've done one unit, like, okay, I want to do something different, there are other parts of the quilt that of the block that you can start sewing at this point. There are other flying geese units, half square triangle units that you can sew. So I've got a lot of those done, so I'll show you, forgot in the last minute or so, how it would all go together. There we go. So I'll leave that untrimmed for now. I'm going to shift all my bits. So you'll end up with 4 units that look like this. And then this one, like that, like that. Oh, I've sewn it wrong. Okay, so invariably that should be there. So I did it wrong, so I flipped that around. So don't do what I do.
But you've got the idea of it, though.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there's that. I would actually sew all those together to make one big square. And then you've got flying geese units that go, there we go, chasing on the side, and half square triangle units. That go as so. So once I've got that square made, I would then do a strip of these, sew that onto there, and this
So
one
you're
onto
sort of
there.
building it up, aren't you,
Mhm.
from the inside out?
Yep. There we go, like that.
Yeah, this is looking great.
Cool.
It's all
Perfect.
coming together.
Yeah, and
So
then
you've got an hour in a minute to sit and put your feet up, so I expect
Do
it's
some more.
finished.
yeah, and then you've got that other flying geese. So I would have a strip there.
Yes.
Once this is all done, then you've got a strip there that's identical, and then you just sew those two together. So yeah,
And just build it all up.
yeah. So
So thank you ever so
You're
much.
welcome.
You make it look easy, and I know it is in a way once you follow the instructions, which are very clear in
Yeah.
these lovely leaflets. We know that you're a brilliant teacher. Well, indeed,
bless you.
didn't that lovely lady say? She said that message.
yes, thank
So
you.
if you want to get her instructions at home, then this is the first time we've ever offered them as instructions only. So it's brand new to Sewing Street today. And you get the 3 sets. So the first one, the American hand piecing, has everything on how you do the whole technique, as well as having this lovely star design. And then you get the other 2, the weather vane block and the windmill weather vane block. So you can do 3 different designs. You get the templates, and the finished block will be a 12-inch square, which of course you can then add borders to make it bigger if you wanted to for a cushion cover, or you can do variations. And I like the fact that you could do exactly the same design, but you choose different colours for the different triangles, half square triangles and that sort of thing, and it highlights different parts. It makes it look different,
Yeah.
but it is the same. I like that. It's like a
Yeah.
bit like a kaleidoscope thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think, lots of people have taken advantage of this today, which is really good news. And there are lots in the basket, so do check out to make sure you do get them. And of course, don't forget we also had the other tools. We've got the scissors. We've unfortunately run out of the templates. We do have threads, but we are doing a tools hour next with tools under £30. So that's really good. A lot of people have been asking about the quilt that's behind you, Emma. So this is our 11 o'clock hour, isn't it? Ooh. So this is a quilt. Here's one I made earlier. So this, you get a bundle with all the different fabrics, don't you?
It is. Yeah, it's not really nice. I would say advanced beginner, but I will go through all the how to cutting out and everything. But yeah,
so we're going to get more information about that at 11 o'clock. It's called Let's Get Going. It is on pre-order if you can't wait and you want to check it out and make sure you definitely get it. So we will be back. I will be back with tools, and then Emma will join me again at 11 o'clock. See you in just a minute.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
To see me back. My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter, but I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Hello, we're back again, and look at this. It's amazing transformation, isn't it? All of these tools, clean the desk off, scrub it with sanitizer, bring everything else out. So we've got loads and loads of lovely tools here for you today, and they really are some beautiful tools, all of them under £30, not sadly all together, individually. But we're going to start with this. Now this is new to me. This is a stitch remover. It's a Bridgewater stitch remover. So it does what a seam ripper does, but what it does it quickly and easily. So I'm going to, I've just tried it this morning. I'm going to undo this seam which Emma very kindly stitched up for me. So we sort of, as you can see where we've had a little practice. So you just turn it on. It comes with a power lead, and it also comes with a little brush so you can clean it out, and a little pipette of air, so little pipette of air. So why does it have a little pipette of air? Is that to put some oil in it? Or you just do it with air? Just to blow the air. Okay, okay. So turn it on. Very, very thin, invisible. And you can just, you see, look at that. It glides through. Now, I've done that wrong. I've just cut the fabric. So be careful you don't cut the fabric. But you can just glide through that, and it just sort of basically, there we are, that's better. If you sort of, as you do, I'm just sort of hovering it almost, not going right, because if I go close to it, it will cut, which I just did. But if you do it, just almost sort of whisper to it, and it goes through. So it's a really quick way of undoing a seam. And I found when I knew this was on the show, I went on YouTube and I looked. Well, you know, you Google, don't you? And I just put the name of this in, and it showed you how you can do it, and it showed you how you can remove denim pockets from jeans. It's really useful. So, we've got it. We're showing it, are we? Yes, it is sped up, obviously. And whilst we're watching that, I've just gone along the whole thing. They're also showing you how to take off embroidered designs. Now, I was thinking about this last night because I have problems sleeping sometimes. If you've got something like they're showing on the TV here now, if you've got a garment that's got a logo but you no longer work for that company, but you didn't have to hand back that garment and you want to get rid of that logo, what a way to do it, nice and easy. So I've got one here, I've got a design here. Now, it isn't slow. When you're trying to get off a concentrated design, it does take time. But again, basically, you can just, you hold it, and this is, because I've just got this on cotton. So you just sort of go over it, and you can see, as I'm doing this, you can see there's sort of, the thread is kind of fluffing because it's coming off. I don't know if you can see, you see it's fluffing there? So it does take a bit of time, but trying to get rid of a really concentrated embroidery design is quite hard if you try and do it with a seam ripper. So with this tool, it's a lot easier to do. So I'm working on the back of the design, and I'm just taking it off, and you can see how it's fluffing, it's coming off. So you can see how it's done, which means that you can sort of keep your beautiful jacket, your fleece coat or whatever, even though you no longer work for that company. Or of course, if you make a design, or use your machine embroidery designs, and you suddenly think, no, that's not in the right place, I don't like that design, you can get rid of it without having spoilt the whole thing. So you can see I've just taken away most of the end of that. Not sure if it can shave your legs. I wouldn't try. So it is actually, basically it's cutting. So what's actually happening is you've got these sort of little blades which are obviously, rotating there, or not rotating, going backwards and forwards, and that's what's taking it off. But doing this like now, you see I'm just taking the fluff off, quite safe. I haven't got to worry about that. Now we've only got a limited quantity for today's show, but it's a nifty little tool, makes quite a nice gift. And it's one of those things that once you've got it, you'll use it a lot more. And it is, as I say, I'm doing an embroidery design here. I've taken quite a lot of that embroidery design off already. So this is the bit I've taken off. And now I'm on the right side, look, and you just see how it's taken that away completely. And there's no marks. So all I need to do is obviously iron this piece of fabric. And as I said, You can use it on the straight stitches. So here's one that Emma very kindly sewed up for me, which I'm about to rip apart. So again, what we're doing is when you're just doing a straight stitch, this is very lightweight fabric. I'm almost sort of not touching it almost. It really is very lightweight. It's just eating through it very quickly. So it's really good. So it's a really nifty little tool. And if you like gadgets, I've never seen it before today, I've never used it before today. This is a great, and if you find a quick unpick, I mean we all have to do it. We all have to quick unpick things. It is definitely a sewer's best friend, but if you've got quite a lot of seams to unpick, this is a really quick, nifty way of doing it. You just do it, so as you're going along. I'm not going to trim my nose hairs, Elliot. I do not suggest using it on your legs or your nose. This is for fabric. So it is £29.99. And don't forget, everything is under £30. So this is the first one. It does come with a lead so that you can, a power cable, so you can charge it. But it's nice the fact you don't have to keep it plugged in. So it all comes prepared. And of course, it does also come with that little brush. So having done that, I can just clean out that. And of course, this little brush can be used as well to get rid of the thread bits, or you can use actually a rubber. So that's really handy. Really, that's our first tool, our handy little tool. Now we're going to do the sewing box. Let me just pop these out of way, because this is lovely. Look at this. Shall I turn it around this way? Which way do you want it? You want it faced that way. Okie dokie. Look at that, isn't that lovely? It's a really nice box. So you've got a pincushion here, little pocket, and the lift out tray, so there's plenty of room to put some bits and bobs underneath. So you've got a nice space there, and it's quite a nice sort of neutrally colour. It's black and grey with a stripe. So it goes with everything, doesn't it, really? And it's got a nice little popper there. It's only £11.99 for that. Actually, I think what's nice about this is a great gift in itself for you or for a friend, but you could also fill it with a few bits and bobs, and we've got some bits and bobs you could fill it with, which at £11.99, you know, you could make it up to £20–30 by putting a few bits and bobs in there as well and make a really good gift. We've got sewing machine needles and bobbins and scissor sharpeners and all sorts that would fit in there really nicely. So that's a really nice little box. The popper, magnetic popper there, and a little handle. So it's really sweet. Oh yes, it does. Look, I blend. It's £11.99. Crazy price, crazy price. That's our sewing box. 4 machine needles. Have we got a pack? Is this pack the whole lot? 4 packs. And I am an absolute advocate. I'm just going to put that on the floor. I shouldn't do that, should I? I'm an absolute advocate of changing your machine needles regularly, every project, every 8 hours of sewing. It is really important. A blunt needle can cause so much stitch hassle. You can get skip stitches, you can get snagged fabrics. So it really is a good idea to use new needles regularly. Now these are Janome needles. It doesn't matter that they're Janome, you can use them on your any other brand. They're universal needle sizes. They have a different sort of colour coding on them, so you can use them and tell you what they're for. On the back, the purple tip, so I'm just picking up one, effectively prevents skip stitches when you're sewing stretch fabrics, quilt layers, and also sewing across a hem. So that's your purple. So you use that one, and then you've got the blue, and the blue tip needles you see all the time. And the blue tip needles they have a pierce point and long groove, so they're really good for multi-purpose needle for different types of fabrics, synthetic fabrics, and for machine embroidery because of the long groove. We have the super stretch needles, so these are definitely for your stretchy fabrics, including lycra. So fabrics with lycra or spandex in it, you would want to use one of these. And then we have the red tip needles, and the red tip needles are, looking at these, the red tip needles, larger eye. and a groove. So this is really good for metallic threads as well. So embroidery or metallic threads will go through there. So you've got the needles for the different jobs you're going to use. And because they've got coloured stems, shanks, I'll get there eventually, it's easy to know when you've taken it out which one to put back where. And if you've used them, I mean, what I always do is I always start with my left needle. So if I'm only using it for a small amount of sewing and I can put it back, I know that's the one I've been before. Or I actually put them in a piece of fabric and I write on the fabric in permanent pen what the needle is, what size it is. So these needles, the red tips are 14, so that's the metallic threads and things. This one is 75 and 90, so you've got the two. So you've got a finer needles and the 90 being more robust. And then we are saving, so you're getting all 4 packs for £19.99, and each pack has 5 needles. So it's really quite handy to have in your box, and it fits into that box perfectly. My box is gone. I didn't even see that disappear. Now we also have bobbins. Now these bobbins, you do need to be careful that you use the right bobbin for your machine. Now these are Janome plastic bobbins. They are for all Janome home machines, but you will also be able to use them on Elna machines as well. And you'll also be able to use them on a lot of Brother machines. But what you need to check is what the size is, because what you don't want to do is use a bobbin that isn't the same as those that come with the machine. So do check, because if they're very slightly wider, they won't turn properly. If they're narrower in depth, they could rattle about and bounce up and down, and then you could get all sorts of problems, including putting your timing out. So do make sure you get the bobbins that suit your machine. So these are really handy to have, because there's nothing worse than having your bobbin run out in the mid thing. These are £8 and you get 10 bobbins in there, so you can get them all filled up and ready. Can I please also advise, never, 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 never put more thread on a bobbin that's already got thread on. Never load thread, because it can actually change all the tension and everything. So you must, if you've got a little piece of thread left, take it off or leave it for hand sewing and then start afresh with a new thread. So that's our bobbins. Oh, the wooden thread holder next. Now this is, I do like my threads out on display. We haven't got any threads handy. I was going to pop a couple of threads on. I haven't got any threads open. Can I open this carefully? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I can, look. So I can open this carefully and pop a thread on. No, I can't, it's not opening. I know, I mustn't mess the package up. This might be one we're actually selling. Because it's a handy helper handing me some. Thank you, Kat. I just wanted to show you how these are so useful to have. This is a really nifty little set. So you just put them on like that. There we are. And you can colour code them, or you can put them random. It's up to you entirely. But it's a really nice little size. That can sit quite close to the sewing machine. And there's nothing easier when you suddenly need to change your thread colour than having a nice little thread holder close to hand. So it's very, very quick and easy to pick them. If you're spring cleaning your workroom, this is a lovely little tool. What is this? £7.99. This is really good. Can I also give a couple more tips, because this is one of my pet hates. This is so when you put this thread onto your sewing machine, you see it has a cap on the end, a paper cap on the end. Do pierce that cap, make a hole in it with your scissors or something before putting it on. Don't put it onto the spindle and then the spindle pops through, because what happens is the glue on that cap gets onto the spindle and eventually it can stop the spindle turning properly. If it does happen, and if you've got gluey residue on your spindle, if you use a wet wipe or something, you can get it off. Wet wipe and hand sanitizer actually. So there it is, a really handy little tool. It's by Millwood. It's a little wooden tool, comes flat pack, and then you can put it on, and it actually does have hanging loops on the back. So you could hang it on the wall if you don't have the space. So you could actually just use the hanging loops there. So fold away the easel and then you can just hang it up on the wall. I have mine hung on the wall and it's really good. So it's real beechwood. How many does this take? Does it say? 25, so it takes 25 reels of thread. And that's actually a good quantity. You can get all your different colours out, because actually the colours can fade with age and sunlight can make them disintegrate. So you don't want too many on display. So this is a nice quantity. You'll have all your colours to hand when you need them. So that is really nice. Oh, we've had a question. Hi, great show. Will my Jones fit my... they should do, because Jones... Oh, no, Jones was Jones and Brother, wasn't it? But they should do, because Janome and Brother are very similar. It does actually... I mean, it should say in your manual, it should say what type of needle you use. And most sewing machine needles, I'm just going to see if they've got that written on this one. There's a sort of funny number that they have. Actually, Janome don't bother to put them on there, which is a good thing because it means nothing to anybody. But yes, they should do. As long as your machine is, you thread them from front to back, because some of the old machines used to thread them side to side. So on these needles, you've got a flat back, and flat goes to back of the machine. So when you put it up, the flat goes to the back. If your needle is one that you thread from side to side, not front to back, then no. Okay, so if it is front to back, it should be fine. No problem at all. What? All the threads with the bobbin things. This one? Yes, look at that. I can't open it because I'm told off if I open it, because we have to sell this actual product. So what you get, you've got a tape measure, and you've got all these beautiful, brilliant colour threads. On each reel, there is, 10 threads. On each reel, there's 100 metres. It's 100% polyester, I believe. Lovely, lovely bright colours. This is good old standard thread that you can use for all sorts of projects. Can't really say much more about this because I can't get my hands on them, but yes, 100% polyester. A lovely, lovely colour is, it's £17.99, so you get all of those in there. And you know, £1.79 a reel, which doesn't include a tape measure. And you know, you might think, well, I've already got a tape measure, and of course we all have. I have a number of tape measures, but you know, they can stretch. So depending on whether you want to be accurate with your measuring or whether you actually like the fact that you can stay the same size because your tape measure is stretched, it's up to you. But actually having another tape measure is really good. So nice tape measure in there, it's a nice new fresh tape measure. And I'll just love those threads, and they would go so well with that thread holder. They would look beautiful together, wouldn't they? Oh, just want to start sewing when you see those, you really do. There is another set of threads. Is it? Oh, this one here. Right, I have to find them because everything's on the desk here. So these are slightly more pastel-y tones. If I put those together, you can see these are kind of like that bit brighter. You've still got bright colours, but they're slightly more pastel. And what you have in this box is you have 10 again, but you have the bobbin clips. So basically the idea of these is that you can put your bobbin that matches your thread onto the clip, so you keep them together. So that's really handy. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. I've just you can see my hands coming in. I've just coughed, so I'm just using hand sanitizer. So yes, these are really good. So you've got the bobbin holders, and you can keep the bobbin together with the thread, which is handy if you want to keep them matched together. Useful little things there. And of course, you know, again, you've got the bobbins. So these are all going really well together, aren't they? Look, all these little things. Nice little gift. Get the sewing basket, put a few of these things inside it. Oh, the metre stick. Now I have 2 of these. These are really handy. This is a metre stick. This is really good. So if you have a metre stick here, oh, you can't see it when I do. Can we see it? There it is. But it's long, so it's really long. So you've got a metre, and what you have here is in inches as well as in metric. So we have a yard, so it's a 36 inch, and then you continue on to the end, 39 inches, and therefore a metre. So the measurements are there. You've got metric and imperial on there. and on the other side it's just metric. So you can have both if you want to use both. It's also got some quite helpful bits of information on here. I'm not sure why you need to know. 1,000 metres are 1 kilometre, and 25.4 millimetres is 1 inch. That's when you're doing measurements, and sometimes you use inches, sometimes you use metric. Just never put them together. Never use one for some part of a project and the other for another, because we would always say that an inch is 2.5, where it's not. It's 2.54. So use one or the other, and you're fine. But don't try and mix them up. So yes, very useful tool, and it's great for measuring. These are just £4.99. And I find these really, really good. We've got some comparisons actually for you to look at, just in case. First one is £9. So it's the same thing, it's a metre rule. And sometimes, you've got a tape measure, yes, but sometimes it's really handy to have a solid rule like this, a wooden rule. It's easier to measure long things, long lengths with this, curtain lengths. If you're doing dressmaking and you want to measure 4 metres of fabric, this is easier to do it with. So it's really handy. Is this another price? So that's £9.99, and ours is £4.99. So don't forget, if you've already bought something today, your post and packing will cover you for every other purchase today up until midnight tonight. And even though this is a metre long, I don't know how they package this, but even though it's a metre long, it's the same. It's the same. So, if you're just buying this, that sounds a bit expensive to put £3.95, but obviously the point of this whole hour is that you can buy lots of different tools, and therefore it makes sense of the £3.95 postage. Another tool I'd like to mention, can I skip ahead to one? And that's actually this one. So this is, do you want me to sit on its side like that? This is a needle, no, I'll put my teeth back in again. It's a scissor sharpener. Now this is handy because when you need to sharpen your scissors, you can take them to, so a lot of places that cut keys sharpen scissors, but you can do it, or you just put it through this a few times and it will sharpen your scissors, and it gives your scissors a bit more, sorry, does that really great? It's not like the chalk down the chalkboard though, is it? So this, God, I had to do one more, sorry Alec. So this is a really nifty little tool, really handy tool to have. It's £16.99, and you can use it for your different scissor sizes. I can't see any little bitty ones there, but the different scissor sizes can work through it as well. Oh, these are left-handed ones, so I mustn't do it with that one, because obviously the way the thing, but it's a great tool. So this is for right-handed scissors. And if you've got, I have a lot. I've got about 3 or 4 dressmaking pairs of scissors. I also have paper scissors. So it's a really handy tool to have. Just another one of those little sort of gift ideas. It's really great for people if they're sewers and you don't know what to get them. So let's do the fist guards next. So this is the first pair. This is the pair that Emma was using earlier. Obviously it does come on a card and things. So this is nice. It's got moulded handles, so it's more comfortable to work with, and a nice sort of cutting blade. So these are £14.99. So you've got these ones, and then we also have this pair. So these, so can you see the difference? So these are left-handed. And it does make a difference. If you try using right-handed scissors with your left hand, it hurts, particularly when you do quite a lot of cutting. It starts hurting because the moulding is going the wrong direction. So it is very useful. Now, I first found this out because my oldest son, Jake, is left-handed. And he hates me reminding him of this, but when he was young, he used to do sewing with me, and we used to make things for the cat and that sort of thing. And when he was using my scissors, it didn't even occur to me it was an issue until I picked them up and tried to do it the way he was, and I realised how uncomfortable the handle was, so I got him some left-handed scissors of his own. But yeah, it just makes a difference. So if you are a southpaw, get your left-handed scissors. It make cutting out so much easier for you. We have, these are just as good quality and just as purposeful, you can do everything with them. But what we have got here, I'm just going to move those out of the way. We have got these really cute rainbow ones here. They're just fun. These are really nice scissor sets. This is again, lovely gift set. So you have the little stalk. Can you see that's a stalk? Put it up that way you can. It's got a little stalk embroidery scissors. And then it's like a rainbow coloured handles on these ones. It is like an oil slick. So these are really lovely too. So that's just a nice gift pack. And having extra scissors all the time is a really good idea. So as it says, as seen on TV, as indeed it is. And then this one. Now this one is another little gift set, which is really nice. So again, we have the rose gold handled dressmaking scissors, as well as the little embroidery scissors, as well as some little pins with gold heads and a little gold thimble. So you have a really nice little pack, $19.99. What a lovely gift for somebody who sews. It really is lovely for yourself as well, because you're worth it. So that's really nice. Right, we're going to do the starter kit. So this is the start. Oh, I'm going to turn it over this way. So this is really useful for somebody who is a beginner, or indeed actually if you just want a kit that you can take with you to classes and things. And it's got lots and lots of things in here. It is useful. It's useful if you've got a student going off to uni when that happens again. Having something like this so they can do running repairs if they're willing. Or a fashion student or something like that. So you've got a little pair of sort of all-purpose scissors. You've got some yarns. Let me see if I can open it. There we are, look. So we've got lots of little threads here, but the bobbins, I would double check those before you put them in your machine. They might not be the right size for your machine, but that doesn't mean you can't use them. What it means is you can put them onto your normal thread spindle and use them as thread like that, or you could transfer to your regular bobbin. So still very useful to have. Invisible threads, you've got a cream and a black, good old black and white of course. And then inside, I'm just going to lift off that tray, so you've got all those threads. And then underneath that we have some, do people really do this? Darning? So darning yarn there, but also some other yarns here. So this is good for mending jumpers and things like that as well. A chalk brush. So you've got a chalk pencil there with the brush to rub off the chalk once you've done. So it's just all the things you need. Obviously a tape measure. Very useful to have safety pins. Again, we've got a thimble. Just looking at this. This is a clip. I don't know why you've necessarily got one clip, but you've got a clip. We've got elastic, so sort of shearing elastic there. Again, we've got it in black and white. A few pins in a thing with a little padded bit in the middle for a pin cushion. And then, essentials like the needle threader. And when you use the needle threader, just make sure when you pull the thread through, don't just hold the end of the metal, hold it where the wire joins. So hold it where the wire joins like this. And can you see that? Is it better if it's over the plane? So there's the wire there. And what I'm doing is I'm holding it where the wire joins the handle, because sometimes if you're not careful, particularly if you're using thicker threads through a needle, you can pull that out by mistake. So hold that like that when you're pulling the thread through. It's also got hand sewing needles. It's got how many? 167 pieces. And some of these things I'm not quite sure what they're for. So it makes each item 11 pence each, not including the box. So some hand sewing needles, some poppers on popper tape. It's quite a mixture, and obviously some hook and loop tape, or as we mostly know it is Velcro. So anyone who's got a new home, always got machine needles as well. So we've got regular machine needles. These are just universal, so that's what you use, your regular woven fabric. And we also have this set, which is jeans needles. So they are the more robust ones if you're working with heavyweight fabrics, denim, canvas, etc. So you have nice sets of new needles. So it's a really nice little kit to start you off with. As I say, it's good actually if you just want something to take away. The threads on this side are sort of variegated. They only got little bits of thread on each reel, so you know it's just for like adding some decorative colour and things. A great box for mending, repairs, anything like that you're going to use. Obviously it's got elastic, and of course it has a seam ripper. You have to have a seam ripper. Everything you need in there. Okay, so can you use your Nomi bobbins in the Juki machine? Unfortunately, I wouldn't like to say definitely yes, because I haven't got a Juki bobbin. What you need to do is you need to check. It's normally the height, and sometimes a bobbin is sort of quite narrow in height. So you need to check. So I would, it can void your warranty if you use the wrong bobbin. So it is quite important. So I know that they're fine for Janome and Elna because they're made by the same people. They're pretty much okay for Brother because I have both Janome, Brother, Husqvarna Viking, etc. But honestly, I can't recommend that because I haven't. If I could see some Juki bobbins, then I could probably look and see. But sometimes they're like, you know, 0.3 of a centimetre out, you know, like not even a millimetre. And that can be enough to get it wrong. So blades, rotary cutters and blades. So rotary cutter. So this is Clover 45mm, which is a good old standard rotary cutter, which of course you use along with your cutting mat and your ruler. It's got the retractable blade in there, and it's nice. It's a nice one. Clover's a very good make. It's a nice action there, and you can lock the blade out, you can lock the blade back in again. Cuts beautifully with just the right amount of blade exposed. So it's a really handy one, and it's a good quality make here. The blades do blunt, and when the blade blunts, it doesn't cut very well. And actually, it can be more dangerous because what happens is you have to keep going backwards and forwards, and then you know, end up maybe slipping. So do consider buying replacement blades as well. So this pack here, it has 3 in there, and they're neatly in a little plastic container. You've got 3 blades in there, and it's very easy to replace them. You just sort of undo the nut, but it does say on the back how to do that. And I do recommend that you replace your blades regularly. Once you start finding that going through it's not cutting perfectly, time to replace your blade. We also do have the small blades because we do the small rotary cutters. So again, we've got refill blades. So we've got 28mm. So you get 2 in this pack, and again they're sort of neatly encased in these little cases, so you can put your old blade back in. So when you're discarding it, you're not discarding it just as a blade in a bin. So just like needles and threads, it's always good to have spares, because there's nothing worse than cutting out and getting frustrated because it's not cutting, and it's not cutting because it's blunt. So this is something for your box, your sewing box. And it doesn't matter, you know, you want it to be sharp. And it is worth replacing, but do be careful because obviously when you're putting the new one in, it's going to be incredibly sharp. But there is instructions on how to do so on the back of the packaging. And then we have this is the 18 one. So this is a little tiny winny one, and this is really good when you're going to be cutting round small shapes, small circles. Sometimes you get those rulers with the curved lines in them, and you want to cut round those. So it's a little tiny blade is what that's for. And this one, again, you've got 2 pieces in there, 2 packs, and it comes in a nice case for storage, and when you want to dispose as well, it's quite handy. So there are 2 different blades. So which one? So that's the 18. So it's £6.99. And then this is the 28mm, which is also £6.99. So depending on which rotary cutter you have. Now, so pattern weights. All the way. You just want me to stretch over. I'm going to get these. I love pattern weights. So we're going to start with the sewing machines. Let me carefully take this off. So basically pattern weights you use instead of pins, or you can use them in conjunction with pins. And they come in this lovely presentation box, and which I know I'm struggling to get them out of because they're brand new and haven't come out of these boxes. So these ones have got, on the right side they've got sewing machines, and I'm guessing because they're quilted bear, on the other side they've got quilted bear, have they? All right. Okay, so basically they're weights. And I hate to say this because they're $13.99 for a pack of 4, but you do need more than one pack because you want to put the weights all around whatever you're cutting out. And I find that I put them not right on the very edge, you put them just in from the very edge, and then you can cut more easily, particularly when you're using a rotary cutter actually. It just saves doing the pins. So they're really lovely and they're very, very pretty. So I have these in my workroom. So that's the little sewing machine ones. It's the old-fashioned sewing machine. And we also have Union Jack ones. Yes, so if you had your Union Jack fabric, you have to be a bit careful because you might lose your weights on the fabric. No, you won't, don't worry. So you've got Union Jack fabric ones. So again, nicely presented in this tin, so they make a lovely gift. Oh, can I get this one? Yes, I can get that one out. So that's that side and on the other side. So they're really, and actually I don't know if you can see, but actually there's the Big Ben in the middle there and the bridge. Which bridge is that? That's not Waterloo Bridge, is it? Can't remember which bridge it is, but anyway, you've got that Houses of Parliament and Big Ben and the bridge just sort of in there, which is just quite nice, isn't it, and different. So really nice little, again, it's a lovely gift for somebody, but it's also a great gift for yourself because they're really nice and they fit back in their little tin nicely. So what we're going to do next? Oh yes, the micro stitch tool. This is the micro stitch tool. So this is a really handy tool for anchoring your fabrics together, particularly in quilting. And what you get these sort of like little staples effectively. And you put them through the back of this thing and then you hold the layers together and you kind of squeeze the trigger of the gun and it's pops through this little sort of stitch. It's a plastic stitch. And that just saves you having to hand baste it all, so you can do it with this. It's like a little pin gun, really, but obviously there's not pin. You do have to take them out afterwards, of course, but they won't damage the fabric if you just snip the tops off. And it is a lot quicker and easier than either safety pinning all the way through as you're putting it together or tacking. So it's just a very quick way. And you can get this is the micro one, you can get a mini one too, but this one has got the tiny weeny ones. So it's really good, no glue. So the tacks themselves are in black and white. So if you're using a light coloured quilt, use the black. If you're using a dark coloured quilt, use the white, so you can see them easily to remove them. So it's just, again, it's a really nice little tool, really handy to have, particularly in quilting or even when if you're doing something like a cushion cover and you want to just anchor those layers together before you quilt. This is what you would use. Oh, wash away quilter's tape. This is a handy one. So this is a double side, and don't just think quilts when you look at this. This is a wash away quilter's tape, but actually when you're inserting zips, this can be really useful too, because you can anchor them in place without having to do hand basting. And of course, as it washes away, no problem. So it's really handy. This is an 8mm wide tape. So just be aware of that if you're working with 1/4 inch seams, that it's actually an 8mm wide, which is, I can't read it. So 6mm is a 1/4 inch, so it's wider than a 1/4 inch. That's what I'm trying to say, but I just have to put my glasses on to say it's 5/16. So it is slightly wider, so just be aware of that. So a little bit will be visible on the right side of your project, or you'd have to have a little bit sort of hanging out. But it's very, very handy. It's really useful to put seams together. So as I say, not just for quilting, this is really good for putting seams together and holding them together. Working on slippery fabrics, for instance, you could use this. It just holds them together whilst you're sewing them, stops them shifting about when you're trying to sew. So it's very useful. Double-sided, transparent adhesive tape, which washes away. Oh yes, this is something that I've just got into. I've never used them before. So these are the multicoloured, multi-purpose quilting clips, sewing clips. So rather than pin, again, this is not for cutting out, this is when you're constructing, you can just clip them together, clip your seams together. So it's a really good idea. It's a good idea when you're working with layers, and it's difficult to pin through lots of layers, or when you're working with sort of Bosal or thick wadding or Decoville or something that's quite hard to pin, that's really useful. And you know, again, if you put them, as I have here, on the fabric though, you can just sort of whip them off as you're sewing, and you don't have to sort of worry too much. Very handy, very useful to have, and I like the fact that they're coloured, because what you can also do is if you like have an opening in something, you could say you always use purple when you need to stop to leave an opening. So you can kind of like colour coordinate them like that if you want to. You don't have to. But yeah, it's a nice little pack of these. How many do we get in a pack? 50. So Elliot says you can use them for frozen peas. Actually, I mean, you know, but it is true, you can use them to close up your bags in the kitchen as well. So they're basically like little bulldog clips, aren't they? So they're just little bulldog clips, but they are plastic, so you're not going to get rust on your fabrics because they've got metal ends or anything. They have got metal in them, but the actual bit that clips onto the fabric is plastic. So use them again and again and again. So they're really handy to have. So you get 50 in the bag, we just said, didn't we? So you get 50 in the bag. So there's lots. People do have hundreds of these, yes. So these are handy to have, so you can buy multi-packs of these. Oh, the applique mat. Oh, yes, it's here. So, oh, this is still at the early bird price. We've had this as an early bird before. So this is £5.99. Basically, this is like a reusable non-stick mat. So what you can do with it is when you're going to press an applique, so you've got an applique which you've put your Bonder web, so your fusible web on, the problem can sometimes be that you've got bits hanging out the outside. So if you just put that on your ironing board and you put your iron on it, you can find that suddenly you get gluey residue on the bottom of your iron or on your ironing board. So if you use this mat and you have those little bits of residue, it won't stick to the mat, it won't stick to your iron, and it won't stick to the ironing board. So it's just a useful piece of kit. It's 31 times 30 centimetres. So it's very, very useful to have, just to make sure. And then when you're doing small pieces as well, little pieces of applique, it's quite handy to have this mat there, so you can sort of anchor them down, put the mat on, iron on the fabric, and everything keeps in place. So it's instructions on how to do it are all here as well. So it's very easy to sort of understand what it's for, and you just keep it in your workbox. And when you're doing applique or anything, if you were, say you're using hemming web, God forbid, or if you were using, I mean, hemming web's actually brilliant if you want to anchor ribbons in place before you stitch over them. But if by chance the web is, you know, slightly out of line with the ribbon, etc., you can end up with getting glue onto the actual fabric or onto the iron, and you don't want to do that. Use your applique mat. So it's just one of those handy little tools to have in your box for when you ever want to use it. All right, now this is something else that's quite handy. This is the Cafe Facet design wall, it's called. Basically, it's a big piece of fabric. I'll just hold it up like this. Because it's got the squares on it, so the idea is that you can put on this your design. Shall I hold it right up in front of me? So you can put this up on a wall, pin it up on a wall, or you can, if you've got something like a clothes rail, you can like hang it over a clothes rail. And what you can then do is you can sort of position your designs, and the idea is that you position your colours. So you can determine, so for this one he's just showing here, look, this hexagon grid, but you've got them all cut out in different colours, which is how we know Cafe as all his beautiful coloured fabrics. Determine what kind of pattern you want, determine which one goes where, and that sort of thing. And that's what you do with a design wall. Because it's fabric, you can pin to it nice and easily. So this is, you can do it on the floor. You could lay it on the floor and do it, but I'm thinking of your knees. So it's a way of actually kind of like pinning out your design. And as I say, you could pin it to a window, you could pin it, or you could blue tack it to a wall, as long as you can get the blue tack off easily afterwards. But it's just a way of pinning out your design, selecting your colour mixes, making sure everything works and looks good together. It's 2-inch grids. And it says it holds your fabric without the need of pins. So let me, like we had, is that going to work? Let me see. I think that's probably too big a piece and it's a bit hanging down, so it possibly won't. Ooh. Will it hold it on there? I think it's not going to, because I'm not holding it steady, but that's the idea, because it's kind of like a brushed surface. It's sort of suedey. It's got a suedey surface to it. So it just means that you can put things together and just see what it's going to look like. That's why it's called a design wall. It's a bit like the sandpaper board that's in that lovely multi-purpose board, which is sold out anyway, sorry. We'll have to wait for that to come back. So if you're wanting to design a whole quilt pattern, this is a nice piece. And because it's a fabric like this, what you can do is you can actually fold it up and put it away when not in use. And that kind of thing's quite handy, because not everybody has got this magnificent sewing room with all the space in the world. So it's quite good that you can actually sort of fold it up and tuck it away when it's not in use. So storage boxes. Okay, so the large ones have already sold out, so I'm going to start with the small ones. So these are really quite sweet little storage boxes, and you know, store whatever you like in them. Can I carefully take this off? So you get 2 for £7.98. I'm just trying to take that off carefully. And what it has is it's got an elastic lid. So it's got elastic that goes around to hold it together. So if you're on the move, if you're taking your bits and bobs to a class, it keeps everything neatly together and they don't all fall out in your bag. So they're made by Simplicity, which of course is a good pattern name, so you know the name. So really nice little boxes. These ones do they have a size on them? 9.2 centimetres times 4.9, or 3.6 inches times 1.9 times 3.6. So it's right. It can be for buttons, it can be a few reels of threads, it can be for bobbins, it can be for pins and needles. So what you put in them is entirely up to you. And of course, because it's the top is opaque, but the sides are clear, so you can see what your bits are and you can stack them. So they're really handy boxes to have for all your bits and pieces and put onto a shelf. So that's that one. And then we have slightly taller ones. So exactly the same idea. It's a pack of 2 again. Pack of 2 again. So these ones, because they're slightly taller, you can put things in here. It's shown on the picture on the front here. They've got a little pin cushion, a tape measure, a marking pen. So you can put all sorts of little bits in. And again, it's quite a useful little container to put a whole lot of little bits and pieces that you can take with you to go and sit in the living room, to take with you when you go on a train journey, and you can keep all your bits handy. And if you go to a class or a group, you've just got everything handy. And it does have that lovely elastic strap around it holding the lids on, so everything is kept in there, not going to fall out in your bag. So they're really nice, £9.98 for the 2. Again, they're stacking, so they stack nicely. What? Oh, the quilting ruler, yeah. Ooh. So this is a 24-inch by 6-inch quilting ruler. You want me to put it sideways? Is that better? So this is a quilting ruler, and it's in imperial measurements, in inches, because most quilters are still working in inches, of course. But it is an acrylic ruler, and it's sort of a nice thick ruler, nice length. This is quite useful length. And you do need to use this kind of ruler with your rotary cutter and your cutting mat, because if you try to use a regular ruler, or for instance your metre rule, it wouldn't work. What you'd end up doing is you'd cut little slices out of your ruler. So this is what you use them with your rotary cutter. This is the kind of ruler you need. It has lots of grids on it here. So you've got the straight lines, so you can match the straight lines up with the straight lines on your cutting mat. And it's got some angles as well, so you can cut at angles as well if you wanted to get bias, etc. So handy to have. And it does have a hanging hole at the top, so you can actually hang it on the wall, which is what we have behind us. We've got creative grid ones on a hanger there. So that's really handy, and it keeps them all nice and neat and within reach. So it's a really good idea. We have got, we're running out of time, but we've got a few other things on. We've got one of the native lighting lamps. Have we got time to look at that? Have a very quick, and then we've also got a lightweight, compact and versatile hand vac. So this is the little LED lamp. So this is really handy to have. So it's $23.99. All of this is on the website. You just have to scroll down and you can find it and you can read some details about it, because we are running sort of low on time. Oh, we've got one. Here we are. Here's one I made earlier. This is the little lamp here. So this is a really handy, not just for sewing. Can I find a plug? Not just for sewing, but also for reading. You know, just having it by you to read, etc. When you're working from home. Oh, maybe that's not. Probably haven't turned on the plug. Hold on, let me try another plug. That's it. That's better. So you can, and you've got different lights, and you can turn and twist this as well. So you can move it. So I'm just turning it on and off. You can move it where you want it. So it's got that, what did she, gooseneck. She calls them a gooseneck, doesn't she? So you can really get it down to where you want it. So if you're actually, I mean, if you're working from home, if you're trying to sew next to him indoors and he doesn't like the light because it's glaring, you can bring it right down to where you need it and it won't disturb him. If you haven't tried a native light before, this is a really good starter point for you to try. It's got LED lighting, which means you don't have to replace the bulbs. It's very, very easy to use. It's got, it comes with a plug which fits in, USB connection. So it's really, really handy to have. It's handy for office work, for craft work. Just a nice little lamp to have in place. Quite a nice little price there, $23.99. And it's the quality as well. I was talking to a friend of mine recently, and she uses a lot of this sort of lights in her sewing studio, and they're just falling to pieces. And I've told her about these and told her this is who she needs to speak to, because the quality is brilliant. And I love the fact that you can bend it where you need it, and you can get that light whichever way. So it's very handy. If you want to interrogate somebody, face it up at them. So you can interrogate with will. It also does have a 2-year warranty with any of the native lights. So that's really, really nice little light, nice little gift. So we're going to finish this hour here, and we're going to clear the decks and start again with the next lot. So we have got Emma coming back on, and she's going to come back on with the quilt behind me. Oh, shall I go this way? There we are, the quilt behind me. And you can also see, these lovely bold, bright fabrics here. Now that's with Adaku, who's going to be coming in afterwards. So wait for that as well. But straight after the break, we're back here with Emma, who's going to show us more with her lovely quilting tips and techniques.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello Sewing Street fans, let me introduce myself. My name is Clive, I live in Kenilworth in Warwickshire. I currently run a business in Kenilworth, and that's doing alterations on people's clothing. So I really enjoy kind of providing that service for the local community. My sewing journey first began when my grandmother gave me a hand crank sewing machine, and from there I was fascinated about how things were put together, to the point where I used to make clothing for my favourite toys out of toilet tissue. I've also kind of studied fashion design at Epsom University in Surrey, so I've kind of gained knowledge along the way of different aspects of sewing, like pattern cutting. So yeah, that's a little bit about my sewing journey. My number one sewing tip is don't give up. Sometimes you'll get frustrated and you're angry with yourself, but really just put it to one side and take half an hour, go and have a cup of tea and a biscuit, and then come back to it, and then you'll kind of like have a fresh mind to start again. The positive happiness that comes from that is just amazing. So please don't give up, keep on sewing. My claim to fame? Well, if you've been watching, you've probably heard my name mentioned on Sewing Street several times. My husband is Mark Francis from the Sewing Bee, the Great British Sewing Bee. So that's number one claim to fame. My second claim to fame is I had Adele, the beautiful, beautiful tones of Adele singing for me when I was a barman back in the day. It was just amazing to have her sing to me at my bar. So yeah, and also I've met Prince Harry at a VIP party. Stay tuned on Sewing Street and you'll see me very soon. I hope it all goes well, fingers crossed.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hiya, I'm back again. So we've just met Adaku. Ooh, must bounce up and down, I'll lose my mics. So it's really so excited. She's such a talented lady, and she's somebody I know from the shows. But her fabrics are beautiful, and the designs don't have to be complicated because the fabric does all the talking. And she's going to talk us through. Around us we've got some dresses. She did offer for me to wear one for the show, which I would have loved to have done, but unfortunately she's a tad smaller. She's made them fit her. How unreasonable is that? I mean, really? I would love to wear one, and indeed get some fabric, and we are selling the fabric by the half metre, so you can buy pieces to make something. But first we have this hour. And we have somebody come back to join us who I think you might have heard of before. So Emma is back, looking sunny again. You just look so incredibly beautiful, you really do.
Bless you, thank you.
It's really lovely. So you're going to show us a bit of how to make this lovely quilt that you've got behind you.
Mm-hmm. It is really nice beginners, but I'd say advanced beginners, only because of the way the instructions are. You know, like on the Bake Off, when they give you the challenge and they say do this, do that,
yes.
and they assume that you know how to do this, do that. That's the bit that I think needs a little bit of explanation.
Right.
But it's very simple, no corners to match, very nice even numbers when you're cutting, so there's no like 7/8 of an inch here or there.
Oh yes.
Yes, so yeah.
So what you get in the kit here, so it's $74.99. You obviously get the in pattern. And you also get 5.5 metres of fabric. So this just does the front.
It does, but you get quite a bit left. I've basically cut everything I need to make it, and I'll show you what I've got left over.
Oh, right, okay. So you could maybe make cushions or something with what's left over.
Yeah.
So what you're getting, they're all half metre. Are they all half metre pieces? Sorry? So some of them are 1 metre, depending on what you need them for. So how you cut what you cut is in the instructions that come with it here. And then what we have is we've got, look at this little road with the fire engines and things going across it. We also have a nice stripe. So that makes a good border. Oh, we've got
that's
that as
the
a border
binding.
on there. That's the binding.
That's for the binding,
okay.
yes.
Lovely, that's the binding. Then we've got this lovely, this polka dot green. That's really nice. Then we have another lot of vehicles. So it's the same, I think it's the same as the green, but in the blue. Oh no, they are slightly different. They're different. So that's similar vehicles, but a different layout there. And then another one, again with vehicles, but slightly different. So they're all slightly different. And then we have a few road signs. So this is really good to helping kids learn road signs, you know. That's a lovely background colour, that. Then we have a blue. So this is like a mottled blue. So this is going to go between some of those lovely prints to space them out, break it up, make them look different. And again, we've got a dark grey. So this is the roads, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically, this is what you create your roads out of. Unless you want blue roads, of course, it's up to you. But there are different quantities depending on the pattern piece. And the pattern does clearly say what you need to cut. And as Emma's just said, here we are, let's get going, and it tells you exactly what to cut. Now this is the one that you said that you would actually cut a little swatch of the fabric and put it alongside.
Yes.
To make it easier for you to remember which one you're cutting, which ones you've called C, etc.
Yeah.
So it does say blue town, dark blue signs, green town, grey vehicles, etc. So you can match it up from the descriptions. And then having got that, you've got the piecing instructions. It's showing you how to do the different blocks. Just 2 blocks.
Just 2 blocks.
Just 2 blocks, which is, as you say, makes it simple. The reason you're saying maybe an advanced beginner is because the instructions are quite basic.
Yeah.
So but you're going to actually help here.
I am.
So actually, you know, if you're an absolute beginner, you'll be all right once you've watched this, so you'll be fine. So yes, clear instructions. This is so lovely. I mean, you can have this as a play mat. If you go away to see grandchildren, or grandchildren come to see you, and we've always, in our house, we always had a big box of cars, because both my boys used to love playing with the cars. So you can create a mat like this, and it can be, you can get it out, and they can be playing, you know, happily on the floor with their cars while you're having a nice coffee and a cake.
Yes. Yeah. Or it's just a nice bed quilt. Or actually, I was watching John the other day, and he had a Quillo.
Yes, cushion in a.
Yeah, but as a picnic bag.
Yes.
It'd be perfect for that. Just add the bag to the back of it, and
exactly,
for a picnic. Yeah.
That is good. It folds up into a bag.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a warning.
Oh.
All right. There's you can't get the instruction on their own, and you can't get the fabric on its own. So the only way to get it is this bundle, and there's less than 30 left at this point. So if you are interested, I think this is so superb for anybody.
I love it.
I'm going to say little child because I keep being sexist and saying boys. So any little child who loves cars would absolutely love this. And as you say, actually, I mean, you can just make it as a bed quilt.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of it as a play quilt because I just know that's what my boys used to do. They used to
they definitely
run
would do
their
it,
cars all over all the time. So this is really, really lovely. Look, all of those lovely, lovely fabrics, nice quality fabrics, clear instructions to go with it. Everything you need to make the quilt and the binding. And we do have also some backings, which I'm very quickly going to mention. Is it a 2 metre piece? And it's very wide, isn't it? Oh, right, okay, so it's a standard width, but 2 metre piece at 13.49. So you can have a red. So this would go, I mean, this would go really nicely with these. So this is what you could use as a backing. Or grey. So okay, so that's nice grey. That kind of goes as a road on the back. So it's 2 metre piece, and it is pre-cut. So that's what you get, 2 metre piece. Then we have the navy. Do we call it navy, or have we got another name for it?
Oh, it looks different on the screen.
It does.
Yeah, it looks more royal on a screen.
It looks
at
more
least this
royal.
screen.
Yes, I know. This is always the confusing thing, isn't it? You're looking at it on the screen there, and you're thinking that actually looks quite royal.
Yeah,
but
the it could look different at home still
it could
because
as well.
they've got a different telly.
Yes. So this is why I always try and give a definition of what the fabric is, and it starts becoming a joke when we're calling yellow custard or pancake or.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is definitely a navy, and then we have this chartreuse. So this is nice. Again, you know, look at that. It goes nicely with that, but it does also go with the others. Remember, that's the binding. So it looks nice with that. So any, you know, any of these go with all of those. And at £13.49 for 2 metres, that's really handy price. And it's great to have in your stash. Oh, right, so just be warned that the amount of these that we've got in baskets would sell us out if everybody checked out their baskets. So we just warn you about that, because if you don't check out, it could be taken out of your basket, just to let you know. So the main point of this hour, so these are there, they're on the website, so if you want them you can get them, but the main point of this hour is for us to look at this whole bundle. So this is going to be the main graphic we'll keep on the screen whilst Emma does her demo. Emma, over to you.
Thank you. Well, I have to admit, when I first got this bundle, I did have to laugh, just because of the name of the quilt is Let's Get Going, because John always teases me for the way I say going. I'm like, that's a setup. They did that on purpose. So, well, we'll start off with, like you said, it does tell you all of the things that you need to cut out from which fabrics, but in order for me to not have to keep looking about which one is fabric A, B, C, I have done a little swatch of each fabric and just taped it down to the side. You can see that. So that's what I've done myself, little colour codes, so I can, like a little cheat sheet, basically.
I think it's a great idea. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Again, I don't like to think.
But it's not that so much as if you get interrupted, which can so easily happen.
Yeah.
And then you're coming back, right, I've got to cut another 4 of those. Which one was it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to start with cutting, because it basically tells you so many rectangles, squares, sometimes it says width of fabric, but how do you even do that? And I know 90% or more of people out there will know how to do this already, but I learnt from watching it on the telly. So I always try to show it, just because there's going to be somebody out there who hasn't done it before. So cutting width of fabric. So I've got my fabric, it's folded in half, basically. And I've got my selvages together. Now, when it comes off the bolt, invariably, it won't always be straight. Just because the way it's wound onto the bolt there's like an inner track and an outer track, just like on a racetrack, and so one gets wound more tightly than the outer one. So what you do is you hold it up by the selvage edge, and you look at the bottom, fold at the bottom. Now this one's pretty even, so it's nice and flat and straight all the way across, but if I twist that a little bit, so I'm just shifting the fabric side to side, you'll see as I hold it up there's a little wrinkle in the fold now, so it's not quite lined up. You want to make sure you line it all up so you don't have that wrinkle in the bottom. So
it's more important to not have the wrinkle at the fold than it is to have your side cut edges matching, because they might not have been cut straight.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. You're helping me out.
I was an editor for years.
I know the concept in my brain, but the words don't always come out in the way that I want them to.
You're doing fine.
Thank you.
I promise.
So when I've done that, what I'll do, and this is really the only time that I tend to use the lines on my cutting mat, is I'll then line up the fold, top or bottom. I'm doing the top one here, but you can do the bottom one as well. Actually, let me scoot that up because it's not quite fitting.
Have we got these cutting mats with the press? Oh. The what canal? The Suez Canal?
Oh, yes, because the ship is stuck, so they're all stuck there. So what I've done, I've lined up the folded edge with one of the lines. Now I want to cut a straight edge, so I'm going to use the markings on my mat to cut so it's exactly squared off edge. There we go.
With a nice sharp blade. We're just talking about blades just now.
Oh, yeah.
And how you need to replace them if they're blunt.
Yes, I'm very bad at doing that, but I have a sharpener at home, so.
Oh, for rotary cutting.
Yeah.
That's
quite handy. Once I've cut that, I just double check that I've got it the full width of the fabric, because sometimes if you fold it over and you don't have all of your raw edges over that cut line, you need to do it again, basically. So I just double check that I've got all my raw edges off, so I've got a nice clean straight edge. And then This is because I'm right-handed. What I'll do is I'll flip it around. It doesn't have to be lined up on the mat at this point, so you can shift it. And then I'll start cutting my strips this way. So, for instance, I'm going to need some 4.5-inch wide rectangles. So I'll cut a 4.5-inch strip and then cut down my rectangles from that strip.
So this is a sort of quick way of cutting them rather than cutting one by one by one.
Yes. There we go. And when I do that, I'm just using the lines on my ruler to measure my fabric rather than any of the lines on the cutting mat. So I'm using my 4.5-inch line on this side, making sure that line is lined up with the cut edge. I'm making sure that any lines that go across are lined up with that fold still. So I've got a nice square cut. And then that gives you your width of fabric strip. So if you leave it folded up in two, you can then cut two at a time, or if you do a couple of strips, you can line them up on top of each other. So then I do line them up with a line on the on the mat, and then lay another one on top, and then you can cut two at a time, if you're comfortable with that. If you're not comfortable,
Just do them one
just
strip
do
at a
one
time.
strip, just until you get the hang of it, and then continue. So that's the cutting.
And basically this is made up of rectangles.
Rectangles, squares, there's some sashing, borders more actually than sashing. There's actually no sashing in the middle. All the roads are part of the block,
Yes.
which makes it nice. Oh, and then what I was going to say, so once you've got everything cut out, this is actually how much fabric I had left. So you can definitely do something else, either a pillow or another
My
little
goodness.
project. Yeah. And this was extra as well. I think I might have needed one extra strip, but yeah, so this is also...
You do have plenty left for something
Yeah.
else, don't you?
Yes.
If you've got
So-
two little people,
Oh,
you can
yes.
possibly make two by the looks
Yep.
of it. You could, so I mean, you like you say, making a quillo, you could actually make
Oh.
the cushion back that goes on
The back
on
to
the
match.
back, and then you fold it up and it tucks inside
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
becomes a cushion. Or you add handles, you could make it into a bag, so then you
Yes.
unfold it again.
Bag. Yeah. Yeah, no, I love this bundle. There's so much.
Yeah.
This one I haven't quite cut everything from yet, so that's not all the extra, but you get quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit.
So, like I said, there is 2 blocks to do. This is the second one. This is the first one. Now, even though all your fabrics are directional, once you put the blocks all together, you twist them around so the fabric goes all different directions.
Yes.
So even though I have done them, so these two are directional but they're going the same way, it doesn't matter. If you do it the other way, if you flip one so they're facing each other, it doesn't matter because it's all going to go into the mix. But so don't freak out because it's a directional fabric. It really all comes out in the wash. So these are the 2. So this one, move it over a bit, there we go. So there's 1 and 2. Those are your 2 blocks. That's all there is.
So really quite simple. And then you make your 2 different blocks repeatedly.
Yep,
X
let me
number
go
of
through them
times.
first. So, what I need for the first one, let me get my bits. So your first block are 2 rectangles with a grey strip in the middle. So I'm going to make mine do this. I'm going to have a green, a blue and a grey. Now when you're sewing them, because you've got all of your shapes pre-cut, it is kind of important to make sure that your seam allowance is accurate. So it does need to be a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And the way we do that, so me sew it first and then I'll show you seam allowance and how to measure it and the difference between a scant and a full 1/4 inch. There we go, I'm actually going to, let me do this one first.
In the book that we had on the early bird offer today, it was explaining how the thickness of the thread can determine whether it's a 1/4 inch or a scant 1/4 inch.
Yes,
You know, just
and kind of where it lays as well. You can adjust it. On some machines you can adjust it.
are you using a 1/4 inch foot on that one?
I've got a 1/4 inch foot. I haven't made any adjustments to the needle position. and I'm just going to sew it all the way through. Oops, there we go. So I don't know if you'll be able to see. So I've got my sew line. The way to measure it is I'm going to use my ruler. I've got my 1/4 inch there. And if I lay my 1/4 inch line right onto the raw edge, where my seam lies tells me whether it's a scant or a full. Now, I'll get a pin. My seam allowance is actually probably too far. This is too deep of a 1/4 inch. So I can see all my line of stitching on the outside of the ruler. So the line of stitching, there's nothing underneath the ruler at all. So my full 1/4 inch is fully in the seam allowance. And I could get another row of stitches in there that would actually still not be under the ruler. They would be in the fabric side. So that tells me that that 1/4 inch seam is actually way too big. And when I was sewing the blocks up just now using this machine, they weren't going together quite accurately just because of that seam allowance being off.
See, what I tend to do, to be honest with you, I shouldn't say this because you can buy 1/4 inch feet, but I tend to move the needle. So I'll mark 1/4 inch on the fabric. Then I use the edge of my regular foot as a guide and move the needle until it sits on the mark.
Gotcha, perfect.
And I just find, as you say, because different 1/4 inch feet are different 1/4 inches, aren't they?
So that's definitely one way you can do it if you don't have a 1/4 inch foot. I kind of like the 1/4 inch foot because it does kind of take the thinking out of it to some degree. But you can still adjust your needle even with a 1/4 inch foot on some machines. And the way that you do that is, if it's in just a straight stitch setting, if you move the width, so you just use the width adjustment, plus or minus, so I need to do minus, so I need to move my needle towards the right, you can adjust it that way. So if I put it to there, so 2 points on 2.5 now, and I'm going to do the same and see how that works. Might need, looks similar. Let's try that. There we go, that's better. There, I would probably even go further on this one. So I have adjusted my needle to 4.0 width, so move my needle across, and that actually, the stitching is just on the seam allowance side of the stitching that I just did. So you can see how it changes. Now that
you only have to do this the once, don't you, though, to get it?
Yes, only the once. So I would do it on a scrap piece of fabric to start off with, to set your seam allowance, and then just use that adjustment. But what I would do is either make a note of your setting, so if you turn your machine off, go away and come back, you know where to set it back to, or take a picture on your phone and do it that way. But just take a note. But it is worth taking the time.
I mean, I know you said that the one that when it just stitches on the sort of the 1/4 inch on its own sort of thing, it was slightly wider. Just being devil's advocate here, if you left it at that, but did every seam like that, would it not fit together okay?
No, only because you've got so for here, this instance, you've got a patch that covers across the seam allowance. Now, if this seam allowance is too big, which it was, you can see right here, even though I fudged it a little bit and I did stretch the fabric, you can still see there's about 1/8 inch where that patch is too big. Maybe you can see that. It's sticking out right here.
Right, so getting that accuracy at the start is worth that little bit of effort.
And a little bit of heartache. So if you've gone to the effort of buying it and cutting it, and once you get to that point and you don't understand why it's not fitting, that's why.
That's why.
Yeah. So, it's just a little bit discouraging, especially for a beginner. If it isn't quite right.
Well,
that-
you know, you would assume if you put a 1/4 inch foot on it, it would sew a 1/4 of an inch, wouldn't
Yes,
you? You
exactly.
would assume that.
Yeah.
But as I say, I know from experience that I have different machines and the 1/4 inch is different, which is why, as I say, I just move the needle.
Yeah,
I do it,
exactly. So you just move the needle to adjust it.
Yeah.
A scant 1/4 of an inch is when you do your 1/4 of an inch measurement on your seam allowance and your seam sits just under the ruler at a 1/4 of an inch. So you don't actually see your seam line at all, but it's just hidden by the edge of the ruler so that it's just under there. So the seam, the actual line of stitching is in the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
Yeah,
if
just
that makes
inside
sense.
it,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. I have to say that every day's a learning day because I always thought that a scant 1/4 inch was just another way of saying a 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
I didn't realise there was actually a difference, not being a
Yeah,
quilter.
no.
I mean, I do quilt, but I would say I'm a beginner quilter.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
that's not my
it's
forte.
it's one of those things. If you know, if you don't know, and it's not always explained in a lot of books. A lot of books or instructions assume that you know.
Yes, well,
And
yes,
there's
I
not a
do.
glossary, so yeah. So
Now,
what I'm
notice
doing?
now you're just pressing the seams to one side. You're not pressing them open.
No, we always press to the side in quilting, only because if you press them open, like when you were undoing the stitches earlier,
Yeah.
the only thing keeping that two pieces of fabric together is that thread and that thread. So it's the strength of the thread, and if there's pressure on it, they can pull apart, and then you've got a hole in your quilt. Whereas if you press them to the side, it adds a little bit of stability to it as well.
Sounds good to me because I always press them to the side because
Yep.
it's easier. So-
And I press to the dark side. You can't
Yeah.
always do that.
no.
But yeah, try and press to the dark side. But I also don't fight my pressing. So you'll often find when you've pieced something together, like when I'll show you on the second block, there'll be a way which the fabric kind of wants to lay.
go.
Yeah. So I don't fight it.
It's all going to be inside anyway, isn't it? So
Sorry?
it's all going to be inside
It is.
when you've quilted.
The only time it sometimes makes a difference is if you were going to machine piece, so like that weather vane block, you might find that pressing the seams one way or another actually affects how accurate it is on the front. You'd be surprised.
Yes, yeah.
But if there's a way that the seams are pressed that it actually is more aligned than the other way, then go with the way
Go
that
with
it's
the way,
aligned.
yes. Yeah.
There we go. And I forgot to say earlier, but when I'm pressing, I always press my seam first.
Yeah. So that embeds the stitches.
Yep, sets the stitches so it doesn't distort so much when you press it over. Should have pressed it this way. Press it with the dark side up so that when you open it, your seam will naturally go towards the dark side.
Goes to the dark side. I'm just thinking the same thing, Elliot.
Go to the dark side. We have cookies. So that's block one. Simple as that. Literally two seams.
Very simple, isn't it?
And then
You know, when we were talking about hand stitching earlier, when you're actually quilting, you could hand stitch a
Oh,
white dotted line down the road, couldn't
yeah.
you? And that could be some of your stitching.
there they are. They say, where's my other block? Now the other block, half of it is going to be the same for every single block that you do, and that is this half. Oh, there we go. That half is going to look the same. So I've got all of my dotted squares here. I've got my, put it on the side here as you can see. My sashing for roads, and then those units are going to be all the same.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Whereas these ones, you can mix and match different fabrics. Oh, yes, which reminds me, sorry. On your blocks, it tells you letters to put together.
Right.
Now, I looked at that and I went to my fabrics and I'm like, nah, it doesn't look like it's going to fit. But actually, the fabric letters are not the same as the letters that they're using to put your blocks together. So,
Confusing.
yes, these letters, although they are in lowercase, that does make them a little bit different. those letters are all listed on the front on your matrix, basically. It says label as, and it does give you the correct key on this side. So the letters that are in your block key correspond to the letters on the right-hand side of your table. So if you get to that point and you're confused, like, why isn't it working? That's, of course, it might just be me that.
So fabric A
yes.
is you label as A or B, depending on the size of the rectangle. And then fabric B, you label as A or D.
Yes. Yes.
Depending on the size of it, because the rectangles are the same size.
Yes.
So fabric A, you've got 4.5 by 10, and fabric B, you've got 4.5 by 10, or 2 times 4.5 times 10 of them. Yes, it makes sense.
It does. It makes perfect sense once you know, like, where to look.
As we said earlier, though, read the instructions
Yes.
before you start, and then it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
So then there is an order of doing block 2. So I'm going to take you take your square, which is C square, and an E sashing strip, road strip, and I'm going to sew that onto here. I don't usually pin, but I do pin often just to denote which seam it is I need to.
Absolutely, yeah. This is what I was trying to say earlier when you were putting together that windmill shape.
Oh, yeah.
And if it's a plain fabric, and then you pick up 2 pieces to make sure you don't stitch the wrong
yeah,
edge.
Yeah,
And that's why I like leaving it laid out, you see, so you can pick them up, you know, fold them right size together, pin the edge you're going to stitch.
Yes.
And that way you don't inadvertently stitch the wrong edges together.
Yep.
There is method in my madness.
Yep. No, I like methods. So I'm just going to do one block. So again, press that.
So I'm surprised that, because I have literally had my wrist slapped when I was making a quilt from jelly roll, or what do we call them, designer strips.
Yeah.
And I was pressing each block. I was pressing the seams, and the tutor slapped my wrist. I did know her very well. Otherwise, obviously, she wouldn't just randomly slap somebody. She was a friend, and she said, "Did I tell you to press them?" No. I said, "But you always press seams before you sew over them again when you're dressmaking." She said, "No, because you can stretch the seam.
Oh.
So you mustn't."
Oh. Okay.
So there, I was told off. So. But you can finger press.
Yes.
I was allowed to finger press.
Oh, okay. What were you making?
It was, I'm sure it's got some fancy name, but it was using, as I say, jelly rolls. And it had, I think, if I remember rightly, it had three strips and a thing across the top. Like sashing across the top. But you started off putting like 3 together in the great big long ones, and then you cut them down.
Oh.
And then you put the tops on and that sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah. Like, is it like a bargello or?
Not a bargello, no,
okay.
it's not. It was one of the very first ones I've done, and I've never actually got round to completing it. And it's lovely, it's beautiful colours. I just need to do it one day.
Yeah, I think we've all got a project.
Oh, well, a lot of UFOs, yes, there are a lot
Yes.
of those, yeah. And then, of course, I go and buy more fabric, so I use that first before I finish some of the old one. I've just got a lovely piece of fabric, which I'm going to make hopefully I'll wear it on the show in a couple of weeks. Tomorrow. But it won't be tomorrow. It definitely won't be tomorrow, because I haven't got the pattern with me. But I'm going to make a cow neck dress, and it's a kind of leopardy print.
Oh,
Is
nice.
it leopard or tiger? I don't know. Animal print.
Yeah.
And it's polyester satin. It's a bit shimmery,
Oh, beautiful.
a bit sassy. Got the shoes, got the boots.
Oh, nice. Oh, one other little trick I'll tell you is, if you are piecing and you get to, I'll tell you on the next bit actually, because it'll be easier to show. Another little fudge trick. If things aren't quite matching up, there's another way. Yeah, this seam allowance is working a lot better than
Yeah, so it's
it was
just
earlier.
worth spending those few minutes.
Just to get everything
Yeah.
set up.
This is your second block.
Yes, this is my block 2. Now this is the bit where you can choose any of the rectangles that you want. I'm going to do green, but it's here along this edge. If your seam allowance is too big here, then it sucks too much fabric in and it won't match the length of your cut rectangle. Now, because I've adjusted the seam allowance, it is like spot on, so it's nice.
Okay.
But on the other ones, it was, like I said, it was about a good, almost, not quite a quarter of an inch, but a good 1/8 of an inch different. Now, if that does happen, and you do want to fudge it, which I don't recommend, but you can.
Yeah.
If you find one piece is quite a bit longer or slightly longer than another, put the long one underneath when you're sewing, because the feed dog feeds the bottom fabric slightly faster than the top fabric gets fed in, so it might naturally take up a little bit of that slack. I would only do it for maybe a 1/16 of an inch
Yes, a
difference.
tiny bit
Yeah,
difference.
I wouldn't go for a full 1/8 because that's, unless it's a very big, you're sewing like a 12 inches of a block together, then an 1/8 you can kind of feed
Yes.
up into there. But if it's
Just
just
a
something
short
smaller,
one like that, yeah.
no more than a 1/16. If it's more than a 1/16 off, then go and readjust your seam allowance.
Yeah.
Just double check. Or
So
or your
it's just really worth doing that to start with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just making sure that your 1/4 inch is a 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
And this is why when we were saying earlier that I was saying anyway, don't mix imperial and metric, because
Oh, yes,
I would
it can
say
be.
6 millimetres for a 1/4 an inch, which is roundabout,
Yeah, but it's not.
but it's not exact. It's sort of 5.5 something, I think, which is virtually impossible to measure. So stick to, when it comes to quilting, stick with imperial.
Inches, yeah. There we go. Now this one, when you press it out, even though there is kind of a darker fabric here than here, when you open it up, because there's no seams on this bit, you can see how it's wanting to go, the seams already want to go this way. Just go with it. That's what I mean by don't fight the block.
Yeah.
It'll naturally want to lay the way that it kind of wants to.
Yes.
So just go with that. There
So
we go.
quick and easy to do.
Yeah. I mean, I did all these blocks. I did a lot of cutting just in the last hour.
Yes.
I did all these blocks.
So did you get the other one finished?
No, not quite. And then what I really love about it, because it looks like the road is intricate sashing that you put in between, but it's not. So if I find it's just the way that you lay. Let me move my bits out of the way.
I've
'cause I
got
don't
on
need
the
this now.
instructions here. It shows you
Yeah.
how you lay them out.
Ow. Oh, here. There we go. So it has a really nice, clear layout.
Yes.
So that one goes first there, and then I need one
So
of
do you know, I
these.
think what I'd also do at this point with a pencil, I'd tick off the ones I've laid down, just to make sure if I get interrupted I know which row I'm on, and
Yeah.
just belt and braces really.
Oh. Yeah, well, I would lay it all out. Oh, where's my other blocks? It must be under here. They're hiding. Oh, they're here. That's right. That's right. There we go. And then there's another one.
So you've now got 2 rectangles at the top that are the same. So could you?
Oh, yeah, you can definitely mix and match
so
that.
once you've got it out, you could then mix them up to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yes. Oh. There we go. Put that on there. And this is again where you can take a picture
Yes.
of your layout, see do you like that, and then you can switch blocks around basically. But you can see how the road gets made out by.
It's a very clever design, isn't it?
There we go.
And, you know, it's a bit like the disappearing 9 patch, which is one of my favourite beginner
Oh,
techniques,
yes.
because it looks so much more complicated than it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like you're really clever.
Yeah.
Which of course you are, of course.
So once you get to this point and you've laid all your blocks out and they're in organised how you want them. It's basically just a way of sewing them up. So I would sew them in rows. So I would sew this row together and then do the next one and then the next one, and then you would sew that row to that row.
So you'd start off, so I would have flipped that second block over to that one.
Yep.
Put a pin in so I know that's the seam I'm stitching.
Yep.
And then stitch that. Then I'd put that back down.
Oh, yes.
Or sew the next one to the, just so that I know that I'm putting the right bit to the right bit again.
Yes.
It's just to make sure you don't inadvertently sew them to the wrong side.
No, that's a good way to do it methodically. A quicker way of doing it, I tend to lay them out and then do exactly that, but then I would put that one over this one, again put the pin, and then I think there's another one, no, that's that one, that's 5 across, and then lay that on top of that, and then lay that by my machine, and I know that all of my right hand seams where the pin is are what I need to sew. Then when I go back to lay it back out, I've got the picture on my phone just to double check where everything goes out as well.
See, I put them down and then put the next one up and put them down, put the next one up. It's different ways of doing the same thing, isn't it?
Exactly. Definitely.
But as we mentioned earlier, you take a picture on your phone, and that's me thinking about leaving it on a tray somewhere, because it didn't occur to me to take a picture on my phone.
Well, I like it for so many reasons. Again, because you can see it better.
Yes.
For some reason, just seeing it, sort of distance from it.
Yes, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's a lovely design. It's a really nice idea. So it's £74.99 is for the whole pack. So this is all for the front.
Yes.
It's just to make the top.
Just the top. But you do get quite a bit left over.
You get quite, you do, don't you? So you can make some cushion covers, you could make a bag, you could make a bag for the toy cars that you're going to take with you.
Perfect.
So, there's lots you can do with the remnants. It's not little tiny bits, it's lots. There's quite a lot left, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. It's nice, substantial.
So you get...
Oh, sorry, no, you go ahead.
I was going to say, so I just wanted to reiterate, you get £74.99 and you get all of the different pieces of fabric. There are, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 different pieces. Some are half metres, some are metres, depending on what is required. Altogether, 5.5 metres in total. And to that, you will need to add backing, which is what we also showed earlier. These are the backing fabrics. So they're on the website too, don't forget. So they're lovely. They come. So would a 2 metre piece do that?
I was trying to work it out. I'm not sure, because you have to do 2 halves, because it's 54 inches by 54 inches finished. So
if your fabric is 54 inches wide, that would be okay. But if it's not, if it's 45 inches wide, you might end up having to have another piece down. Yeah. Okay, I could measure a piece whilst you do the next bit.
You might need to piece it together, so it wouldn't just have one, strip it in half and sew them both together. You might need to do a little bit of piecing.
Yes.
But yeah, I think...
Which actually, if you bought a couple of the colours, it would actually look quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
You could do a bit of piecing on the back.
You might be able to use some of the extra to make up the difference, or
make
to
up
add
the difference
bits
of it.
Yeah,
so you
nice
then just have one of these, and then I think that can look nice.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
and
I
it's
love
just giving it another look, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, I just did a quilt for a lady. I dropped it off yesterday, and she had 2 big pieces of fabric for the back, and then right down the middle was a long, just a single bit like this wide, but pieced, of just blocks. So it just added a dimension to the backing, which was gorgeous.
Yes, lovely.
Yeah.
That is really nice. So yes, this is what. So don't forget, this is what we've got. But let's get back to your demo so people can see the next bit.
Once that bit is done, then you're basically adding borders. And the way the instructions say is to take your border strips. You've got grey ones and you've got sign ones. I would cut the selvage edges off, and then sew all of your strips together. I can do that right now, actually.
What, into one long strip?
Into one long strip.
End to ends, yeah.
Yes, which is the easiest way. I'm just going to cheat and cut them off. But you can use a rotary cutter as well. It'll actually be quicker if you did a couple of strips at a time.
Yeah. You could do it when you're cutting the strips, I guess, couldn't you? Just cut those off.
And the reason we cut the selvage edges off, because I never did say that, is the fabric at the edges is a slightly different weave quality. Or 1, they're very often white, and 2, they are a different weave quality. They're a little bit more
Usually tighter, aren't they?
Yeah, tighter and a bit odd. So they can distort your quilting a little bit, your blocks. So that's why we always remove the selvage edges. But actually, some of that fabric, actually that Moda fabric from the first hour had some gorgeous selvage edges. You know,
yes.
for those selvage edges.
Sometimes you know what I've seen? I've seen like cushion covers made just from selvages.
Yeah.
Because
they are gorgeous.
Well, like some of the ones we were looking at earlier, they had like nice little messages on them.
Yes, they do. Actually, I was going to say that.
Yeah, don't just discard them.
No.
And if you can, then cut it in the whole selvage.
Yeah.
Not in little pieces, because then you'd have to sew lots of little tiny pieces.
Yeah, no, the whole length. This is all just 1/4 inch. Again. So all the way, so you're sewing them like that. And then again, press that to the side. And then what I do is I would lay that against the side of the quilt, just lay it roughly all the way around, just to see where the joins are going to be, because you may want to shift them slightly one way or another, so they're not like right on a corner, or you've got, you know, or next to another seam. However it's going to bother you, just adjust it at that point. And then what I do for borders, rather than measuring, you can do that, you can measure the actual edge of your quilt and then cut your strip to size. But what I prefer, because invariably I can't always measure it accurately, is what I do, once it's all sewn together, I lay my strip down on top of my quilt top, just making sure that everything is quite flat and lined up, there's no wrinkles or anything, and then I just pin sort of every hand's width all the way along and continue all the way down. And then when I sew it so that that strip is on top, because that is cut with the fabric is ever so slightly stretchy. And if you sew it with it underneath, you could have that effect. Well, you know where the feed dogs feed it through quicker. You could end up with wavy borders, because there's more fabric in the border than there is in the quilt top. And that's how you end up with borders that are a little bit wavy.
To always have the border on the top.
Always, so
and what about using a walking foot? Because obviously by then you
yeah.
probably have batting behind it as well.
No, this is
still,
still...
because you're still on the top,
Yes,
aren't you?
you can. A lot of people actually do piece with a walking foot. The only reason I don't is because of that 1/4 inch.
Yes.
But if you've done that trick where you've adjusted it and you know where to line up the fabric and you know it's going to be exactly a 1/4 inch, then yeah, by all means, use a walking foot, because it all helps to keep it more
those
accurate.
layers going evenly.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got 2 borders to do that to. So you've got, actually the grey one is the first one. Did that wrong. And then the
so
sign is
you
the
don't put the
second
2 borders together and then put them on as one. You put them on individually.
Individually, only because that's the way the design is. As you can see, you've got a full corner of grey.
Yes.
If you were to add them together,
You wouldn't have a corner.
you wouldn't have that. I mean, it's not that that's wrong. If you can add that as a design element, which would actually be quite nice. But yeah, just bear in mind, if you did do that, the corners wouldn't be exactly
as it's shown. Yes.
No, unless you did a what's the word I want to use?
Corner?
Mitered corner.
Yes.
Thank you. It's like you're reading my mind. Perfect. Can I just take you everywhere with me? You'll translate for me.
I'll be the little ventriloquist dummy sort of thing, every now and then open my mouth.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's that. With the binding, same kind of technique. So you'd cut your strips, but instead of sewing them straight, like I did for here, what you'd want to do, and I did show this last time I was on binding, still using straight grain strips for this one, is you want to line them up. I've got a bit of a mess going on here now. Line them up so like this. So right sides together, and again you can cut the selvage edges off first. I might do that actually, because otherwise it gets confusing. I tend to cheat and leave them on and just cut them off after.
Yeah.
But if you're a beginner, that is
It
might
could
be
be
a step.
confusing, and you could
a
end
step
up
too
having
far.
you could have that binding in the wrong place.
Yes. So you're going to line it up like that. working through it. And then we're going to sew corner to corner. So you can actually draw a line. I don't think I've got a marker with me.
There's a black pen.
Oh yeah,
friction
friction
pen
pen.
just there.
Perfect. Perfect. This does make it easier, especially if you're a beginner, because then you don't have to think too much and you've got the sew line right there and you know it's going to be accurate. Oops. So I just do a line. Literally just corner to corner. So it's the corner of the strip underneath to the corner to the strip on top. You can see that.
This is how you'd attach bias binding strips together as well, actually.
Yep. You can do this for the border. I've seen it done for the border, actually. There we go. And then you just cut the corner off. And what that does, it just evens up that seam so that the bulk isn't just in one spot, but it's spread out across there, so that when you go to attach your binding on, and I always do it in double. This isn't a binding strip, so that's why it looks a bit narrow. But double, you've got that bulk of that seam which is spread across what,
rather
maybe
than just having a big
couple of
chunk
inches.
together.
Yeah, chunk in the middle, which makes it a lot nicer and smoother. Yeah,
That's really good.
yeah. So I think that's
So you just
Covers it.
just master those 2 blocks, which are very simple.
Oh yes.
I mean, you know, I'm saying this. Expert quilter that I am. Very simple. No, simple
Yeah,
blocks
they
to put
are.
together because they're straight lines and things.
Straight
you haven't
lines.
got pointy bits to join together. You haven't got Y seams to join together. Nice and simple blocks.
And the cutting is very simple. It's
cutting
all either half
simple.
an inch or a full inch for the measurements. So there's no like 3/4 or 7/8 or anything tricky to trip you up. And all of the blocks are pretty similar measurements as well. So
Yes.
you don't have a lot of different sizes to cut
And
out.
little tip that you did at the first, which was to put a little swatch
Oh, yes.
of it against the cutting guide. And as we said, you know, read the instructions through, because the little block A, B and C is not the same
As the
ABC
fabric.
on the left. It's the one on the right. And it does say
Yes.
that very clearly, label as.
Yeah.
And if you read it down, you can see why there's the A's all the way down it. It's because of the size of the blocks.
Of the block would match up. That's why you can mix and match.
So if you
different
are
ones.
a beginner, I would say you can go for this.
Oh, yeah,
But
definitely.
do think about watching this show back. So don't forget, you just have to remember the date and who. And it's the 1st of April, so we're not going to forget that, are we?
Yeah.
And then you can actually have a look at that and just be sure. Oh, and we've got a message.
Oh.
Let's have a look at the message. Emma is so talented.
Oh,
I absolutely
bless
agree.
you.
Totally
Thank
agree.
you.
Absolutely.
Well, I didn't, touch wood, I didn't make any mistakes on this one. I guess my mistake was on the first one, so I can't have a show without a mistake happening at some point. So.
Oh, it's so hard not to, though,
Yeah,
because
well, I
you're
make the
working under
mistakes.
pressure. And
Yeah, well-
this is where seam ripper comes in handy.
It does, and
Unrip
once
that
I
seam.
don't know about anybody else, but I learn from mistakes
Oh,
better than
absolutely.
anything else. So, yeah, all these little tips and tricks that come along with everything is because I made the mistake
Yes.
first, so you don't have to.
Well, it's like the one about using a nice sharp rotary cutter blade.
Yes.
And the mistake I made was I was cutting out for one of my students, and I went like that to cut that way. Never do. Never, never, never do. And I know you shouldn't do that, but I was trying to be quick. Her mat was wibbly wobbly because it hadn't been kept flat. I know these are excuses. Anyway, I cut through my finger.
Yeah.
Yeah. So make sure you cut your hands that when you're cutting away from you. Use a sharp blade
Yes.
so you're not having to try and press and make it cut more than you need to.
Yeah.
And don't have a wibbly wobbly mat underneath.
Yeah.
So when are you
Live and
back,
learn.
Emma?
In a couple of weeks. I'm on again on the 15th.
15th.
I think we're doing hand sewing again then. I think we got a couple more patterns.
I think I'm with you then.
Oh, yay.
It is. Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
yay.
that's good then.
Good.
Yes. And we're hand sewing again.
Yeah, your favourite. Maybe I can get you to be a convert. Maybe
No,
if you
I
come to
say
Festival of Quilts,
actually,
you can do
I
it with
am.
me.
Oh, I never get a chance to do any classes. We have 400 and something classes,
Oh,
27 rooms. I run all the time. I'm just
Don't
running.
worry.
Do get the instructions from the previous hour. Don't forget we had those 3 patterns with those 3 different blocks, and they're £12.99 for all 3. And we do recommend, this is me, I recommend you starting with the American hand piecing one first if you're a beginner at it, because that gives you all the instructions on how it all works. And then please do think about getting this one. If you've got a little chappie or a little girl who loves her cars, this is such a perfect playmat or quilt cover, and you get plenty left over for cushion covers and things, so it's a really good deal, really lovely gift.
Yes, a nice, quick and easy one too.
Yeah, 5.5 metres of fabric. I mean, $74.99 sounds a lot until you realise it's 5.5 metres of fabric.
Yeah.
And you can't get it outside of the bundle, so you do have to get it. And there is enough left over to make some little drawstring bags, to make cushion bags, to, you know, all sorts of different things you can use. Let's have a look at it. Hold on one sec. I like those backing ones as well. So we have in this bundle here, we have a black and white stripe. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fabrics. Are we missing one? What are we missing? What are we missing? Got that one, got that one. Oh, no, we have. We've got 8. That is right. So we've got the instructions, which is the 9th thing. So we just know how many things are in the bundle. So what we have here is we've got, let's look at the prints first. We have these lovely prints, and they're all slightly different. So they're all of a theme. They're all vehicles. So we've got a mixture of fire engines and police cars and trucks and things. So it's really, even helicopters, look. And what's that? Is that like a tractor? Little motorbikes and lots of little things. Then you have the green one here. And this one, it has little roads on it as well. So I was saying, if you're going to do some quilting on the piece when you've put it together, you could actually do big quilting by hand down the middle of your roads to make the middle of the roads if you wanted to. So that's the lovely green one. Then we have grey. So again, another one with the lovely cars and things on it. And then we have all the signs. This is a really great way of teaching little children about road signs and things as well. They can learn all of these as they're going along. I remember my son, when he was about 4 and a half, and went into a car park, and he said, "Why does it say stop there, Mummy?" And I was so impressed that he actually read the word stop. And then we have some green with white spots, and that just breaks up the prints. And then we have a black and white stripe. So that's going to be for the border, not the border, the binding, which really looks quite dramatic, I think, then. And then we have these other two. So these are sort of mottled, almost like watermarked. So we have a nice blue, really nice bright blue, and then we have a charcoal grey, which is the roads. So we have these really lovely pieces of fabric. As I say, some of them are metre, that feels like a metre, some of them are half metre. It depends what is needed for the pattern. It's what you need, but there is plenty left over from every piece for you to do some accompaniments, some little drawstring bags, a cushion back if you wanted to make it into a quillo, which basically is a quilt in a pillow. It's been ever so popular. And of course, don't forget you get the instructions with the clear cutting guide of what you need, how to write it down. Note down today's date so that you can watch this back later. Emma is a brilliant quilter, and she's so easy to watch her and follow her details because she explains it so beautifully, shows it so beautifully. So it really is, it's worth doing. I'm just neatly putting this away. We're just going to have a look at those backing fabrics again, because I love these. And again, I kind of feel like these are one of these things that might be worth popping in your bag just because. Let's start with the chartreuse. This is this lovely 2 meters at $13.49. It's really nice cotton. So we have two more in baskets than we have available. So if you want this one, please check out now and then come back immediately. So that one is chartreuse. We have the navy. So this is navy. If it looks a little bit sort of brighter blue, it is navy. So very nice. Any of these will work well with as a backing on this particular quilt play panel or whatever. So this is really nice. Again, $13.49 for the 2 meter piece. Grey. So this is nice as well. So nice grey. It's a nice sort of steel grey. Same price, $13.49. And this is it's called school grey. 100% cotton, 2 metre piece of backing, which is really great. And then finally we have the red. So, you know, even if you're not making this quilt, this is really quite nice to have as a 2 metre fabric. It's Rose and Hubble quality. You get a nice 2 metre piece. It'll always be handy in there if you want to use it for any or all sorts of projects, even if you don't want to use it for this, which is why I think it's quite a good idea to maybe get 2 or 3. Now, what we have got after the break is a really exciting hour. We have got a new guest who I'm delighted to welcome because she teaches at the shows and I know her well. And we've got amazing fabrics all around us. We're going to be talking to her. We're going to be launching her brand new book, which is all about African wax print fabrics and what you can do with them. We've also got bundles, which are either fat quarters or half meters. So they are really fabulous too. It's a fabulous fabric, very stable, beautiful to sew with. So please stay with us. So coming up after the break, we are joined by Adaku. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Hi, welcome back. This is the last hour of the day, and I'm joined by. Now, I keep saying Adaku. It's Adaku.
Adaku, yeah.
Like an
Yeah.
R sound in it. I'm sorry, I've said
That's
Adaku.
okay.
Adaku. I do apologise. So we're going to welcome Adaku Parker, who is a designer. She's got these beautiful fabrics. She's created a book. So we're going to find out a little bit about her. We've got on the show today. We have got her book. It's a new book, isn't it?
Yes.
New books. We've got her new book, which has got 25 projects in it, and it's got patterns, full-size patterns,
Full-size patterns.
front and back.
Front and back.
So they're nicely in there, ready for you. And then also beautiful detailed instructions. But we will go through that properly in a bit. First of all, what we want to do is I want to introduce Adaku, and I want to know. Okay, spotlight on you. when did you start? Why is your company called Dovetailed? I know some of this, of course, because I've had this interview with you before, but tell everybody, so when did you start this? And
So I started my business in 2017. Didn't really start selling fabrics until 2018. Before then, I was just sort of making small accessories, headbands, scrunchies, small bags. I'd take them to smaller shows and sell them. And then there was an occasion when someone said to me, I can't remember which bag it was. She said, "Oh, I really love that bag, but do you sell fabric so that I can make that bag, but in a fabric of my own choice?" And I thought, oh, bit of a light bulb moment perhaps. And so that the next show I brought some fabric just to see what happened, and I sold some of it and took it from there.
so that's, but I know, because I know that
Yes,
you started
Wendy.
life, was it a solicitor or something?
Barrister.
And then
So
it
I've
was
been a
because of your
barrister.
children that you decided to do this,
Yeah.
because obviously that's not a work-life balance, is it, with children?
Well, some are able to do it, I guess. It's entirely a matter of, a personal choice.
Yes.
Your own family, where you live. There are various factors, aren't there,
Yes.
that one has to consider. But I think at that time, I think I'd wanted a break, and it just seemed a perfect opportunity, being on maternity leave, to think about something else.
Yeah.
I'd never had a sabbatical. I'd never kind of taken any time off. I'd literally, from about the age of 5 to what was then, I think, 33.
No,
gone
23.
gone through school and university and work, and I was just looking to sort of do something a bit different.
Yeah.
And so,
Which is what you've done.
yeah.
So when did you actually start sewing?
I started sewing in September 2016.
All right, so you really hadn't even sewn as a child?
No, I hadn't sewn as a child.
Wow.
Hadn't sewn as a child. I remember watching The Sewing Bee one year. It's soon to be back on, isn't it? Very
It is,
exciting.
yes, yeah.
I remember watching The Sewing Bee, and I was quite intrigued by what I was seeing. And so about a month later, so this was the summer of 2016, then about a month later, I saw an advert for classes in textiles at my local adult learning centre, and I just thought, oh, well, hang on, textiles. Isn't that what I saw on The Sewing Bee? I'm sure that's what I saw on The Sewing Bee, or something similar. And so I took some classes in pattern cutting, tailoring, decorative techniques, African fashion. I did loads,
Yes.
and I was just completely hooked. And it didn't take long at all, and I got to grips with it quite quickly.
Yes, well, I'm not surprised, because obviously if you were a barrister, you've got a bit of brain power up there, haven't you? So do you design your fabrics, or do you buy from an African source? Where do you get your fabrics
So
from?
I source my fabrics. Currently, I source them from Holland. There is a great long history of the Dutch making African fabrics. And I mention some of that in the book, actually. So if I open up the book, and if we turn to, I know it's at the very beginning, so it's just a page. In fact, it's a few pages, about 4 pages.
Yes, like introduction to African
There
wax
is this
fabrics,
introduction
yes.
where you can just read a bit about the background. I know people love to hear about the background.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, definitely. So you have so many different kinds of fabric made in Africa. Wax printing is a process that I suppose describes these kind of fabrics, but there are all kinds of different ones that are more unique to specific regions. So for example, you have kente that would be worn by someone in Ghana, but then you wouldn't necessarily have someone in the Ivory Coast wearing kente. So, or you'll have shui shui, worn by someone in South Africa, but then may not necessarily be worn by someone in Nigeria. So you have those kind of regional fabrics.
Yes.
Wax print was really the first fabric, as I understand it, that all Africans wore, or that would be worn sort of across West Africa. Certainly, I can't speak so much for Eastern and Southern Africa. So yeah.
So it's, I mean, the prints and the colours are absolutely glorious. They really, really are. And I think the thing that's so lovely is all of your designs in the book are simple, so easy for anybody to have a go at.
Yep.
Because you let the fabric do the talking.
Exactly.
That's the whole point. And the bundles you've put together today for us, I'm sort of jumping backwards and forwards because I'm really excited about all this. The bundles are beautiful colours, so you've got like colourways, haven't you?
So what
you've got fat quarters and you've got half yards, because you sell it by the yard, not the metre.
By the yard, not the metre. So we've got half yard bundles and fat quarter bundles, 6 of each per bundle. And they're all different. So that's quite a lot of fabric
we're going to go through those properly a little bit later, but we just want to get a little bit more. We want to dive into the book so people can understand, you know, what to do with these beautiful fabrics.
Sure.
And the packs that we've got here are really good for the accessories that you've got in the book.
Yes.
The garments, you'd have to buy bigger metre,
you'd need to
yardage,
buy bigger,
wouldn't you?
Bigger yardage,
But I think if you're going to get going on this, if you're going to start using African wax print fabrics, this is a really good way to start. You've got the book with the very clear instructions, you've got the patterns in the book, and you've got these beautifully coordinated. You've coordinated yourself, haven't you? You've put these prints together.
I've put them all together. I have what's becoming a blister on one of my fingers to prove it with all the cutting. So yes, I put them all together.
I just wish that you'd choose bright colours sometimes. You're obviously a woman after my own heart here. I just absolutely love them, and I love the bold prints on them. I think it's, and if it's not for you, if it's not your kind of clothes to wear, because obviously it's not everybody's, it's mine,
of course,
it's yours.
It won't be everybody's.
But that's when it's really good for an accessory,
yep.
for a bag. You can have a really, really bold bag.
Yep.
You've got tablet cases and all sorts, haven't you, going on
pencil
in here?
cases.
Yes.
So if you look at page, on the contents page of the book, in chapter 1, we've got tops, skirts and pants. Chapter 2, we have dresses. Chapter 3 and 4 are where you'd go to for the accessories. So you've got bags and purses in chapter 3, and then accessories in chapter 4. But I think we've got about 11 accessories. So there's quite a lot
really,
there.
I think if this is going to be the first time you've used this, I say it's difficult to sew, but it's not at all actually. It's very easy to sew.
Yeah, it is.
But if it's the first time you've used these fabrics, then start with one of these lovely accessories. Look at this mask. We're going to have to wear masks. Let's wear a bold one. Let's wear a mask
and match it. Match the mask to what you're wearing.
Yes, I've done that for quite a lot of my outfits. Only sometimes I forget to put them together. But anyway, do you need a special thread or special needles to work with this?
No, the polyester needles, the polyester cottons are fine, polyester threads are fine, and the 90 needles.
So you would go for a 90, 14 or 90?
Yes, exactly.
So that's just a slightly more robust needle than your average woven fabric, which would be an 80-12.
Yes, it's more of a medium weight cotton.
Yes.
And especially with the bags, if it's bag making that you're doing, I'd go for 100.
Yes, you can go for a jeans needle.
You can go for jeans needle, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
So as well as the patterns, flicking through, as usual, starting at the back, working forwards, you've got how to do some techniques as well.
Yes.
So some useful techniques.
Yes.
Tailor's tacks, really?
We have a section on techniques.
Talking about hand sewing, you said.
Oh.
Really? Good old fabric marker pen. So there's lots of stitches, interfacing, how to interface, dressmaking techniques. So we've got pleats, darts, nicely, clearly illustrated, and how to work with patterns and templates. So this is all at the back.
Yeah.
25 projects in here. That's a lot.
It's a lot, and if we include the face mask, it's 26.
Is it? Was this a last minute addition? Because
Well,
we suddenly
it
had
may
to
have been a last minute addition.
Suddenly we had to start wearing face masks. Pop that one in. It's nice. I like this actually. It's like the ones that I make. Actually, it's a nice shape.
Yes, a nice shape.
Because I find
and nice
I know
and big.
the medically ones that you're supposed to wear, they're too big for me.
Right.
And I find they come right up under here, and I'm forever having to pull them down a bit because I can't see where I'm going because I've only got a little face. So I like these hair. Look at these headbands, really nice. Oh, we've got the apron somewhere behind me.
We have the apron, and what people will have in all of these bundles will be some of the fabrics from the book. So, for example, I can see the eye mask there on your book.
Yes.
So that's part of the red bundle in the half yard.
There's this one here.
As well as in the fat quarters.
Lovely.
Right.
So you're getting some of these fabrics that we're seeing in the bundle.
Of course, some of the fabrics in the book are part of the bundle.
One, of course, this purple one is the dress behind me here, which is really, I love that one, love that colour. So if you've got any questions about working with this kind of fabrics or for Adaku herself, please do. She's here with us until 1 o'clock. Because I'm sure, I mean, I'm trying to ask everything I think you might want to ask, but I'm also aware that there might be other things, because I do know a little bit about her already, so I might be missing things. This is the first time we've had her on Sewing Street. It won't be the last, if she's willing to come back. So we're not doing a demo as such, because what we're going to do is we're actually going to be going through finding more about you and everything.
Yeah.
And so I did say to you earlier, do you design the designs or do you buy the designs from, are these designed by the Dutch company?
Yes, so these are fabrics that I import from Holland. So I don't design them, I source them. I bear in mind, I think because I sew, people always say to me, how do I choose? And I sense that people are quite impressed by what I choose. And I very much have something in mind when I choose it. So if I'm choosing a fabric, I have in mind it will either be an accessory or a skirt or a dress, or there'll be something that I know I know what will be done with it or could be done with it. And so I hope that helps, and I hope that that's helpful for people in terms of knowing that they can make something with it that will be very useful, lots of fun.
Definitely. I think that's really true. And so how do you do this? I mean, obviously you haven't been able to go to Holland this last year.
No, that I import, so they send.
Right, brilliant. So you haven't been sort of stymied by that?
No, it has been a bit tricky of late, but where there's a will, has been tricky. Just do your best.
So, okay, so which comes first, the egg? Or the chicken. So do you design a garment and then find a fabric to match the garment, or do you find the fabric and think that'll make a dress and then design the dress from that?
No, I start with the fabric.
Start with the fabric?
Always.
Yeah.
Always. Because otherwise you're having to sort of retrofit.
Yes.
So I always start with the fabric.
Yeah. And what I like is, I mean, again, that's another one I would have loved to have put on today. It's a beautiful dress there. I mean, the fabric is so amazing.
It is.
And it's such a simple design.
Yeah.
But that's all it needs to be.
It doesn't need to be anything else.
You don't want lots of seams cutting into that design of fabric.
Exactly. And that was really, essentially, that idea of allowing the fabric to sing, of really making the fabric centre stage, has really sort of informed the way that I design these patterns and will continue to design patterns moving forward.
So you've got this in here, but I also know you do individual patterns.
Yes, I have some individual patterns. Some are in here. So I have some sold individually that are in here, about 4. So,
oh, it's gone out of my head again.
Oh, it's okay.
In and out. I'll think of it in a second. Sure. I was going to ask something and I've just suddenly forgotten. So that was the accessory. So I've just keep on going backwards here. This is the bag.
Yeah.
So I think this is a really good starter, project. So somebody who hasn't used these fabrics before wants to make a really bold bag.
It's lovely. Not too big.
No, it's perfect, isn't it? It's perfect size.
Just the right
perfect
size.
For summer as well. And I noticed that you've got, so in this is the bag we've got here, difficulty rating. So people can have an idea of how difficult it is.
Yeah.
The size of the bag when it's finished, which is really useful, how to cut it, and then of course how to stitch it, all in easy step-by-step instructions with clear illustrations. So making it very easy to do. Using quilters clips, by the way.
Of course.
Which we had on the show just now.
How else do you make bags? Sorry.
Can
Not
I
with
shoehorn
needles.
in my light box today? Is there any need for me to use a light box on this one? I was trying to get it in. So yes, lots of, I like this. This
So
is a nice,
yes, yes.
Marilyn makeup bag.
Yes, the makeup
Back to our
bag.
alliteration here. I like, if we got it
Makeup
here
bag.
somewhere?
Maybe somewhere, maybe
I
not.
don't know. But anyway, this is,
anyway.
I like the shape of this. It's nice.
It's a nice shape, easy to make.
Yes.
You could make loads, make them as gifts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I like this one. So this bag here, this
Yep.
Sophia shoulder bag is
Just
the one we
behind
have
you.
here.
Yep.
And look at that, just by positioning
gorgeous.
that design of the fabric on
Yeah,
the front, it
yeah.
just looks spectacular. Boxy shoulder bag. What's this one? This is a pencil case.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's
That's
here.
oh, I see. Yes. That's really sweet too, isn't it? And the prints are so gorgeous. And then, so all of the packs which we're going to look at, they're all prints. So if you wanted to mix it with solid, then you use your solids you've
Yes.
got at home,
Yes,
or that you
exactly.
buy from
Yeah.
us. And if you mixing that, for instance, would you say you have to have the same wax fabric for the plain, or could you just use a polycotton or a cotton?
I think I'd try and find something that wasn't too lightweight.
Yeah, so kind of the same handle.
Kind of the same handle. But what I've used here, you see, is waterproof fabric. Because just pencil cases, you know, the pens will always leak, won't they?
Yes.
So I decided to line this with waterproof fabric, which I love. Which looks quite nice, doesn't it?
Do you say that in here? Does it say that?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Just putting you on the spot there.
No, it's okay.
It does. It does. It says waterproof lining. You're
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. You don't have to use waterproof lining, but I
No,
think...
but you're thinking for what the purpose of it.
For the
'Cause
purpose of it,
But again,
yeah.
it could be a makeup bag, couldn't it?
could be a
It could
makeup
be a
bag.
medicine bag.
Yeah,
If you know,
yeah.
if you're somebody that takes medicines.
Exactly, exactly.
Or if you need to take your sun creams.
Yeah.
And they get mucky, don't they? Oh, we're hoping, aren't we? So I'm now into the bags and purses here. So we've got lots more here. Beatrice tote bag. That's nice. Have we got that one? Oh yes, that's behind you there. It's a very, very simple shaped bag. It's a tote bag. But because you've got this amazingly gloriously coloured fabric, it looks incredible. And then sort of keep on going forward, we're going into some of the garments. But we've got half yard packs here, so you would
Yes.
need more.
Yeah.
Or, and I said to you earlier,
Yeah, you did.
could you, the half yard, so could you join two to make a yard and two to, and then
Yeah.
you'd end up having like a real patchwork,
Okay.
colourful,
Yeah.
amazingly colourful.
That
They'd
would
see you
be-
coming.
Yeah. that would be amazing.
I think so.
That'd be amazing.
But then I do like really, really bright, don't I? So these
No
are just so
pressure.
lovely.
No
Yeah,
pressure, Wendy.
pressure.
I look forward to seeing it.
Yes, I have to do this and wear it when at a festival.
Yeah, festival. No pressure.
This is lovely with the candles. This dress.
That's just
The
behind you
Etta,
there.
yes, it is. It's lovely.
So you do have that with African fabric. So for example, I've got the skirt with the iron. Where's the iron skirt?
The iron skirt.
It's the star of the show.
Which one is it? Is it in the book?
Yeah, the one on the front.
Oh, hold on a second. Oh my God! Yes, it is. It's irons. We only have so many
No, I know.
mannequins.
I
you
know,
see,
I know,
so-
I know.
Didn't realise they were iron.
No, I just thought they were designs.
Woohoo! Just like that. So you do get that with African fabrics. You will have, as the repeat, consumer products, effectively. So products that at the time when they were à la mode, in fashion, or they were a new addition to kind of cultural life, irons, candelabra, you will have those, you know, Michelle Obama's handbag. There'll be these sort of items that will be put onto the fabrics and repeated throughout the fabric as a form of sort of a social status, a commentary on
Yeah.
the way that we're living at the moment and what's new, what's cool. I remember when vinyl was a thing, my mum remembers this, my mum will always talk about this, that when vinyl was a thing, they'd put records. So that's quite
yes,
popular. I'm
I
sure you've
remember.
seen, yeah.
Yes, I do remember
Yeah,
those. That's back in the
so-
60s, yeah.
So yeah.
You don't remember that.
No, I don't remember that, but I've heard.
Well, I was a wee barn. So these are lovely. That's when so this one again. Now this is a nice one. We had this somewhere. I'm not sure we got it out, but I did see it. This is a really nice, just a simple A-line skirt with an elasticated waist.
Yeah.
So for an absolute beginner, brilliant.
Yeah.
Really brilliant thing. Oh, we've got a message from Sharon. What she said. Hi everyone, I'm blown away by Adaku and her book and wonderful fabrics they are. I look forward to seeing you often. Oh yes, absolutely, agree. Who's that from? Sharon. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really nice. And so do we. This is really good. So this book has been really popular, not surprisingly.
Good. Book has been, it's been doing well.
Sizing in the book.
Doing well. So sizing, we have the finished garment lengths.
Right.
For the body measurements, I've got that on the website. So if you go to dovetail.co.uk and you go to this listing, this actual product on that page,
yes.
At the bottom of the descriptions, we have all of the body measurements that you'll need for all of the garments.
Right. So generally the patterns go from 8 to 26.
They go from
UK
8
sizing.
to 26, but obviously everyone's different. You know.
Yeah, but what you need to do is, like we say, with all patterns,
Yep.
you need to check your measurements, not what you think your ready-to-wear size is.
Yep.
Because it might not be the same thing entirely. When I go ready-to-wear shopping, I can be anything from a 10 to a 14, and when I make a pattern, I can be 18, etc.
Yeah.
Sadly. So all of the patterns included in the book are full-size patterns.
Yep.
Different cutting lines for the different sizes.
Different cutting
so that
lines
makes
for
it
different
easy
sizes,
to follow.
which makes it easy to
As you
follow.
will possibly get, I don't want to pull this out because I'm sure we'll be selling this actual book. If lines converge at underarms and things, what I sometimes do is use a Dayglow pen to mark the line I'm following.
Good.
Just to make sure that you continue on that same line when they've converged and gone out again. So it's always worth doing.
People will need lots of tracing paper, won't they?
Are they printed both sides of the tissues?
They are.
So yes, you need
Yeah.
you need to have some spare tracing paper,
Yeah.
brown paper.
Did I say printing paper?
No, you did say tracing
Yeah,
paper.
tracing
Yeah, tracing paper. So you can get tracing paper. You can get packs of pattern paper.
Yeah.
Oh, Yasmin is saying is love Adaku, truly inspirational, brilliant book. Can we have more, please? Takes a long time to write a book. We'll get this one out first.
Sell loads today, and yeah.
So I was just trying to see who's published it, actually.
So this is published by Seco Books.
Ah, it is Seco, because it says Makex, and I was trying to work out who that was.
I think it's the same company.
Yes, yeah, they often have different names.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But this book was a #1 bestseller on Amazon.
Really?
The week it was published. Very excited about
Yeah.
that.
Do you know what I've said? Now, I have no knowledge. I don't know if this is true at all, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's not a week doing an darker fabric. How do you say the fabric? I know it's African wax fabric. Ankara fabric make on Great British Sewing. I think. No knowledge about it. I just think it's so fashionable at the moment, isn't it? It's such beautiful,
I think
vibrant
they normally
colours.
do have that. I think
Yeah,
they've
and
had
I
that
think
in the
they'll bring
past.
this. I think they will. But I don't know. Anyway,
Ooh.
you're not on it. Well, you're not allowed to say it.
No,
are
I'm
you?
not.
Yeah.
No, goodness.
No, you're not allowed to say. So when you are involved in it, because I wrote the book for series 4.
Okay.
And when you're involved in it at all, you're not allowed to say anything.
No.
Nothing. Zip. But I will be commenting about it because now I can.
Ooh.
But let's dive into some of these fabrics.
Yes.
Which shall we start with? Fat quarters or yards? Okay, so we're going to start with this one.
Yes. So this is the yellow bundle.
This is the yellow bundle. I know you'll probably tell me off, but I'm going to very carefully undo. I won't have to undo all the bundles, but I want to get out a piece to show you.
Yep.
So this bundle is, oh, look at this. So you get 6 half yards.
Correct.
6 half yards for £29.99. Is that right?
Correct.
Wow.
That's right.
That's amazing. So look at this. How vibrant is this? This is beautiful. So it is quite a stiff fabric, isn't it?
It is a stiff fabric.
So
it's sort of what you'd want, I think, for accessories.
Yes, definitely.
But they do soften up. I mean, I
they?
have a bag with me that I just take everywhere I go, and I use every day, and it's pretty floppy now.
So once
they
you
do soften up.
once you wash
Yeah,
them, it's like
yeah.
they've got the sizing on it
Yeah,
or something.
yeah,
But they still hold their shape, don't they?
But they still hold their
So
shape.
if you want something with like a tulip shape or something like that,
yeah,
it would
yeah,
hold that shape,
yeah.
wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
So this is the first of the yellow. And basically, you've put these colours ways together, haven't you?
Yes.
Oh, what's this one? It looks like a cake or a bun,
Yes.
but then I am hungry. So it might not be a cake or a bun at all. So again, it's half a metre.
Half a yard.
Half a yard, sorry, half a yard, must say that, half a yard. Because obviously that's more traditional as well, isn't it?
Exactly.
I know we had these conversations when we were
Yeah.
trying to work out kits and things,
Yeah,
weren't
no,
we?
they are, yeah.
Yeah, so these are half yard. Look at that, I love that. Oh, and there's this one that was made in that, one of those bags, wasn't
Yes,
it? In
the
book?
makeup bag. So that would be enough to make the makeup bag if you
Easily,
wanted
wouldn't
to.
it?
Or one of the others.
You could make... Do you suggest washing the fabric before you sew with it?
Not with bags.
Not with back, but what if you were making garments, would
Garment,
you?
yes.
So if you're making a bag, don't worry about it.
No, no.
But if you're making a garment,
You wash it before you cut and sew with garments because of the shrinkage.
Yes.
Because it's cotton fabric, they're all 100% cotton, and so you will get shrinkage in the region of about 10%. So do allow for that when you're buying. I think all fabrics shrink, but with these you get about 10% of shrinkage. With bag making, it just doesn't really matter because
and you're not likely to wash
Yeah.
it, to be honest with you. Look at this, look at this. Oh my goodness, look at that. I know we've got a big chunk of flower missing, but even so...
you can do something with it's such a huge, you can see that it's the same sort of colourway.
Yes.
The same sort of design. But you can do
It doesn't matter.
so much with it.
It doesn't matter at all. The colours are just absolutely gorgeous. I love these. You could have a bigger piece. The cat wants to hang it on the wall. She doesn't want to do any sewing. She can just hang it on the wall.
Yeah. Your Zoom background. Ready to go.
Oh, look at this one. Isn't that lovely? They're different. Yeah, they are. They're really different.
They're all
but
different.
You can mix. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying about
Yeah.
patchworking. If you wanted to make one of these dresses, because you could actually put those together,
Oh,
and
very
they
much
work
so.
together.
They
You've
do work.
really made these combinations beautifully.
Well, I tried.
You've
Thinking
tried.
about
You've
all-
succeeded.
Thinking about all
You've
my lovely
succeeded.
quilters out there.
So this is a lovely one. And then we've got one more in this one. I'll try and make sure I fold it back up the right way. We were talking earlier as well about selvages and cutting them off. And
Yeah.
these, you've got guaranteed block wax,
Yeah,
highest quality. So that's
Yeah.
a selvage to be kept. Cut it off and then keep it. And then this is the final of the yellow. So again, just this. This would look lovely with denim. You could make a denim style jacket, couldn't you? You could make quite a nice bikery jacket.
Yes.
It would
You
hold the
can-
shape of that well.
You can use these for lining.
Yes, absolutely. Wouldn't
you
it
can
be
have
stunning?
Your denim jacket, and then
Yes.
this can be your
Ooh.
lining.
What have I done with the string? I managed to fold it up
Wendy.
inside. I'll get told off if I do that. So this is the yellow bundle.
Yep.
And you get all 6. So how much does that work out? So 6 half metres, that means it's 3 metres, doesn't it? So that's 3 metres. That is a lot of fabric there. 3 yards, sorry. Please, if you might say metre, just say to yourself yard.
And I don't know if it's easier now, Wendy, because the fat quarter bundle in yellow is identical.
Right. So
So-
let's do that one next. I'm just tying my little knot back up again. That's that one. So the fat quarters. So
Yep.
it's exactly the same.
Exactly the same
Exactly
colours.
the same colours and everything.
Yep.
I'm just going to. All I do is just take one out of here. So yeah, half the size. I mean, I can't believe you're getting 6 fat quarters. So what does that work out at? That's yard and a half, isn't it?
A yard and a half.
A yard and a half for $14.99. So basically, it's $2.49 a fat quarter.
Not bad.
You've got your pricing wrong, my love. Grab it whilst you can. Look at it. So it's all the same prints we've just looked at, but this time it's just a fat quarter. I say just, but aren't they lovely? These are really beautiful. And some of those projects in the book you'd get out of fat quarters,
course,
wouldn't you?
yes.
Especially the smaller accessory
Yes,
ones.
yes.
So these are... Now don't tell me off then for taking my knot out. He wants me to fan them out.
Ah, yes, you
So I've got
see.
to show my knot. Oh, look, there's that one again. Yes, I mean, yes, you could. If you use a fat quarter book, I happen to know somebody's written one of those,
Yep.
or two. You could use these to make these products. Look at that. Look at that string, take that out. I've got to open this one because this is superb. Oh my goodness. But you don't necessarily get that flower because it's just going to be cut on a fat. So it'll be part of that design.
It will be part. You'll be able to make something with
Yes,
it. Again,
exactly.
You know, if you open up what you have, you can then sort of think, well, what would work
Yes.
with this rather
See,
than trying.
I'm with Kat on this one in particular. This particular one is, you could just frame it. I think it's beautiful. And you could do some free motion stitching around it. You could do a
That
bit of
would be
beading
really
on it. You
lovely.
could, yes, you could just make this into a really lovely piece of wall art.
Completely. I know a customer of mine, she'd be very excited. I finished her order yesterday, and she will be making a picnic blanket.
Yes, superb. That's going to be so lovely. Nobody's allowed to sit on it though.
No one's allowed
She just has to take it to a picnic, lay it out, and let everybody admire.
Exactly.
Sit next to it. Oh, we've got another message coming across here. What does it say? Is it similar to any fabric that you're more familiar with?
Oh.
I'm loving these big bold designs, so am I. Can't wait to see the bundles.
Okay,
So is it
yeah.
similar to other fabrics we're familiar
I would
with?
describe it as a medium weight cotton. Does that help? Or
I
go on.
think the thing is it's not like, I mean, because we had some medium weight cottons earlier, it's
Yeah.
not like the medium weight cottons we had earlier in that it's almost more canvassy because it's quite stiff.
Okay.
It's got a lot of body to it,
But
hasn't
it's not
it?
as heavy as a canvas.
But it's not as heavy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you've got that sort of the way it can hold its shape.
like a canvas.
Yes.
But the
but without
weight
being heavy.
of
Yes. Yeah.
a
So
sort of
it's
medium weight cotton.
It is. It's
Yeah.
really, I mean, it's beautiful for projects,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
And if you are going to make garments out of it, simple, simple, simple.
Yep.
Because let the fabric do the talking.
Completely. But they wash really well, they sew really well, they're all colour fast. You can put your colour catcher in with the detergent in your machine.
Can you
and
just
off you
explain
go.
a bit? I'm going to keep looking at the bundles
Yeah,
whilst you do
yeah.
it, but can you just explain a bit about the process, the wax process?
Yes.
Just
again,
simplify.
Again,
but, you know.
I do speak about that in the book. But essentially, you'll start with a sheet of white cotton. I say a sheet. The cotton would have had several processes applied to the cotton, sort of take it from its raw, sort of it's arrived from wherever it's arrived from, and then it will be made into sort of a beautiful fabric that's then ready to be printed on, if that makes sense.
Right.
And so from there, you will have several steps, which starts with wax being applied, wax designs being applied to parts of the fabric on repeat. When that's done and the wax has cooled, you'll then take the fabric and it will be sort of put into a bath, sort of, not a bath, but it's the best
A
way I can
vat or
describe it, a
something, yes,
vat
yeah.
of dye. Blue dye is quite common, indigo dye, or red dye, or green dye, depending on the finished colour that you're looking for. Once in there, it will be removed. The wax that had been previously applied is taken off. That leaves white areas, so the areas where the wax was applied, the dye can't
Yeah.
penetrate.
So it's a bit like batik, really. isn't it?
Exactly. There you
Yes.
go. So it's just like batik, but
It's obviously bigger designs.
bigger
and bolder.
designs.
And
I
then you
think
build, so you
richer
build up the
designs,
colours as well.
and then you just build up the colours.
So I can't believe the prices of these fabrics then. When you think how much work has gone into
Oh,
producing them.
Wendy! I can't change them now.
I know, you got your prices wrong, girl. Grab them whilst you can. You might be rethinking next time. So this is the next bundle. What do we call this one?
So this is the assorted bundle,
Right, okay.
as it says. So effectively, you've got a range of different colours there. Because, I mean, you may not be a yellow person, you may not be green or blue or anything else. You know, you may just like sort of
I'm going to
combination
get my little
of
string out of the way so I don't
different
tie up
fabrics.
again.
So that's
Okay,
what
I'm
we've
going to,
got
I'm going to.
here. So look at, see
Oh,
this one.
look at that one. We've seen that one made up.
Seen that one, yes.
Yeah, so that's in this. So that's again, we're talking about half-yard pieces here.
Half-yard pieces.
And I want to
exactly.
open this one up because this is going to be
That's gorgeous.
This is going to be gorgeous, isn't it? I knew this would. Look at that. Lovely, isn't it? I think that's really lovely. I can just
It's
see that as a
beautiful.
bag, a cushion cover,
Yep,
part
yep.
as part of a picnic mat, as you're
Yep,
saying.
Yep.
I can also see it as garments, but I do tend to see everything as garments. You could do free motion quilting, or you could do hand quilting on it. You know, you can do all of this. Let me go for this one. Look at this. It's got butterflies. So the price we've got here at the side of this is for this half-yard bundle of the assorted pack. So this is a blue. And what is lovely, because of the way it's printed, it's pretty much the same both sides, isn't it?
Pretty much the same both sides.
So that's really good.
It can be tricky to tell them apart. I mean, in a way, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter.
But you do have this writing on the selvage, which reads the right way up on the right side, and then on the wrong side, it's sort of upside
Yes.
down and sort of back to front.
The other way you can
yours.
normally tell, it doesn't matter, as you say, if it's virtually the same, it really doesn't matter. But the other way is if you feel the selvage, you can feel like pinholes, and you can feel them
Yes,
slightly
you can.
raised on the underside.
yes,
That's
you're
a way, if it's
absolutely
a plain
right.
fabric, that you can tell.
Yeah.
I mean, the only
Right,
thing I would
that's
say is when you're making something is mark whichever is the wrong side, so that when you put pieces together,
Yep.
you're putting the right pieces together.
Correct.
But otherwise, it doesn't matter because it's beautiful on both sides. That's number 2. So this is the one that Adaku's wearing. Almost look like acorns.
It's gorgeous.
It is. It's lovely, and I love
Very
the fact you've
nice.
put like this little ready orange
Yeah,
buttons
you
down
can
the front.
you can completely go for it.
Yes.
There's just
See,
no
that would go with my
walls, is there?
shoes,
Oh,
look.
look.
Got to get my shoes out at least once.
Any
a time.
excuse.
Any excuse to get my shoe out. So that
Look,
would go
you've
with
got
that.
orange on the
I've
skirt.
got orange on that. I've got
but-
orange
but
on that one there.
You didn't wear it, did you? So
I couldn't. There's no point in me wearing a skirt
No,
because
I
nobody
know,
would be
no
able to
one's
see
gonna
the
see
skirt.
it.
So. Then we've got this one. This one must have a Christmassy feel about it, I think, this one.
So there is a garment in the book made with that fabric. I can't remember which one it is now. But again, that's it's perfect for accessories as well.
Yes, indeed. I don't know what I've done with my book.
Oh, it's okay.
Have you got yours there?
Yes, I've got mine here. Just trying to. Okay, so it's the Meghan tunic dress.
If you just bring it forward to you a little bit.
Forward, closer
on
to
front
me.
of the fabrics. That's it. Lovely. We can see it there.
You can see that.
Oh, you see, look at that. Because it
Yeah.
looks as if you've made it a stripy dress, but you haven't. You've just used the one piece of fabric.
Yes, I used one piece of fabric. Oh yes, yes. I
Yeah,
see
so
what
you haven't joined strips to make the
No,
stripe.
no.
That is the fabric.
That is the fabric. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it is. It is gorgeous. It's really lovely. So you use the fabric, and that's what you're doing. You're having simple designs so that you can really make these prints sing out. Look at this one. This has got a windmill-y feel to it.
I saw sort of those rotating fans that you sometimes see on a wall.
Yes.
On a ceiling.
Oh, on a ceiling,
Yeah.
yes, like the ceiling fans.
Yeah, ceiling
yes.
fans.
That is lovely, isn't it? Yes. I like this one. Oh. And we've got one more piece in this one. I'm just making sure that label goes back on. And this is the sort of one of the brighter ones.
Again, it's the apron.
This is the apron, isn't it? Yes. So that's really lovely as well. So again, is it stripe again?
So you have actually
Sort of like a stripe, isn't it?
You have 3. So I don't know if you can
Oh, I
because
see.
it's
Yes,
gone around
yes.
the waist, but you've got 3 panels if you like.
Yeah, so you've got that one there.
Yes.
And then
One in the
centre
middle.
one, and then that
The
one.
end one.
So obviously, when you're getting this as your half-yard piece, you might not
Yes,
necessarily
you
get
might not
all
necessarily
of that.
get all of it.
You'll just get some of it. But I just love the fact it's quite. I mean, although you're getting exactly the same colourways, exactly the same print, everyone's going to be a little bit different,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes.
So we've also got the same one there in fat quarters.
Same one in fat
exactly the same in
quarters.
fat quarters. Same prints. And half the stock. So this is $14.99 for 6 fat quarters.
Yes.
Half the stock of that one is gone. It's all the same print. Let's look at this one.
So this is the purple bundle.
I like this one. I can't tell you which one's my favourite because I like them all, so it's difficult to say. So purple, I love this. This is lovely. So this is I'm looking at the half yards, but the fat quarter bundle is the same, but just fat quarter. So this is half yard, $29.99, and you get 6 of these half yards. Look at this one. It's almost nautical. What do you think it's like, Elliot? Yes, it is. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's nautical, isn't it? It's got the knots. So that's really lovely. And I like the colours of that. So this is what you're saying, that when you actually look at these fabric, this is when you sort of look at it and think, okay, so what I could make out of that is...
Yeah, what would I make with it? What might someone else want to make with it?
And that's nice too. Look, I like that design. I love the purples.
I mean, those who know what they're doing could really go to town with those hexagons.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
don't include myself in that, but there are those who know what they're doing.
Well, I think everybody's lovely, getting lots of really good comments about these. Oh, look at this one. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at this.
So that's the skirt. The skirt.
Oh, that's the
saw
skirt,
earlier.
which I
Yes,
saw
which
earlier,
we-
yes, which has got and it's in the book as well.
Yes.
But that is so great. I mean, it's such a lovely, lovely print again, isn't it? So beautiful. And virtually the same both sides. That's really lovely. So if you're making it as a garment, what we're saying, if you're making it as a garment, the skirt's just sashayed into the room, then definitely wash them beforehand, because there's a chance that you'll lose 10% in shrinkage.
Oh yes, you do.
So definitely
You
make
do.
them beforehand.
Yeah. Don't know if I should. Shall I leave it over here?
Oh yeah, if you want to,
yeah.
if you don't mind passing it to me, thank you. So that's from this bundle here. So this is obviously more than half a metre. That's the thing, though. You wouldn't be able to make this skirt from this bundle unless you do, as I suggested, patch.
Yeah.
But that just gives you an idea of what the skirt would look like in that fabric. It looks very comfortable, and it's just beautifully done. Very very simple skirt. Has it got, and with pockets? You've got to have pockets.
Got to have pockets.
You've got to have pockets. Yes, isn't that lovely? You could just wear that with a plain T-shirt or something, and it would be perfect and so colourful and summery. Oh, we've only got 2. I haven't even been through the rest of them. We've only got 2 of these bundles left. So I'm going to quickly show you these last 3 pieces. So you can, I don't know why I'm turning them over, because it's pretty much the same both sides. So I think purples might be the favourite so far. So this one's a bit different too. I like this one. Looks like you're sort of going down this deep hole. I'm going to do this quickly because I want, if people are thinking about this one, you've only got a small chance. So let's get the other 2 open so you can see it. This is lovely. This actually reminds me of, you get those scarves that the ladies would wear. You know, the square scarves. It's got that kind of look to it. These colours. This is lovely. I like this. Now some of them feel different as well.
No, so some are. There's a combination of lighter weight and heavier fabrics in there. So this one that you're holding now is one of the lighter weight ones. Yeah. So there is some difference in the thickness of
if you're looking at this, this is why it's actually quite a good idea to get this like this, because if you did want to make a garment, you could then, you can make a bag, you can make one of the accessories, and then you think, actually, I'd like to make a garment out of that one.
Exactly.
Because this is softer to the handle.
It is softer
than this one is.
It is, but then when washed, they'll feel the same.
Will they? Oh, okay, brilliant.
When washed and pressed, maybe not the first or second time, but as you wash it and wear it and wash it and wear it, it just softens up beautifully.
Oh, right. I'm just going to, the half yards on this one is sold out, but I will just show you this last one because it's the same selection in the fat quarter bundle. So this is, I'm just going to show the fat quarter size of it. So this is the one, and this is the one actually we've got the dress behind us here on. So this bundle is sold out, but you can still get it as a fat quarter bundle.
Would you look at that? I mean, I'm just looking in your...
Yes,
Lovely.
it is gorgeous, isn't it? It's just a skinny little person there, isn't she?
She hasn't eaten in weeks.
She needs to eat some pies. So I'm just going to, what I'm trying to do is I'm not putting the ropes back on them at the moment, because I want to get on to the next one. Look at this one. I
So
like
this
this
is-
one.
yep,
This is the green.
Green. The green.
Green. I'll put my rope over there. Oh, okay. So 4 left. Well, let me just fan them out. We've got 4 left. I will open them all up, but I want to fan them out, because if you're tempted, I will open them, but look at them now, because you might need to grab while you can. Can you see all of those if I put them like that? They're really beautiful fabrics, aren't they? Let me just push those to one side. So this is the half yard bundle. This is Elliot's favourite. And of course we do have them as fat quarters on the website, so you can also get the same selection as fat quarters. But let me actually have a look at them. Let's look at some, because you just need, I mean, because the prints are so incredible, you just need to see them. Look at that. That's really lovely, isn't it? So a lot of the time you would have the prints running across.
Gosh, good question. It depends.
Because this print, I would want to wear that
yes,
as lengthwise, but actually
Yes.
it's on the cross. But that doesn't matter, because it's a really stable fabric, isn't it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And you're right. More often than not, the design probably does run so that you are cutting on the cross.
Yeah.
But it's up to you.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
entirely up to you.
Exactly, and because it's such a stable fabric, it won't matter.
Yeah.
You know, you won't have
Yeah.
sort of extra stretch that you can't deal with.
Exactly.
So that's that one. So this one here. Oh, that's like a subway staircase. Have you ever never walked down a subway? Not a subway.
I know the one you mean. Yeah. Very,
tube-
very.
tube train.
Tube train.
Yeah, go down and round and round and round and
stairwell.
round. And you think, oh, I'll walk because the lift's
Yeah.
too busy, and then you realise you didn't know how far it was. We have another question. Do you have to follow the grain line?
That's what I was
or the prints?
just about to say. So you don't have to follow the grain line, which is wonderful. I love that about these fabrics. You don't have to follow the grain line. Follow the design. Follow the direction of the print. Let that guide the way you lay your pattern pieces, rather than how we're all taught, which is to cut on the straight grain. Cut on the straight grain, cut on the cross grain, cut on the bias. However, depending on how you want your fabric, the designs to fall when your garment's
Yeah,
finished.
think more about the design of the fabric
Yep.
than worrying about. I mean, you know, I'm just sort of while she was saying that. So if I pull on the bias, yes, there is more
stretch.
give.
Yep, there is more.
Than there
Yep,
is if I go
yep,
that way or
yep,
that way.
yep,
So just
yep.
be aware of that.
Yeah.
Just be aware of that when you're sewing it together. It is the same, and I think it's more important with these prints that the print says what you want it to say in the right
Exactly.
direction. So this is really, I love these greens. These are really nice. And then this one. Is it the garden bundle, did you say? Oh, this is what Elliot's naming it. This is what you can. I like this one too. It's got the pink in it, of course. I like my pink. I just love the selvages on these.
So this was the face mask fabric. We had
Oh,
the
right,
face mask
yes,
in that
yes.
fabric, and the pinafore, the matching face mask and pinafore was made in this fabric.
Yes. So you've got some sort of like all over prints like this,
Yep.
and then you've got some that are big, bold
Yeah,
floral prints,
yeah,
and there's lots
yeah.
for
So
everybody in here.
There's something for everybody.
There
that's
really
it.
is. Look at this one. Oh my goodness. Very clever fabric designers, aren't they?
They are. They are.
They really are. You see conkers on a string.
Traffic lights.
I sort of see traffic lights myself, yeah. Yeah, or a pendant. This is a big long pendant. Okay, so just one last piece for the half yard, but we're going to now put up the graphics here for the fat quarters. So let me just open it half wide. So it's the same fabric. Isn't that lovely? It's amazing. This is Kat's favourite. And as I say, I just love the selvages on this. I'm just thinking you've got to save those and make something with those selvages as well.
That last one was looking bluer than it actually is on my
Yes,
yeah,
it
just
often
just
is. So yeah, this is it's all like quite a deep turquoise
It's a deep
in there, isn't
turquoise,
it?
yeah.
Yes, I know it often does,
Yeah.
but it's not necessarily how the
Well, there
viewers
you
are
go.
seeing it at
Yeah,
home. You
yeah,
see.
Yeah, that's a nice. Yeah.
So we have 3 more. I've just got 7. I'm going to have to zip through these a bit
through.
quicker. So this is a red bundle. So I won't open them out completely when they're like this. So this, as you can see, is an all over print. So I'll just sort of open it like that. Looks a bit like bananas, smiley faces. It's a happy smiley face. This one is a print. This is a fruity number. Car wheels. Oranges.
Citrus.
It is citrus, is it? Oh, there we are. You were right then, Kat. Oh, look at this one. This. Oh, you're always sorry. How a miss. This is good, isn't it? I like that. That's a bit different. Must be so hard to choose. Yes, I mean when you're remembering this is done with this wax printing. Detail in it. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to make something in these. And then this one, these look more like tyres. Or discs, or these are more like vinyl discs.
Well, actually, I mean, I saw this quite randomly. I was just reading a textiles book, an African textiles book, months ago, and I saw this motif on a warrior's tunic that had that dated back to the 15th century. So an
Wow.
African warrior's tunic embroidered onto this sort of very thick white fabric was the black motif that you can see there.
How
Amazing.
incredible.
Amazing. I need to to get the book again, take a snap
Yes.
and then link it to this post.
Oh, this is the bag you've got behind
This
you.
is the bag behind me.
This is lovely. It's like, and again, so this one feels completely different to that last one. But
Yes.
but what you're saying is, don't worry too much about that
No.
because once you've washed
Once
them,
you've washed them, taken them out, give them a good press with your iron, lots of steam. They begin to soften up even before the washing, even without washing. You'll find that as you're sort of pressing your seams, you'll feel that the fabric.
yes,
just-
it's starting. Yeah, it's because of all the treatment it's had on it, isn't it? And this is what was this one that we saw? Wasn't that the mask
I
one?
don't think. No, the mask one was the green.
What have I done with my book?
Oh,
Have you
bless
been and
you.
nicked it, Kat? Oh no, it's here. It's all right.
This one
I did
isn't
see this one. Oh, it isn't in the
No,
book.
this one isn't.
Maybe it's because you said something about it was one that we've seen. But this is nice. I like this. So it looks like infinity ring. Yeah, it's infinity, but it's like 2 wedding rings
Two
sort of
wedding
linked.
rings. Yeah.
That's really nice. So this is the red bundle.
Yep.
So don't forget this is £29.99, or if you have it in the fat quarter bundle, exactly the same selection, but £14.99. We've got 2 more. I'm gonna have to be super quick on these. Just the brown. I'm not going to open them right up because we just don't have time. But what I shall do is I'll just fan them out.
Fan them out.
So you can see, oh, look at that one with those leaves. So look at those.
You
Can you see all of those?
Oh yes. That's nice.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yes.
I'm just going to quickly pull one out. I'm going to open one of them up quickly. Look at that. Look at those leaves. That is so lovely. Available in the fat quarters as well. So you've got the fat quarter bundle, which is the price on the screen at the moment. And when you think how this design has been created using wax resist,
Yeah.
all these little spots and dots and things, it's absolutely
And
amazing.
it's printed on both sides.
Yes.
It's just pretty special.
It is incredibly special. It really is. Absolutely gorgeous. We are very lucky to have you here with us today. Where have you come from? Have you come
bless
from London?
I have. It was an early start.
I bet it was.
Be an early
yes.
night.
Did your kids let you have an early night? And then this is the last one because we have to go on to the next part here. But look at the blues, look. Oh, my goodness. Oh, look at this. Oh, I've seen this one before.
Okay.
You might have worn that one when I saw you at one of the shows or
Maybe.
something, because I've seen that one. Is this your favourite now, is it? Look at that.
That is nice. I mean, the way you've found that out, it looks gorgeous.
I think it looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? It really does. So we're fast coming up to the hour. So we wish we could have 2 or 3 hours with
Oh,
you,
bless
because and
you.
then we could see you sewing a bit of it as well, just to see something, which would be really lovely.
yeah.
But it's fascinating knowing about you.
Thank you.
Are you? What did you say, Kat? Oh yes, Kat saying, are you going to be in any shows this year? Yes, indeed
Yes,
you
I
are.
am. So I am at festival end of July. Into
Yes,
early
yeah,
August.
29th of July, and you're teaching 2 classes.
And
in
I'm
fact,
teaching
aren't
2
you?
classes there. I am in Farnham this month.
Oh, is that at the Threads?
It's the Quilt show.
Right.
I am also at Thread in June, so I'll hopefully get around.
Yes, and you'll see
Before
who-
winter, when we'll have to go into hibernation again.
Oh, please, no.
Well, I just think we will.
And hopefully, of course, you'll be back here as well.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
We've had a message from Beverly. Thanks, Adaku, for bringing these amazing fabrics. Had to buy one of each bundle. I don't blame you. At these prices,
Beth,
I think you've got
that's
to
the way to do it.
Yes,
Yeah. Just
I think they're absolutely gorgeous. They really are. Okay. We've just about managed to go through every bundle that we've got here. Don't forget, you can also get them as fat quarter bundles if half yard bundles or more. But at this price, I think, $29.99 for this bundle. And the book is, that's $12.99 for the book.
Yep.
And you get 26 patterns. And bearing in mind, a pattern can often be anything from 12 to 20 quid.
a single
You're
pattern.
getting 25 patterns. So we're going to be going any minute because we're right on the time. So I'm back tomorrow. Have we got menu? Good. Right, so we've got Good Friday Great Fabrics at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, Tic-Tac-Toe with Rebecca Harrison. Interesting. Amber makes flower pots with Rebecca Reed. That'll be lovely to work with her. And Toddler Spring Patterns with Rebecca Harrison. I think, and we've got Yarn Lane, of course. We've got Yarn Lane at the end. And that is with Carrie Gardner, not Gardiner. Not related. So that's our knitting person tomorrow. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Thank you ever so much for Adaku. It was
Thank
brilliant.
you.
And all these
Thank you
beautiful
so
fabrics.
much.
Sorry, they're going to get lost in the post. Okay? So, hope to see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.